responsibility to foster that leadership, to talk to new leaders, and leaders have responsibility to other people to build those leaders and educate those leaders. So yes, you got that the top salesman who becomes now being promoted into the sales manager. The company had taken time to say, hey, let's foster some leadership. Let's send them to a leadership conference. Let's get them these books on leadership. Let's give them, and all this stuff. But leaders are never born. Leaders are made. People are made into who they become. So if you're a company and you want to create leaders, then create leaders. And so no one's ever born who they are. People can grow up and be a fighter.
Yeah.
Anybody
well,
can do it.
And he said it's a $10 million investment to make you a fighter pilot, right?
So you need to do that. No one ever jumps out of a plane without training, right? I've done my share of jumps out of a plane. You don't just say one morning, oh, we got a plane to jump out. No, you got to be trained to do that. Any skill, whether it's salesmanship, leadership, whatever it is, you need to be trained to do that, and it's your company's obligation to train leaders become more powerful.
Absolutely, right?
Yes, I'd like to add to that. There's another component. Sometimes when we promote people, we aren't explicit about what they're getting themselves into.
That's right.
So another thing about creating leaders is letting me know what am I walking into. If I am going to be a leader, this is what it's going to entail, and also being explicit about the process. And so one thing we don't do, we're like, hey, I remember mine, I was a bellman, and hey, Rodney, you'd be good for the bell captain. So next week I'm the bell captain. What does the bell captain do? Hey, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
When you're doing it wrong. And sometimes when we promote people, they're figuring things out because we weren't explicit at the front end. They're finding out on the back end when they're making mistakes. And so if we're going to have leaders, are we explicit about what they're going to do and the support that's going to allow it to be successful?
Yeah, I think we have to spend. I think we have to spend time, and with my clients, I do this all the time, where they brought somebody new in, and they don't teach them the process, and then just expect them to do the job. We do the same with leaders. We just expect them to do the job. Whaley, go ahead.
Yeah, really quickly, I agree with what everyone was saying. Going back to your question on the challenge, the reality is when you look at over the last 2 decades, the amount companies are spending in training and development is incredibly less than before, right? Your Crotonvilles and all those things that used to be about training leaders and sporting, they're almost all gone because they're looking at how quickly can I get you productive, knowing that you're going to be here 3 to 5 years, accepting the turnover and then moving on. And that's the reality we have to accept, because I agree with what Jeff's saying. How do we then start to drive the greater connection between investment and performance, productivity, profitability? And I think that's where I'm spending a lot of conversation, because when you tap into that, you really get so much more alignment in the investment and the impact of the things that you're talking about.
Yeah. Cool. I'm going to shift gears. We're starting to run a little low on time here. We're going to keep watching. So, Carlos, I am paying attention to the time. So I want to go to this final question, because I think it's an important question. We live in this very unique world of 4 generations, and Whaley, you brought up earlier, in the workforce. We have the baby boomers, the Gen Xers, the millennials, and the Gen Zers. And it is an incredible communication gap between how they communicate. Baby boomers didn't grow up with computers. Gen Xers kinda, millennials for sure, and Gen Zers, all they know is phones, and the text, and don't bother with other stuff. It's crazy. So, how do we deal with that in the world of leadership? How do we deal with 4 generations? I would love to hear some of your thoughts. Tom, let's start with you.
Well, I think the important thing to remember is those timeless principles, like you talked about, right? So those pass over generations, right? Or bring generations together. Remember, those old ancient books. We were supposed to pass our lessons learned from one generation to another. Well, we're not doing so good. It's our leadership countrywide kind of bad shape, right? The figures depend on which survey. 70-80% think we're going in the wrong direction. So 70-80% are disengaged, dysfunctional, disappointed in their work. So the statistics show that we're not doing real well. That comes down to leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership, like you said. But those timeless principles, that's what's going to bring those different generations together. If we could focus on that, I think that's probably an important one.
Thanks, Jeff.
Well, I actually, I'm going to disagree with the doctor here,
Uh-oh.
and I'm going to say that we are doing great. You know, I mean, our society, corporate, yes, there's a lot of problems. But when people look at the problems, they're looking at the problems they have today. And they're not looking at the problems we had back 20, 30 years ago when you couldn't be on the, YouTube couldn't be on the channel 30 years ago. You know, and, you know, it's, we are a better society. Yes, we have fragmented things. We have, with the internet has given voice to a few people who can get up and make it and argue and make things and distract from society. But we are in whole doing a great job. We have so many tools to us today. We have you know, people like John Maxwell and all these people who and the lessons of Dale Carnegie and Zig Ziglar who have echoed through his time history, teaching us these lessons. And we have tons of information now, and we have all this ability, and we have faster ways to learn it. You know, YouTube is a blessing and a curse. It gives us more information, but we have that information. But it's our job to utilize that information to become better leaders and to inspire others to become better leaders. We have more people are starting businesses, starting their own businesses in this system here by leaps and bounds. It used to be you worked for a big company and that's where you worked for 20 years. But the pandemic was horrible, but it also turned us all into entrepreneurs.
Okay.
And it created entrepreneurs. The entrepreneurial spirit has blossomed humongously. And we are all becoming better off of it. We're all creating, and that's what I think the future of society is. Not big corporations, but tiny people like the people we have on the panel who inspire and educate you to become better you. So that's what I think. I think we are a great future. And I think leadership is great, and you need to embrace it and share it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know I'm going to watch our time here, but more businesses have been created in the last 2 years than any time in the history of the world.
Absolutely.
You talk about your
There's more billionaires than there ever been on that.
Sonny, what's your thoughts?
Well,
4 generations.
Four generations. 4 generations. One thing that we do a poor job of is honoring each generation. When we talk about generations, we usually look at each generation from a deficiency. You lack this. You lack this. My generation did this. How do we come together and honor every generation has strength. And so when we're doing restorative practices, we have a gentleman called Peter Block. If people are familiar with him, he talks about building community, and he talks about the 6 conversations. One of the conversations I love to do is gifts. And what gifts does each generation bring to the table? And so, and how do we put the generations together so they're talking about more about their gifts? And so we talk about a lot about honoring generations. And we have to be restorative with each generation. And here's the thing we have to know. Every generation talks about the next generation because something changes. And so to all of you out here, I want you to think about what were things that your grandparents were saying to you as a teenager with your teenage norms and things you did as a teenager. And now we grow up, we become grandparents, and we just repeat the process. And so,
it's in the progressive commercial when you become your parents, right?
Become your parents, exactly. So that's the one thing I would say, you know, how do we honor each generation and let them know that we all bring something to the table?
Really? Yeah, I'll give a quick question because I see we have some questions. I think just picking up on what you said, we developed Culture Playbook because we believe that regardless of what generation you work in, the human behavior of wanting to be part of something bigger than yourself is great and consistent. It's the communities you're talking about. And companies miss the power of that. So we help them rebuild their strategy in a way that resonates with employees. We call that the playbook. So one is clarity around the outcome and really galvanizing a workforce against that. In order to do that, the second piece is authenticity. It's helping leaders rub the veneer off of what they think a leader should be doing and unleashing their ability to speak to the purpose of their organization with authenticity. Why do they believe in it based on their experience and their insight? I think that's a great path forward that we're seeing great success about.
That's great. Thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, and for me, really, I think the 4 generations, it's really communication and respecting what everybody says in a room and giving them that environment, that culture that allows them to feel free and comfortable to say something and to respect what each other say. I think that's the thing that we've worked through the most. It's about respect. I don't know, Rodney, what you were talking about, what you were just talking about. So I think that's good. So yeah, we're going to move on to questions. Thank you guys for all that. Appreciate that. I see we have a question.
Yeah, I want to get back to the sustainability and leadership.
Mm-hmm.
And I think sometimes in this fast-changing world, as a leader, we have blind spots, and we fill those blind spots blindly. And my big beef in corporations these days is HR. Change and sustainability come from the top, but leaders are so busy doing the things they're supposed to be doing that they advocated the culture to HR. And I think that's when companies fall apart. HR, it's not their function. The function is the leadership and sustainability from the top down. So I wanted you to speak a little bit about how HR goes wrong, why it happened, and the function of HR within a leader-driven organization.
Well, I'll start out with that. So I'll tell you, it's not called HR anymore. Very few human resources organizations call themselves HR. Human capital. So it's a dynamic of definition. It's not human resources. It's human capital or people resources. It's putting the power back in your employees and having a partnership. The human capital representative, the people resources person, really communicates and gives back the power to the people. And I think that is, and I'll keep it short because I know that's the change in how it is.
Well, let me just add, I was a CHRO, I moved over to run P&L. I can tell you the moment that I owned a P&L, I saw the world differently than I did as an HR leader. HR needs to spend time in the business. That's a must. HR right now is highly reactive, solving problems, driving compliance. They're not adding value. The example of the CFO in the way that they see their CHRO is the practical reality. So I agree with what Jeff's saying. The evolution to get there right now is long in the work that I'm doing with human resources. We're doing a lot of work with human resources to get there. If anybody's in the room doing human resources, I ask you the last time you actually had a one-on-one with your CFO. You need to start there. Because the CFO and the CHRO is the heartbeat that solves the issue of improving productivity in a way that inspires people. That is how you improve profitability of an organization. And that's a short answer of that needs to happen in both those functions really see that evolution.
Great, thanks, I appreciate that. We have another question.
Good morning. My name is Karen Clark Marlowe. My business is Options Employment Consulting. I specialize in workplace effectiveness, employment legislation, and people management services. I am a sole proprietor, and I often get called in to clean up messes. And often the mess is related to a toxic work environment. And I am wondering if any of you have had to go in and work within a toxic environment and how you handled it.
I mean, KinderCare is probably the perfect example, and I'm in there all the time now. To case, I had somebody come in my office after my 90 days and said, "I just want you to know there's a wager, there's an under and over against you being successful here." And I said, "Oh, what's the bet?" 1 year. So people have the audacity to come in my office and say, "We think the under over on you is a year," and all that told me was whatever I wanted to do really wasn't going to be successful, or the buy would be tough. The key is, how do you gain momentum and credibility as quickly as possible? In any toxic environment, it's not about bringing best practices, it's about listening, looking for an opportunity to simply build credibility to get people to say, "You know what, I'm going to give this person a shot." So that's my short answer. I'm sure there's other perspectives.
I'm sure there's also the ability to say, to take and create other things. Like we say, get out there and volunteer with your employees and get out and help other people. That is the one thing that you can, instead of being a human resource, be partners with them. work with your employees, work with other departments, do drills for disaster preparedness, go out and volunteer as a company structure together. To break away from that, I'm the human resources and you're my employee, and create some synergy.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's all about getting everyone to start working together. If it's toxic, that means no one's working together. Absolutely. Right. And so we got to focus on that. I mean, I've gone into businesses like that and pull together. You start at the top, you pull them together, you get them working together, and then they actually in turn go to the groups underneath them and get them all working together. And it's building a trust factor as well. And that's going to take time. It's just not something that happens overnight.
It all starts with vision.
Yeah.
Good example, in the Air Force, we had a pretty toxic situation. Anybody heard about the anthrax vaccine?
Yeah.
So the military decided that they were going to force people to take this vaccine. So one of my young lieutenants came to me and said, "Did you hear about this? What they're going to do?" It was caught us off guard, out of the blind. I mean, we're flying airplanes here. And so we did the research, found out, well, they had already killed 6 people from the shot. Normally that'd be taken off the market, right? And they wounded hundreds. And then that didn't include all the Gulf War illnesses. So anthrax was given in the Gulf War, and they burned the shot records, so it's hard to go and prove, but we have found plenty that show that it was given. And so they killed hundreds and thousands. So it was a toxic situation, and it was toxic because it involved the government, the DOD, corrupted, right? So you can still lead, even if you're from behind. You can still serve, right? You can lead. And so I ended up becoming a whistleblower, testifying to Congress twice to get this thing done. And it was hard to get media support. It's hard to get support from DOD. Because I was Air National Guard, so as a part-time soldier, I could wear a coat and tie and go testify to Congress. Active duty guys do it, and you got the generals behind me while I'm testifying. That's intimidating, right? So you can still lead. Like, call them a spade, tell them the truth. And it's not, like rose-colored glasses. It's not all cheery. We're not doing that, but as a matter of fact. And the people down below, the 70, 80% say we're not doing good and we're not going in the same direction, they know. So
thanks, Tom. I'm going to cut you a little bit. I apologize, but Rodney's got a word in and we're running out of time. So, but thank you for that.
Going into different school systems across the country, I've gone to lots of toxic environments. I'll give you 2 things real quick. One, start small. I've gone into schools and have changed environments just by getting the staff to start saying good morning to each other. Sometimes those small starts can make a big difference. Another thing you can do, you can have small focus groups. Here's the question that I would like you to ask them. Our environment would get better if we want to give voice, because you want to know exactly what the problems are. So sometimes asking, our environment would get better if we will give you some of the answers that you need to go deeper.
Carlos, do we have time for? I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, let's give one more heartfelt thanks to those last panelists. Let's give them a round of applause for such a thought-provoking session. Now we have our keynote, very exciting, titled The People Factor. Where do we go now? Join us for an exploration of what led to the downfall of today's labor force and what leaders are doing about it. Our keynote speaker will explore solutions from his experiences with iconic leaders like Steve Jobs, Paul Marciano, and Bill Johnson. Get ready to explore the new ways of working in a post-COVID world. Please welcome our esteemed platinum sponsor, keynote speaker, CEO, and co-founder of the Michael Cook Group, Michael Cook. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you guys coming in. Sometimes the voice can be a little loud. Again, it's a privilege. Having been at a couple of the sessions, finished one a few minutes ago in the marketing group, the education awards the other day, I'm blown away at the level of talent that's in this particular conference. It's amazing. So hands on, big round of applause for yourself. It's amazing to be here. We talk about technology, we talk about what we're doing, we talk about AI, we're talking about DEI, we're talking about a lot of things here. But I'm going to get to the core reason that CEOs like yourself and myself are going through the issues we're going through today. When I reference various things, if the slides work, can I get it to work? Maybe? Let me see 1 second, guys. Sorry for the issue. Maybe I got it. Maybe it's user error. Any luck? 1 sec. User error. Steve would have killed me. Okay. My story and the book that people say that I should write is based upon experiences that I've had with people that I'm privileged to work with. Marciano, Jobs, and Griffin, certainly Bill Johnson, and some of the gifted individuals at those companies. I was overwhelmed by their talent. But it's a story of change. It's a story of change across the board. And I've had to change my mind to do various activities within the organizations I worked with. It said that there is nothing more powerful than a changed mind. Nothing is more powerful than a changed mind. You can change your hair, you can change your home, your job, your spouse, where you live. There's nothing you can't change about yourself. But if you don't change your mind, the same situations and experiences will continue to happen over and over and over again. Why? Because something outwardly changed, but nothing inwardly changed. Make sense? So today I'm going to ask you to change your mind. We're going to talk about each other. And we're going to talk about why people are successful, why people fail, and what's going on in the business world. I left a couple pieces of collateral on the desk. Might not have time for questions at the end. I'm always here for you whenever you need me. Please call me or what have you. Let's talk about what it used to be. Remember time clocks? I do. I worked in a steel factory when I left the Marine Corps. Punching in every day. Chunk. Remember that? What about fax machines? Oh, those are the coolest things in the world. Fax machine was at your job site. It's the greatest thing. A handshake was good enough as a gentleman or person's agreement to say, yes, my handshake is as good as gold. Does that day exist anymore? No. I need an email. I need a contract. DocuSign. All those crazy things that come into play. As we move forward, we saw technology change. I was privileged enough to work with Cynthia Daly at Nextel Communications when we built 250 stores a year. Cynthia Daly created the Amber Alert system. Remember that? I remember what it was like as a kid, going to the grocery store, asking my mom, why is that kid's picture on a milk carton? We've changed. We've adapted to technology. Our world is different. An ecosystem of product is not just about a device. It's not just about the internet. It's not just about an integration within a home. It's about a complete ecosystem and city landscapes. Technology is changing. But the labor force is driving the equation. The labor force and its rapid deterioration is drawing us to say, how do we change our mind in how we move forward? We've all seen it. Labor shortages left and right. You see it on the nightly news. I'm going to tell you how it happened. And the scary part about it is, ready? Here it is. There's some fiction. So in conferences in the future, you're going to say, man, he called it 5 years ago. I called it 7 years ago. And it's worse than I thought. Understanding 2023's impact before we go into what's happening with people, I'm going to tell you about my industry. 80% of the construction firms are saying they're having a tougher time hiring specialty trades. Votechs are non-existent. Metal shop doesn't exist in high school anymore. Let's go to coding class. These are just the facts. I'm not saying what we're doing about it yet. 73% list this issue is going to continue for 2-3 years. 44% of the general contractors, including 2 in the room today, tell me that job costs are higher and longer and project durations are longer year over year. Okay? The struggle is real. Having to explain that to our various clients is not an easy thing, especially when they're old school and they say, man, this should have cost me $215 a foot. Why is it $400 now? Okay? Part of it is the equation that's related to labor. You heard me talk about it previously. For the first time in history, there are 5 generations of people in the workforce. There's actually a 6th now, Gen Alpha. Think about it. People that voted for Dwight D. Eisenhower are still within our companies. They are. How do you communicate with somebody who wasn't perhaps given the opportunity to work with the same tech that the younger generation is today? How do you fluidly work with that individual or that board manager that says, my company needs to make $150 billion this year, this is how we're going to do it? You're like, whoa, that was 1955. Help me out here. Okay? What about that generation? That next generation that's coming up? When you look on a lateral line, think of all the stories they have as they grew up. My mother fondly remembers when John Kennedy was shot. I met a person the other day who remembered when the atomic bomb was dropped. Okay? People that were in Korea, Vietnam, etc. These are all still in our workforce. Then Gen Alpha comes along. We're still trying to figure out who they are. There are some of us, like myself, and I give my wife a hard time. I'm still trying to figure out the millennials. Okay? It hasn't been easy. Come on, little joke here. Give me some latitude. But I want to talk about a significant time. And this explains it easier than anything else. In 1978, the break between Gen X and the millennials, those are your top companies in the world. Recognize them? What do you see? Oil and gas. 1978. The microchip came around in 74. First iterations, I should say. Let's flash forward to another significant date, 1998. Why? Let's talk about these companies. 20 years later, those companies that dominated the landscape for tens of years are no longer in play. Fast Company, eBay, Amazon, Craigslist, some of those have already gone. Netscape. You guys don't use Netscape anymore, right? I mean, they used to be the players. If you think about what's happening today, it's completely different. So now you have a group of individuals, millennials, centennials, that were born into technology, but their bosses were still part of the old school. How do we work together? How do we talk together? How do we integrate together? When you look at the different generational changes, the facts are astounding. When they were born, how many people there are, etc. If you look at how they're breaking down the 28 traditionalists, boomers, folks like myself, Gen X, and then you have the millennials, and then that group, the centennials, Gen Z, and then Gen Alpha that comes in right behind them. think about all of those things that they went through in school, their daily life, movie theaters. What does that look like? Well, the traditionalists grew up in an environment where homes were $6,000. The average annual salary of a traditionalist was $1,900. Flash forward to people in your workforce now, median salary 59 grand, homes are costing $402,000. Can anybody say that it's easy for these groups to relate to each other? It's not. What do you say? I say it to my kids. When I was a kid, I sound like my dad. Okay? That's how it is. You have to find a different way of communicating at an interpersonal level in order to achieve what you need in your businesses. These particular groups are broken down into 3 sections, and this is the one scariest factor that I'll tell you today. And it should scare the hell out of you. 31% of the population is boomers, 21% Gen X, 45% millennials. For the first time in history, by the year 2030, and I called it 6-7 years ago at Retail Space, and nobody believed me. For the first time in history, the older generation will outnumber the younger. If you're part of that older generation, you're going to be extremely valuable to your boss. If you are the boss, you're going to be working a little longer. You've already seen the push to raise the retirement age. It's not just because they're trying to increase Social Security. It's because the labor force has deteriorated to a pace that we can't keep up. It's not going to get better. There's only so many babies that were born. So when people say, oh, I have one of my partners a few years ago said, yeah, we know we're going to fight our way through it. It'll get better. The next election, it'll get better. The next election after that, it'll get better. It's not going to happen. There's not enough people. So you're seeing the advancement of tech and you're seeing the advancement of robotics augment the loss of human capital. That's a fact. Millennials in here, raise your hand, please. I'm going to give you another startling factor for the people that your boss. If you're your own boss, congratulations. 2/3 of you are going to leave your job in the next 3 years. It's going to happen. So now, not only do we have fewer people, we have people that are moving a lot. Okay? How do we augment and train those folks that are backfilling those individuals as well? Another thing that the average everyday CEO has to go through. But it comes down to 2 things. How do we relate and how do we feel? Those 2 common questions are the things that come up every single time in surveys when you're asking the generations about each other. The millennials that are leaving are saying they're jumping because they don't feel like they're contributing. How's that possible? How is it possible that we're letting people leave because they're telling us that they feel that they're not contributing? I want to go to a company where I can really make it happen. How is that possible we're letting them go? How do you feel? How do you feel about how you're contributing? Are you doing the job that you're aligned to? Are you doing the job that you were trained to do? Or are you doing the job that I just pushed you in because I had an empty spot and I needed to make sure that that was going on? Angela Bryan, don't answer. Yeah? I got you. Here's an example of something I would recommend to do. I can't do it today because we do have limited time. When you're sitting in your team meetings and you're sitting in your environments, put 4 chairs together. Maybe add a 5th. Put 1 person from every generation in one of these chairs. Okay? And ask them candidly a few questions. Who did you vote for president? What was your song at your high school graduation? Okay? What was your the year that you went to grade school? And you'll start to see people engaging with each other differently than they had before, simply because I'm asking them to talk about themselves. I had this happen to us down in Florida when I gave this presentation. It was the most effective thing I did the entire session. And it was funny too. One lady got up there and said, I voted for Eisenhower and I'd vote for him again. I'm like, oh, that's not happening, man. I'm sorry. This is going to be tough. But as we break down, and apologies if you can't see it closely, I'm just going to skim over these particular divisions, the traditionalists, the boomers, and who we are. You're going to see some funny stuff here. Okay? Time to go to the Wayback Machine. But I want to focus on the bottom section. It talks about our leadership styles within the various pillars. And they are extremely different. And I can tell you that it's across the board different than people realize. The traditionalists, World War II was their social marker. Boomers will say their social marker was the moon landing. Gen X, the stock market crash. Remember that? 87? I do. It was awful. September 11th for millennials. Gen Z, certainly what happened with GFC. Gen Alpha, Trump, Brexit, 2016. We are all different people. This is available to you. You'll see it online later. Take a picture if you like. But look at the leadership methods. All 6 of them are very different. Every single one of us works differently. I can tell you for Gen X, I am a coordinating leader. I love to get in the middle of stuff. There are others, Gen Alpha, look at that. They're more of the inspiring. I'm going to sit in the corner and inspire the other individual. So we are different as a people. Within a 30-minute time slot, this is very tough for me to go over, so bear with me. In moving forward, I'm going to give you some ideas that, yes, that I stole. Cameras, don't print this. I stole from Steve Jobs' desk via Benjamin Fay. So if you got a pen and paper, share these with your people. Because these came right on a handwritten note off of his desk. Ready? Number 1, quality of your work must be stellar. Teach it to your team. Substandard work is not acceptable. Period. You ever been in a meeting with Steve and you weren't ready? Like I was one time? Complete humiliation. Okay? Complete and utter humiliation. And it never happened again. Number 2, with your emails, your texts, your phone messages, etc., your reputation and your credibility is at stake. Number 3, you have to explain clearly and persuasively your rationale. You can't just say, hey, boss, I need $250 million. It doesn't work that way. Onboard others to support your vision. Steve was the best at it. He'd tell you he was not the smartest man in the room. He wanted to hire smart people. I have no idea why they hired me. Come on, a little after. Lastly, attack each day with courage and conviction. With courage and conviction. Like your very life depended on it. You're going to go through tough times in the future. You got to know your why. Short video coming up shortly. It's going to feel like you're pushing a rock up a hill. You're going to feel like nobody understands you. Nobody understands you. But I'm asking you to be determined in everything you do. Your why must be stronger than any obstacle. Forget all the reasons it won't work and focus on the single reason why it will. Short video from Matus. I can't explain it any better. Anybody remember Mike Tyson? Remember Buster Douglas? Let me give you the backstory. It's a great video. Can't tell it any better than that. Got to know your why. Your why must be greater than any obstacle you face. Stick to it every day. It must be greater than any obstacle you face. It's been a privilege to talk to you guys today. I look forward for further engagement. There's my email. I want to hear some of your stories. I thank you guys for taking time for me today. Am I on time?
organizational leaders, and that's in the culmination of my book. So I'm excited to be here and to connect with all of you.
So let's talk about who is this old guard and who are these people that we call the new blood. Now, the old guard certainly are people that have established a lot of what we have today. They've established our systems. They've established our procedures. They've established the way that we do business. But we've got a new gang in town, don't we? We have the new gang who is the new blood. And what are they looking for? What they want is digital learning. They want fast. They want to move up the chain. They want learning and development. They want feedback. They want all those kinds of things. So how do we take this very traditional culture and turn it into a more transformational culture? How do we do that? Well, let's take a look at some statistics. And let me move one forward here where we start to see, hang on a minute, go. We start to see some trends. So we've got some trends when we look at the workforce trends. We've got the baby boomers. Good heavens, they are retiring at 10,000 a day. And I just read something about 2 weeks ago that says that it's really about 80% more than what we thought it was going to be. So they are definitely saying, I've done it, I've had it, I'm going from here. So we've got the turnover that we're seeing there. But what else do we start to see in our workforce trends? We start to see things like skyrocketing turnover. What am I talking about? Well, when you look at your turnover and you start getting your interviews out there and you're seeing things like turnover of 60% from the U.S. perspective, 60%, how are you ever going to continue your retention, your productivity, your revenue? How are you going to continue to do that when you've got turnover like this? I don't know how we're going to do it. And then we look at, well, we're going to hire new people. So you start with that, and you've got the person that you book for the interview. You know what? 90% of them are not showing up for the interview. And then you say, well, how about the first day of the job with the few that you've got left that you interview? And you find that it's 22% of them that don't show up for their first day of work. So we're seeing a trend in retention. And then we see they finally do, we get a warm body there, and they do show up for work. And what do we see? We see 17% of them quitting after the first month. And we see 33% of them quitting after the first 90 days. And you say, why? Why are you leaving? Why aren't you here? And the answer could very well be they don't feel engaged, because 70% of the people do not feel engaged at work. Wow. So that means that we're going to have to look at culture. We're going to have to look at what's really happening within our organization. And because we're dealing with a very digital generation, when we're dealing with the millennials and the Gen Z, we have to think about what could we do for digital learning? What could we do to then skill them and ramp them up fast? Does it have to be the one-on-one mentoring that we've had in the past? Does it have to continue to be just the procedures, read the procedures, read the manual, you'll get it? No, it isn't like that anymore. So what can we do digitally? Have you seen the e-mentoring platforms? So you don't have to worry whether somebody's remote or not, because they have e-mentoring platforms that you can join, and you can have the old guard explaining how you really do the job, meshed with the younger person, and you can do it vice versa, where the younger person is helping the older person maybe with technology until they do walk out that door. You've got things like digital learning platforms. People don't like the talking head anymore. It's fine if it's live, but if it is recorded, they don't want it. So if it isn't the talking head, what's the alternative? I don't know if you've seen a program called Pictory.ai. If you haven't, write that down. Because when you're training your Gen Zs and you're training your millennials, and pretty much that's the group that wants everything now, not 5 minutes from now, now, then those are the people that you can do the short bursts in video rather than the talking head, 2 to 5 minutes in length, and who cares if you have 10 or 12. Point is that they are learning in the way that they feel comfortable. So there's a lot of things you could do, gamification. But what we must do, what we must fall back on, is that we need to change. We need to take a look at what people really want from the culture today, and we must be resilient enough and open enough and flexible enough to make that change. And we can do it. All right, Steph, how about you? You can either sit or you are welcome to come up here, whichever you would rather. And let's move just ahead.
Thanks, Sam. Right, so I just go over a few more insights, echoing what we heard from Michael and Nan. Clearly, there is a fundamental shift that is precipitating faster than ever, moving from traditional way of thinking in IT systems on even, IT is just a representation, but the underlying businesses are rapidly showing signs of a change. And what these are is Internet 2.0 did a lot of things, made life easier, new business models emerged. One great example is the YouTube monetization, right? But what's in store next as we enter into Web3 is models where the users, the content creators, are very much part of the entity that are creating the value itself. And this has been experimental so far. My background has been in running innovation services within an entrepreneurial organization and also working with innovation councils across the globe. We have been kind of watching this phenomenon for close to 6 years now and baselining the technology improvements, what's possible, what's not possible at different places. And we are realizing we are at the cusp of a major shift where some of these possibilities and the capabilities have emerged to a point these new emerging business models are now possible. And this is academic research, rigorous research that just got published last month. I can share some details, and there are some baselines. And we see it as a horizontal innovation, and hence myself in some reference implementations were able to see the early stages of what these efficiencies could be, and they are hyper efficiencies, hyper productive efficiencies. So some of the work that we realized of that, we do is about understanding these architectures and what is the significant difference and what are the aspects of how these distributed ledgers work. If AI has done so much, what would a distributed AI model do? If it is possible, if it could be run in real world use cases with privacy and regulated structures beyond some experimental things that have been going on so far. So these are the services we do, primarily innovation function and services to be able to do rapid experimentation and finding out the factors of scale. And the verticals we are seeing a whole bunch of opportunities moving on is in this export-import, e-commerce trade cycles and supply chains, cash flow optimization around regulated type of same DLT structures, what it could emerge into, and what effects does it have on insurance content, and more importantly, where the users are going to hang out in this Web3 world and how to reach them. So you can contact us for more details. We will try to, these are some of the partner organizations which are helping us draft these frameworks as we go. And you can learn more. And I'm available for any questions throughout the day here as well. Thank you.
Thank you much. It always helps to know what's on the horizon, especially in technology. I would suggest that you might want to take a picture of QR codes as we go. I did forget my QR code, so I'm going to show you. There it is. And what do you get from that? It's what you're going to get from several of our panelists, and that is 3 documents that I think are going to very much help you along with getting from here to here and trying to build that culture you're looking for. So that QR code will lead you to 3 downloadable documents. That's the one place you're going to see it. In addition, we're going to have a table out back in the next room. You can see it there as well. All right, now Karen, are you ready to rock them a little bit with what's happening in your life way up in the Yukon, right?
Okay, I'm going to talk about mentorship from several perspectives. I've been in the people management business for 40 years, and I could probably talk for half a day, so I will try to be really, really brief. Right now, I'm doing a project with the First Nation in the Yukon, and as I said earlier, part of my job is to mentor a First Nations person to become a leader. And you can get all of the technical stuff on the steps by going on the internet. So I want to tell you a story based on real experience. I took on a trainee and I was told that, oh my God, this person has no hope. They can't do anything. This trainee happened to be the son of one of the members of the legislature. So guess what? I had to say, yes, I can do it. I worked with this person for 2 years. And not only did I get them to be an HR professional, they became the regional director in an entire region. And some of the things I did was, first of all, you know, yesterday they talked about throwing out traditional job descriptions. I identified the competency of what this person would need to achieve to be successful, rather than focusing on words on a piece of paper. And then I worked with him to determine what his skills were presently, and identified a path as to how he could gain the skills he needed. And the other thing that I did, you know, principle number 1 of adult learning, work from where that person is and not from where you want them to be. And so the other thing was I wanted to respect the culture. So one morning he might phone me and say, Karen, it's a great day for hunting. I want to go hunting. All right, Danny, go hunting. That's fine with me. And that helped really cement our relationship. The Canadian government in their Canada Labour Code now has, for all federally regulated employers, allowing 5 days of traditional pursuits a year for First Nations people. And someone said to me, well, gee, Karen, you know, that's like a holiday. It is not a holiday. It is part of their way of life. And part of successful mentorship is recognizing a person's way of life and integrating that as part of your program. The other point here was this person was very uncomfortable going to a lot of Southern institutions. So I had worked at the College of New Caledonia in Prince George. I called up the president. I said, I have a First Nations person here who has a lot of potential. What can you do to customize a program? And sure enough, they were able to customize a program. So he did not need to go to Southern Canada. He was able to go to Northern British Columbia and get the academic part of the program. And the other thing I did along the way was I measured performance. I often sound like a broken record when I talk about defining expectations, but 90% of the time when people get fired, it's because they haven't been clear about expectations. So therefore, the employee or the mentor or whoever it is really doesn't understand. And defining expectations is like magic. It's just let me know what you want and I'll do it. So along the way, I developed a plan. I spent a lot of time with the mentee. I measured performance and I cared about them as a whole person. And that really did work magic. Their next step is they want to run for political office. So that's one part of my story. The other part of my story is when I first started out in my own business, I was sitting in a client's office. And again, he was a small business and he was on the phone to the president of his industry association. And he said, I have Karen in my office, and you know what we need to do? We need to change the law. And so the president of the association said, well, can't we do it ourselves? And he said, oh no, I won't use the real word he used, but basically he said, we'll just make them mad. She knows how they think. She can take us through this. So I became a mentor to small business owners from 4 industries in how you get through government and change legislation. These guys were totally intimidated. So I brought them all to the table with me instead of doing it myself. And it took me a couple years, but I changed a regulation under the BC Employment Standards Act that developed in win-win for both the employer and the employee. And to this day, they still call me to mentor them through government processes. So my purpose right now is twofold. I'm still working with business, but I'm also working with First Nations because I really believe that they should be in charge of their government rather than non-First Nations people always doing that. So I'm quite fine with working myself out of a job because if you are a successful mentor, there's always another job ahead. It's all about success through successful people. Thank you.
That was great. And it's really true, isn't it? Success through successful people. But, you know, I think that a couple of things that you said that are so important are laying out the expectations, doing performance standards, doing those key performance indicators, all those things that we kind of go, oh, we have to do it. The answer is yes. And your other key thing was measurement. But I think she said you must measure to see where you are. And then if the people are not coming up to standards, then you need to do your individual development plan or something like that.
Yes.
All right. So Shayna, it is your turn.
So everyone, as an attorney, entrepreneur, and attorney business owner myself, I'd like to tackle our topic of moving from the old guard to the new blood to dealing with something that many business owners, we as business owners, may not want to think about, but is exceptionally important to the trajectory of our business. So we all know that at some point we're going to actually be exiting this thing that we've taken the time to create, that we've poured all of this love into. You're going to exit in one way or another, right? You're either going to go out voluntarily because you sold your business. You're going to go out involuntarily, perhaps because you've been in an incapacitating event, or perhaps you've passed away in the midst of your business. And so when I work with business owners, and as one myself in thinking about what my own exit is going to be, and what I've seen with clients that I've worked with we've stewarded them through the process, and from some stories and lessons that I've learned, there are a couple of things that I'd like to share with you about this process of succession, of moving out, of moving on, of letting your business take on its next iteration or the shutdown. Forgive me, I have allergies. So, so many of the things that I see for business owners, and that of course I tackle for myself, is that when you're looking to make this transition out, one of the things that I love to share with business owners, because they're often not thinking about that transition, what I love to share with people is I really want you to begin with the end in mind, right? What do you actually want to have happen when you leave? Do you want to sell and take a profit? Do you want to shut down? Do you want to pass it on to the next generation, someone who's seen your life or a family member? That can often be difficult for business owners because if you're in the trenches of entrepreneurship like I am, you know that you are often so enmeshed in those day-to-day, month-to-month decisions, and that time when you're leaving just seems so far out, right? But one of the key things about thinking about where you want to go allows you to reverse engineer the process to get to where you want to get to. And so I want to share a couple of key things that I've seen that have led to success in the succession process for business owners. First of all, you're going to have a business owner that is very keyed into or is working with professionals that allow them to be keyed into having those business fundamentals that often fly by the wayside. Are you keeping your corporate books and records up to date? Are you having your annual meeting? Do you even know what those things are? you'd be amazed to see and know how many people who are running multi-million-dollar businesses. I ask them where their corporate records book is, where their seal is, when their last time was that they've kept the minute. They've got no idea what I'm talking about, right? So I think that goes to show that you can have an extreme amount of success without having fundamentals in place. But I think that also leads you to think about how much more successful, how much more secure can you feel when you really know what it is to have that foundation for your business, and you know that you're moving, you're standing, you're rocking on solid ground. So I think that successful succession is going to be built on those fundamentals of keeping corporate books and records up to date, of making sure that you've got your books and your numbers in order. Who's your accountant? Who's your CFP? Who's your CFO if you're at that level? Do you know what's going on with your money, right? Two things. Insurance and financial reports are a part of that as well. The other thing that I see for successful businesses, successful business owners that exit out, is that they are really in tune with having built processes and procedures that can function without them being there. I think a key litmus test of how successful your business can be without you, how ready it is for succession, for you to not be there, is how long can you step away and the business run, right? So what do you have documented about the policies and procedures that are necessary to move your business forward, to keep it in order? Who knows where that documentation is? Who's moving with you in tandem? Who are you training in tandem to move those policies and procedures forward? And then the last thing I will say is, who are those key players that you're working with, that you're mentoring, that you've identified, that are going to take the reins when you're no longer here? So I don't know about you guys, but I was a huge fan of the HBO show Succession. I was a huge fan of it because it showed in so many ways how you don't want to go out. It was a show, the way that gentleman exited. So many negative lessons that you can take, that you can flip to the positive, right? One of the things I think there are, I agree with our previous keynote speaker in that, there are just, you have to make sure that there are players there that are looking to be there, that you're taking along with you. If you have a family business, do you really know and think that your kids want to take it over? You need to have those conversations. Have you identified the people in your business that you're bringing along and know what's going on, right? You've got to know who these key people are. You've got to train them up. It can't just be, I'm selling today. Where's that person at, right? You need to have had that train, that thought of how you're going to seamlessly move people in, how you're going to have the finances, perhaps based in insurance, for a buyout, so on and so forth. So you've got to put as much into the people, the procedures, the foundation, in order to have that seamless shift to move you out in the way that you want to, and to move that new blood in. Thank you.
Thank you, Shayna. When we go out to the table, we have some QR codes that you have that's probably going to lead people to some of the areas and what they can do on succession planning. Do you, Shayna? Yes, or at least.
So what I've got for you guys is my website. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Happy to answer them here while we're at the panel and anytime that I see you. Love this topic. Would love to help anyone who's looking
so you can come out
forward.
to the table with us afterwards, maybe. I have a number of succession documents, but I'd be happy to also give you the QR code too. So loads of resources. Take advantage of this panel and what you've got to talk to you. And I would like to introduce Amber, but Amber just told me something that is so interesting. She just got a big award at this conference, and it was, I may not say it right, the Leadership and Education. Was there another word to it?
It's outstanding leadership at the Education 2.0.
Fantastic. That is wonderful. Good for you. So I would like to then introduce Amber and have her go on to her learning matrix.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And just thank you to all of the panelists, and every single one of them had such an important message. And to me, the heartbeat of that message is about change. And really, when we think about succession planning, it's change management. And change is not anything that any of us love. Raise your hand if you love change, right? No. Oh, a couple of you do. Well, never mind. The few crazies of us, right, love change. Woohoo! Because we can help you with change. We're comfortable with change. But typically change leads to discomfort. Typically there's resistance to change. And in this concept of succession, it is the old guard that is often that person who is the most resistant. And that's because as they are looking for, they didn't do the fundamental planning, right? They're running around right now looking for who is that person going to be. They're looking for a unicorn. They're looking for a copy of themselves. They're not going to find that person. So I want to tell you a little tiny story about someone I'm working with now. His name's James. I've worked with him for several years. He is the CEO of his firm for the last 30 years, and it has been a very successful company that he has grown. It is the top firm in his industry. He's an exceptional leader, but he called me with a problem. And that problem was he is ready to retire, and he is ready to pass that on to the next person. He can't find that person. He has interviewed over 25 people, and by the way, to get to the interview is a very exhaustive process of vetting them. Still can't find his unicorn. So I said, I'm going to ask you 3 questions, and those are the 3 questions I'm going to share with you today. So the first question has to do a little bit with what Nan had spoken about, which has to do with skills. Are there leadership training skills instituted in his organization or in yours that are specific to your industry? I'm not talking about leadership management or leadership development. It's on some learning management system somewhere that nobody ever takes, right? But that's specific to your industry. So think for a moment, what would be an absolutely crucial skill for your organization that the leader must have? What is that? And are you training to that currently in your organization now? So that's that first question. In fact, I want to share with you, Forbes did some research on this. That's what all those numbers are on the slide there. That company training programs yield 218% higher income per employee than those who do not have those kinds of training in place. That's a wonderful number, right? Wouldn't we all like to get there? Of course, there is an expense to it. That's 280% increase in revenue. Powerful. So my second question for James and for you has to do a little bit with what Karen was talking about, has to do with knowledge transfer. And typically when we think knowledge transfer, we do think mentorship. That has been the more traditional method. But I would really challenge that we would have a knowledge transfer system. Maybe it's the policies and procedures. Maybe it is simply mentorship. But I think we should leverage AI. With the natural learning program algorithms that they have out there, they can take what we share and organize it and categorize it and make it easier to retrieve so we can share those best practices with those future leaders. So do you have a process in place of knowledge transfer? Even if it's simply documenting and keeping those minutes and those records, do you have that? If not, you need to, or you're not going to be able to have a seamless plan. So my last question, before I tell you though, I found some research on that too. This is Deloitte actually. 86% of business leaders consider knowledge transfer to be of utmost importance, yet only 14% are ready for that challenge. Yikes. So we need to prioritize it. Just as we'd prioritize meeting our KPIs, we need to prioritize how we are transferring that knowledge. Okay, so my last question has to do with mindset. And this mindset concept is, do you have, and did James have, a legacy leadership mindset where we prioritize the development of future leaders, where you are shifting your focus from short-term achievements to long-term sustainability? Are you aware that every single interaction you have on your team has a ripple effect for long-term success? And having that intentional focus when you meet the individuals in your organization. So that mindset is really important, and Harvard Business Review did some research on that and said that leaders who prioritize their legacy report 48% stronger performance during succession planning. So when we prioritize it, we see the benefit. So whenever you're thinking about how am I going to find that that unicorn, or how am I going to find that duplicate of me? You're not going to. But if you do these steps and you have the training and the skills, and you have the knowledge transfer, and you have that mindset, you'll be able to cultivate that person from within your organization or find alignment with someone else that can take your organization to that next level. So I believe that when we apply change management and learning and development methodologies, we move from succession planning to succession management. We should be managing it every single day and not waiting until we're ready to retire, like poor Dave. He's still working on it. We don't wait. We take responsibility for that now, and we work with those individuals in our organization now that can be those future leaders, that can take those reins from us. So I will conclude with a quote from my book, Torch, and it is, before you pass the torch, you must first have a torch worth passing. Thank you.
Oh, you got a leadership award yesterday. Tell us about it.
But I also want to say that
You say anything you'd like, Lynn.
It's no problem. This morning I read on a news report that TELUS Health in British Columbia did a cross-Canada survey of young people in the workplace. What they found out was 40% of millennials feel isolated at work because they feel like nobody cares. And so one of the things, like I mentioned when I did my mentorship, was to really care. And yesterday when I was talking to someone at the table, I mentioned that, you know, in my working with First Nations and being on site, young people come into my office and they're very surprised that somebody with my experience would even want to talk to them. They want communication. A lot of the times, because they've grown up so tied to their phones and their computers, they lack social skills. And so they really need to know that they have support of those of us who have the experience to provide them with the mentorship that they need to really be successful in the future. And as Amber just said, it is about having the tools to pass on. It's about having the policies and procedures to lay your foundation, because without a foundation, the house falls down. And you know, as I said yesterday when I got my award presented, was the moment of truth is always on the front line. Thank you.
So tell us about your award.
Oh, I received an award for outstanding leadership in the human resources industry.
Woo! Good for you. I think where we have really landed is that succession planning is not just for people who are retiring or walking out the door. We're seeing succession planning needed at every level of your organization. When you have a manager who leaves, you've got to have something in place for policy, procedures, performance standards, key performance indicators, all those kinds of things. And we need to think about who's that next person in line. And even if that person is, well, 35, let's say, or 40, if they leave, you still need to keep that ball rolling. And so succession planning is at all levels and all ages, in reality.
And I even would say, because this is diving in with what I'm seeing in the new workforce, it's very distributed, it's very global, it's more guild-like structures. So you need, this new knowledge worker management is a little bit different from what we have done, and we need to understand how to encourage this workforce.
And my last words would be, and make it digital if you can. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, we're going to be out at a table toward the doors at the end. We'll give you all kinds of goodies and QR code stuff you can get. So join us out there if you can do that. We'll be glad to see you. Thank you so much.
Makes me feel comfortable. It's all good. Well, thank you so much for coming and being here, inviting us to participate on this informative panel. I think that as we start, it's important to recognize inspiration is something that we all want and need in varying ways. And in the context of the topic here, from inspiration to action, we want to motivate participants to implement actual change after meetings. Just a quick poll, informal poll. How many of you have been in a meeting that you felt could have been an email? Raise your hand. I know I have. How many of you have been in a meeting and you felt afterwards that you would have rather have been sitting in a tub full of scissors than to have actually been in that meeting? I have felt that before. Not often, hopefully. When we're actually making a difference, we're making change happen, that's when we feel like we're being productive. When we're in a meeting and it doesn't feel like we're getting anywhere, it could be a one-on-one meeting, it could be a team meeting, it could be a larger group setting. It's really uncomfortable, and we kind of question why we're there. And so I'm excited to have this conversation with my esteemed panelists. Before I ask them to introduce themselves, I'll just give you a quick intro. My name is Evan Blumenthal, as you heard. I am a professional EOS implementer. For those of you who don't know what EOS is, it's not the lip balm. I mean, not in the context of what I do. It stands for the Entrepreneurial Operating System. And it's not a technology or a software. It's a people operating system. It's a way of harnessing the human energy in one's business so that you can get more of the right stuff done day in and day out and gain clarity around your vision, gain traction towards that vision, and build a healthier team together. So the work that I do is as an executive coach, teacher, and facilitator of simple and practical tools that really help entrepreneurs and their leadership teams get more done. But action, not just theory. So I'm excited about this topic because while I have a lot to share, I really want to hear what the rest of the panel. So I'd like to ask them to introduce themselves. So we'll go from my left.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Sophia Rando. I am the founder and CEO of Rinse the Essential. My company is all about growth. We run new revenue generation. So we're very sales oriented is one aspect of the business. The second one is the human element. And so when we coach, we always say process then people. So when we look at the process, does it include people consideration? Does it include the pros and cons of those process and the effect it will have on our people? And so we take a look at this to maximize the efficiency, not only of the company, but the people, and see how we can actually get them to grow and want to grow further, which is part of the motivation. We take them into consideration, take their input, they're more likely to want to do things versus being told and say, oh yeah, that's what I got to do, I got to show up and check, versus going beyond. And so the key for our company is to get people to go beyond. So that's me in a nutshell. Looking forward to answer a few questions.
Greetings to everyone. I'm Annie Andrews. I'm on my third job. I retired twice. I failed that. So I have to start something.
Good job.
So I retired from a successful career in the United States Navy. Then after, I was deployed with the Federal Aviation Administration in Washington, D.C. and working, of course, in government as a senior executive. After all of that, and for many years, I decided that, I love what I do. I've always mentored, talked with people. So I'm going to do my own business. So I now am the president and CEO of Andrews Consulting Enterprise. And what that is about all the things that I know through experience, like many of you, but working human resource strategy, as well as being an executive coach. A lot of that would work with individuals or organizations, and a lot of times working with women also in leadership, because sometimes they find that they can't find their place at the table. And when they do, they need to certainly speak while they are at the table and stand up,
straighten up or square up and speak up at times because you do know exactly what goes on. So my job, and what I desire to do, is to empower, encourage, and elevate others to reach their goals and their next step in life, and to find their purpose, but also to find their passion in what they're doing. I look forward and also with my other panelists as well as working and answering any questions you have at that time. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Stephanie Bathurst. I'm a PhD clinical sexologist and a licensed relationship therapist. I own a private psychosexual practice in Oahu, Hawaii. My specialties are human psychology, interpersonal relationships, and integrative medicine for mental health. I contract with small business leaders who are looking to build milieu morale in a holistic and psychological way.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Jose from San Jose, California. I am not as educated or as sophisticated as the rest of our panelists, but I am a self-made entrepreneur. I own a major hospitality staffing agency in the Bay Area. We employ about 400 employees. I started there about 15 years ago, working as a catering attendant and working my way up to ownership. And now I've discovered that the most beautiful part of our life and business journey is being able to not only live the life we want, but also help the people that support our dreams and their dreams together to create a better world, and to be able to bring that energy and inspiration and motivation to as many people as we can. So I've founded a company called Second Chance to Life, which is the one I'm representing today. And my goal is to bring lots of energy, lots of insights and inspiration to as many people as I can, as well as the rest of my team and businesses that I have. So I think motivation and inspiration is something very deep that we need to continue to focus on. So it's really cool to be part of this panel, because I think as I was listening to the last panel talking about technology and how kids and people are really getting lost in the digital world, and our mindset is definitely key to motivation, and our heart is deep for inspiration. So this is a beautiful topic for me, so thank you.
Thank you all for sharing. Before we go to our first question, I just want to add one anecdote. Listening to all of you with such a varied level of experiences, different industries, different types of clientele that we work with, one thing is common, and I'm going out on a limb here. We all work with humans, right? And working with humans requires that if we want to get them to take action, we need to inspire them, because we can get more done in that way. They'll do more. They'll want to be participating more. And that, it kind of dovetails to the question I was asking earlier. But I just want to share from a personal perspective, part of what I enjoy and what gives me energy and inspires me to do what I do is to help actualize potential of others. And the reason why that's really energizing for me is because my personal entrepreneurial journey has been somewhat inverse of most entrepreneurs. Many entrepreneurs, they have an idea for a product or a service, and they kind of get some family and friends together, maybe bootstrap it. Hopefully they can build it to that point of maybe an exit, unicorn status, something of that nature, and do some more things. I started my career while I was in graduate school at Fortune 1, working at Walmart, starting the world's largest company with 2.2 million associates globally, 611 billion in revenue last year. And then after 4 years of working and helping manage about 11 different stores, going through a management training program where I learned a lot about how to run and operate a great business, I then went to a family business, which was my family. I was a fifth generation member in that family business for about 15 years. And the personal dynamic of working in a family business is complicated, to say the least, but there's kind of three aspects in that. There's the ownership, there's the family, and then there's the business. And so it was through this EOS process that I was able to successfully ultimately exit that business with a liquidity event 2 years ago that never would have been possible without harnessing that human energy towards a common goal. And so as I was able to kind of be free to live my entrepreneurial life, you know, at EOS we call it the EOS life, which is doing what you love with people you love, making a huge difference, getting compensated appropriately, and having time to pursue other passions. I have yet to meet anybody, whether they're running on EOS or not, who thinks that's a bad idea, right? So irrespective of what we do. And so with that context, I am excited to work with others to help them get what they want from their businesses and the relationships that they have. And it's kind of a way of giving back. And so I'm excited about this. So let's go to our first question. You know, as we think about understanding motivation, we talked about motivation before. What are the underlying psychological principles that drive motivation? Let's say after. I'm happy to, you know, and not everybody has to answer. If you have something you want to contribute, that's fine. We'll kind of more of a conversation.
Let's see hear Stephanie on this one. Yeah, I'll take it. So I think there's a lot. There's a lot that we can do environmentally within the community. I know the earlier panels today we're discussing a lot about like building this sense of togetherness and belonging that gives people purpose, help them feel proud and loyal for who they're working for and the community and network that they developed there. When we look into the productivity of mega companies like Netflix, Apple, and Google, we know through studies like the Bain study that they are 40% more productive than the average organization. And we ask ourselves why. What is it that they're doing in their organizational structure, or what they're providing in terms of like a social experience that increase productivity levels so much without the number of work hours increasing? Because we know study after study after study, putting in more grit and forcing through a 12-hour day does not increase productivity levels. It doesn't motivate people to want to work harder and think more creatively and invest in the company or stay long term, right? So what we look into and what we learn from these studies is that encouraging the human first means respecting that they need things like self-care and brain breaks, that their eyes cannot be glued to a blue light for longer than 45 minutes before your brain fog starts to kick in. Encouraging fresh food that feeds the neurochemicals of motivation, like GABA, dopamine, serotonin, right? These are easy implementations. Just having like some dark chocolate and some nuts and seeds and berries in the break room to help feed their bodies and their minds and their social soul in a way that helps people feel motivated and want to give back rather than just kind of check the boxes.
Sophie, do you have something you want to say?
Yes, and thank you, Stephanie, for this. I think it's a great reflection of the things that are needed in our surrounding, in our environment. One of the things I wanted to add was, you know, in couples, being built a couple who play together, stay together. I think it applies to employees, especially now more so with the disconnect when we're talking about COVID and people working more from home. It's very, very hard to feel that synergy, energy exchange when we work half online, half in the office. I think games very often will help this context. Participation of different things will help get that mental break, the participation from different people, get them to play, get them social together, whether they are in the office or online. We've done several games with different people over the last couple of years, more specifically. I've done it in 9 different countries, and every single company, we have fun. Everybody was engaged in the process at 100%, even those who rolled their eyes when we proposed we were going to do the game. So just a suggestion to increase the level of engagement and needing engagement.
just something to consider for your own.
I'd like to add, also making yourself available. I find that what I had started was called Your Voice Matters. And that's where your voice matters. It's a volunteer, and anyone could come in around lunchtime. They can bring their lunch, and they could just come and talk with you and ask things. Um, and I find that that was important because whether they were in the headquarters or throughout the country, you made it where you can do it by VCC or you can Zoom, and anyone can call in as a volunteer basis. And at first, people are worried about, oh, what is the CEO or what are people going to say? But I find people were much more open. They got to engage directly with you and not go through managers and leaders and directors and everyone else that try to keep them out and away from you. And I find when you're engaging with them personally, they don't mind engaging with you, and they're more open that way. And they're more adaptable that way because they know that you care. And having that caring part about you, which I think is just so important, because as you pointed out, Evan, we're all here sitting here, and most of us too, it's all about the people first. And those are the most important resources overall.
Thank you. Jose, was there something?
And that's exactly, I'll piggyback off that. I think it's the culture, right? I think we see nowadays the talk about money and incomes and quiet quitting and people now coming back to work and all the challenges after COVID. And I kept reading that culture was better than money. And as I look back on how I built my staffing agency from 50 employees to 400 employees and growing my office team, again, I didn't really have a strategy or an EOS system, but I just did it naturally. And what I realized was I had a vision, I had my why, I had my what, I knew what I wanted to do, I knew who I wanted to serve, and I knew that I needed people to help me accomplish that dream. So I think that's the important part overall, right, is knowing what the vision is for your business or service or product, being able to find the right people that can help you with that, and then being able to understand the people that are going to support that dream and that vision and those targets and those goals. If we can dream together, talk together, brainstorm together, collaborate, and really not only me come in as the leader, as the boss with my demands and my requests and my purpose, but also to do it together so that we also were on the same journey, and to be able to listen to our employees and the people on our team, right, is really important to know what they're feeling emotionally, where their mindsets are, what is that they need. I was studying with a guy, Tony Robbins. I'm sure a lot of you've heard of him, and he talks about don't put the shortest guy on the team if you're on the basketball court. Don't put the shortest guy on the team to go do slam dunk. He's not the right person. He could be the best guy on your team, hoorah, but you have to know how to position your team as well, right? And being able to ask them what they like to do, get to know what they need and what they're good at, and being able to position your team, but not just come in with your rules. You have to build that culture, build the culture of understanding and collaboration, and giving the team, making them feel like a family. And that's what I realized with my company now is that as we continue to grow, it's like recently, everybody's coming back to the office, and I implemented a 4-day back to the office rule. And I said, you don't have to come back we've been doing 3 days. So now I said, well, you don't have to come back 4 days a week. But we're going to have this tracker where we're going to be, everybody at the end of each meeting and at the end of each week, they track their own progress. I don't have to be micromanaging. They know what their responsibilities are, and they go every week and they check it off and they report back. And I said, so you don't have to come in every 4 days a week, but it's up to you because every Christmas is a bonus based on performance, right? And so that's been motivating, and everybody's back at the office 4 days a week, but they have the freedom to come in only 3 days a week. So giving some flexibility, knowing what they want and need, and then being on that journey together as a family, as a partnership, I think is to business success.
There were so many great insights there. One thing I'd like to add is that, well, firstly, not every company needs to implement DOS. So, and that's fine. It's just a way of running your business more effectively. If you have a great way, keep doing it. It's working. Nothing wrong with that. One of the things that we help our clients do is to help identify those right people for the organization, those people that fit your culture. And the way that we do that is getting clear and discovering those core values of the organization. These are not things that we want to put on the wall or behind the receptionist or on the coffee mugs or on the back of the business card. It's more about understanding who we are at the core and what we want from the culture of the organization. What are those characteristics, those behaviors, those things that no amount of money would we sacrifice this for, that matters that much? Those are the things that will help you determine if you have the right people in the organization. Because if you're hiring, reviewing, rewarding, and recognizing people based on those core values, then you're attracting those right people the people that fit your culture, the people that you want to be surrounded with. And you're also scaring away everyone else, which is fine, by the way, because you don't want them anyway. They're lost for your business. They might be good people, they might not be the right fit for you. And so once you have those core values discovered and clearly articulated, and you can attract those right people, you also want to make sure they're in the right seat. Because if they're not in the right seat, to your point before, I used to play basketball. As a kid, and I wasn't dunking, so they moved me from center to forward to guard by the time I was graduate high school. I just stayed the same height. Everyone else is growing. If you don't have the people who get it, who want it, who have the capacity to do that job, not to have a job, not to just get a paycheck, but to wake up every day energized to do that, that's how you can help determine if you have the right people in the right seat. You want to have the right people in the right seat, you got to have both. So I'd like to move on. I know that we could probably talk about this all day, but there's some other questions that I think will be informative both for each other as well as the audience. So the next question I'd like to ask is regarding effective meeting design. Are there any strategies that any of you have found successful that you employ to keep participants engaged during meetings so that they're receptive to implementing change post-meeting or after meeting? So what are you doing in the meeting? Well, is there a meeting design or structure that you have found to be particularly helpful?
I'll go ahead and start. I think one thing that's important is that when you set out a plan for what you want your people to do, you follow up and follow through. As I always say, follow up, follow through until a completion of an action or a plan. Because if not, if you don't see that you're interested at some point in time to have some type of check-in to see how they're doing. Because sometimes people can be stuck and they don't want to come to you or they don't want to say anything and they're just waiting, and you certainly know that you have a plan already. You know that you need to move on, but you see things are not getting done. So I think just having periodic check-in, how things are going. Is there any additional questions that you may have? Is there something that we need to change about the strategy? Because let's say if a project may be 3 to 6 months, maybe there's something else that maybe needs to be added at the time. And I think it's important to set those goals, set some type of structure, still be flexible in those structure, and have feedback on how things are going. But also important in there is let them come to you with even ideas they may have. Because sometimes it's not always about everything coming from the top down. You have a lot of people that out there, especially when we're working cross generations, that have ideas that can, and be flexible to listen to those and make those appropriate changes. Thank you.
Let me add up to this. So I'm just going to kind of take this from a productivity standpoint, meeting of what are we doing to get the needle moving. A couple of things come to mind. The first one is having an agenda. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story. I personally actually walked out from an executive meeting because I forgot what I was there for. True story. I actually walk up,
I love that.
left. And somebody came over and talked to me afterwards and said, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why? What happened?" Somebody says Sophie left the meeting. And I didn't even realize I had left the meeting that was going on. Why? There was no agenda. People were talking about the weather and everything without really, and I'm like, I have no business being here. I'm just going to go. So be clear as to the objective of the meeting would be my number one priority. What are we doing here? What is it for? Number two, if it is to talk about a certain project, what is the status of the project? Who's involved? What is the next item? Do people that are involved in that meeting or in that project, do they need help? Do they need assistance? Do they have the bandwidth to actually carry on with this? Or do they need additional resources? Those are the flexible items that you can pad your meeting with to ensure that, yes, the needle is going to move after this meeting. We're going somewhere. We're not just talking to talk. We're actually putting things in action, and depending on who and what it is, or how long it is for, what's the next action plan and when and who's involved? What needs to fall off in order to get this or make this a priority, if it needs to be?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's it. It's coming in with a plan, right? What's the end result? And then bringing your leadership in, bringing in your energy. I'm so like right now I would play music and dance because like I'm about like bringing energy even though I slept like 3 hours. It's like you have to be prepared, know what you want before you come into the meeting. Bring your energy. You have to if you're low energy and you come in, hey guys, we're gonna have a meeting today. You guys ready? Like what are people gonna say? How are they gonna feel? You have to be able to bring that leadership and get them ready and then present your goals or targets. And then as Annie was saying, it's like the feedback. The feedback is the key, is like the collaboration of talking about this is what we need to do. What do you guys think? How can we get it? What do you need? What are the tools you need to be successful to get these jobs done, and how can I help you? I think that's a big key, and I'll tell a quick story. So I started in the hospitality space about 15 years ago. I had no idea what I was going to do after dropping out of college, and I remember I worked my way up as a catering director into a food service director job as a manager. I managed like corporate dining restaurants in Amazon, the Federal Reserve Bank, San Francisco. I fed a lot of the engineers in the Silicon Valley. And I remember one day I was going to a new cafe that I had to manage, and the manager was retiring, and I had to come in, and I was going to replace the new manager. And I walk in, I'm 5 minutes late, and he says, "What's going on here?" And I said, "Huh?" He goes, "You're 5 minutes late." And I said, "Dude, you're retiring. Like, give me a break, right?" He goes, "No, tomorrow you need to be here 5 minutes early." And I said, "Okay, you got it." And I was like, man, I got to deal with this guy. He was in the Marines, he's like hardcore, restaurant manager. And anyway, the next day, he took me into the kitchen and he asked me, he said, "What do you need for these people to like?" And they all liked him, and he was like a jerk, right? And I was like, this guy is like hardcore. And I didn't understand how people were so kind to him, all of the employees. And he says, "What do you need for these workers to respect you and to get the jobs done right?" And I said, "Well, we're going to work side by side. I don't mind washing dishes. Like, I'll do everything because that's the way I'm designed, right? It's like I have no ego. Let's just work together as a family, as a culture. Let's get the job done." And he goes, "No, that's not it." He says, you need to give them the tools they need to be successful. You can ask them, you can, yell at them, you can write it down, you can send emails, but if they don't have the tools they need to be successful, they're not going to get it done, and they're not going to respect you because they're not going to feel proud. So he takes me in the kitchen. He has me, "Jackie, do you know how to make coleslaw?" She's like, "No, Chef Carlos." And he's like, "Jose, come here. I'm going to show you how to do coleslaw." And so he goes, "Do you know how to make it?" I said, "Nope." So he literally, and he's a big guy, right? He's walking around the kitchen in the fridge, and he's tossing this stuff together, and he puts it together. He goes, "Jackie, do you know how to make that coleslaw now?" She goes, "Yes, Carlos." And she wrote it all down. He goes, "Hey, you know how to do it?" I said, "Yes." He goes, "Okay, tomorrow, Jackie, you do it on your own." And they would stand in these lines serving food. I mean, it was hospitality, right? But they felt so proud about what they were doing, and they were confident, and they did such a great job. So giving them the tools they need to be successful, not just being the boss, I think is really fundamental.
I think all of that, each of us have discussed various components that encourage safety within the milieu of an organization, right? And if there's anything that squashes productivity or motivation, it's anxiety. When we promote anxiety through rigid thinking, through unclear expectations, not providing our employees or mentees the opportunity to explore and be creative and grow in their own authentic way, anxiety amplifies. And what we know about anxiety is that perfectionism and procrastination are direct parallels to one another. That when we feel intense pressure to outperform every single time without fail, or else we're going to experience a significant consequence, it encourages us to continue to push back and push back and push back. And that's not helpful for our employees, who now feels extreme anxiety and potential guilt. It's not helpful for your larger organization in the goals that you have. So clarity, compassion, openness, and availability, playfulness, all of these things encourage an organization of safety and comfort.
Thank you for sharing. One just point to add before we go to our next question is, from a meeting structure and design standpoint, one of the things that we find most helpful is to have a consistent meeting pulse, meeting on a regular cadence, almost like an EKG, right? It's regular, right? And there are spikes, up and down, and some are larger spikes and some are shorter spikes. You need all of them, right? The larger spikes are maybe those annual meetings, corporate strategy, things like that, or identifying those longer range goals. Those kind of medium spikes are those quarterly conversations, those quarterly meetings where you're having those conversations on a more quarterly basis, making sure that you're tracking against your long-term initiatives so that you're not, going off the rails. But then those smaller spikes are those weekly meetings, those weekly touch bases, and that's where really the circles stay connected, because if we can meet on a weekly basis and we have consistency within the framework with the flexibility to address whatever it is that we need to address, that reduces that anxiety. It reduces the uncertainty of, well, okay, what are we walking into? You don't have a situation where there's no agenda and you're like, why am I here? And so there's 5 tenets that we teach to have a consistently effective meeting, and it's very simple. Starts on time, ends on time. Same day, same time, same agenda. So if you're having a weekly meeting on the same day, at the same time, every single week, got the same agenda, obviously it's flexible within the specific agenda items that address specific issues or topics or to-dos or keeping track of measurables or key things that you want to keep track of. So it creates discipline and consistency while also allowing that freedom and flexibility to address whatever it is that you need. And so if you're having that meeting, same day, same time, same agenda, starts on time, ends on time. You're talking about starting on time. You take that Fitzgerald-Barty approach to, early is on time and on time is late, because, if we're showing that we respect other people's time and each other's time, then we should be starting on time and ending on time. So this is something that I found to be helpful personally and professionally. Going to the next question. So we talked about motivation. We talked about effective meeting design. We even touched on some of the follow-up and accountability as well. What are the cultural or organizational factors or how does organizational culture impact participants' motivation so that the company or the meeting can be effective, and so that whatever changes that need to happen, discussing those meetings can happen?
One of the challenge I've noticed, and it's not new really, but we notice it more so now since COVID, is the disconnect between C-level and client-facing employees. For many companies, I deal mostly in the batch of small to medium up to, maybe 300 employees. The bigger the gap. And so how do we bridge that gap to gain the respect of the employees who are frontline? They feel they are not
understood. Very often they feel that they don't necessarily have the right tools because C-level, CFO don't see how broken the process or the tools are. And so bridging the gap between C-level and the frontline workers could certainly help at making that motivation and moving the needle after the meeting.
I could talk all day about that, but I'd like to hear the other panel.
Oh, I agree. I mean, that's I think that's just the key to the success of any business is being able to get everybody on the same boat or the same car and drive together. We had a challenge in one of our businesses recently, and it affected our staff out in the field, and there was about 100 employees. And we didn't have to do anything about it. We could lay people off, or we can do different things, and it was a big challenge. And we decided to bring them together into a meeting and brainstorm even with the field staff and say, hey guys, we're having a challenge at these locations. What do you guys think? And we came up with some great ideas to show them, one, that we care about them and their families and their bills because they're, lower pay grade and it's harder for them. And so we put ourselves in their shoes and understand the struggles that they have. And we also have help them understand the struggles that we have. And I expressed to them that I feel the big responsibility to do the best I can for them, so that because I care. Again, it goes back to caring. It's hard. Like, how many people and companies now do you go work for or you meet that you feel people actually care about you, right? Everybody's really looking for their own points or their own recognition or whatever it is, and it's not to knock them. We're all in our own world, especially with the digital world and how we're all kind of getting disconnected with social media or doing Zoom meetings. It's not the same as being in person. It's not the same as touching people and really listening to people and having that attention span to like listen after 30 seconds and care about what other people have to say, no matter what their pay grade is or no matter what their job is. And that's hard. It's getting harder. It's getting harder for businesses, and that's why you see a lot of them going out of business, or you see them having struggles, or they're just having internal battles. Like it's getting harder with the technology, and it's going to get even harder with robots coming out and taking away jobs. It's going to be more difficult. So the more that we can stick together and keep our families together and stay on the mission together, I think is really, really key. And that's building that culture and working hard at it every day.
I would just like to add, in reference to just continue to build a culture, but knowing your people, knowing not always, you may not know them by name. I like to go around and talk with as many folks, and sometimes even if they're out, regardless of where they are, just to pick up the phone and call. I know what they do. I know the job that they do, but how about their family? I find that when you can talk to people and ask them how's their family, and when you go to see them, how's the kids in school, what's going on, somebody just graduated, but getting to know them for them, and they find that because they want to know from top down, what's your vision, what's your strategy, what's your mission, and that if you can get everybody, regardless of where they're assigned, to just give them 6 words that they can remember, that everybody can repeat. So when I walked into one of the organizations, I just simply put, what is it going to be about from top down and bottom up? 1, mission first, or actually I said people first, mission always, and you matter. So we know about that. And those are just 6 simple words that everyone can use. But when you say you matter, that's you as the CEO or president or director with the people that you have to provide the tools that they need to hear from you, that you know you're going to get them to where they need to go as far as elevating them and giving them the things that they need. And when you do that, they pass it along to the next person. Because sometimes you have those up top, you have those in the middle, and it's your managers that may not carry all of the workload that you want. But I think as you talk with them, give them guidance, and let the people also have a say in these things, and you'll find that impact will go a very long way.
I I think of organizational culture on a macro level, I come back to Gottman's research that tells us that human beings work from a survivalist response at a ratio of 5:1. So for every 5 positive things, they are remembered and felt as equivalently to 1 negative, right? And that's ingrained in our DNA. That's not going anywhere. We have a hyper focus naturally on the negative, and we tend to gloss over the positive. And creatures that are made to be conditioned, which means if we are consistently coming home from work with a negative experience from it, a negative attitude from that environment, that negative condition builds over time, builds the negative association with the culture itself, and encourages us to pull away from it just for self-protection, right? Self-survivalism. So I say that because I think from a cultural perspective, we need to embrace positive feedback, constructivism rather than criticism. There's so much that we can ingrain just in the verbiage that we use within the organization itself, changing from more active, I will, I intend to, I'm excited for, rather than I should, I guess, I could, right? Just changing the language can make those subtle shifts to help an environment feel positive and motivating and encouraging.
I just want to add one thing that I have found really an important thing to keep in mind is that people need to hear things at least 7 times to hear them for the first time. And it's when we talk about organizational culture, we talk about the vision, we talk about the plan and the strategies, but also the behaviors and the characteristics that we expect from ourselves and from others. It's important that we repeat them on a regular basis. So if we have our core values defined and we're sharing them every time we're hiring, every time we're reviewing somebody, we're rewarding somebody, core value shout outs is, one thing that's a really successful way to reinforce those behaviors when you're coming together. But talk about them regularly at your quarterly meetings. I'm not saying you need it every week, but at least on a quarterly basis, make sure that everyone's hearing the same message so that they're not creating things in their mind in terms of what is or isn't expected. You're telling them, here's what we like a checkup from the neck up is how one of my mentors likes to call it. It's let's make sure we're in the right headspace for the greater good of the organization. But at the same time, let's make sure that we're acting accordingly. So it's not just thinking the way that we should be thinking. It's are we acting? Are we exhibiting those behaviors so that someone else can actually notice it? And so if we are, then we can get more of the the results that we want. But a lot of times, like, how do I change the culture? It's like the culture is going to be there. It's going to be positive, negative, neutral, whatever. But it's just a result of the actions and the mindsets and behaviors that take place.
I love this.
Add one more comment.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, off of both your guys' comments, was that the action, as you stated, is so important. So, quick example: I had my sister-in-law who I hired a couple years ago, who came into our office, and we're a happy team. We can sing and dance, and there's no ego, and we're, your win's my win, etc. And she's a great worker, but she started getting into my stuff. She started talking to my bookkeeper. She started creating this bad energy in the company. And sister-in-law or not, I had to pull her into my office because she could start to mess up the culture. And so I sat her down, had a talk with her, and then a couple months later, I actually let her go. And everybody in the team was like, "Whoa! Like, why would you do that?" I said, "Because that was messing up our culture. No matter friends or family, business is business, and we have to keep our culture strong." So that action showed them that this is the mission. This is who we are. No matter who's involved. And another thing was bringing in your customers and your clients. Last year we did 2 big corporate client events to bring all of our customers together. And right before we did that, we actually fired 2 of our customers. So even firing your customers sometimes is healthy for your culture, because how many customers do you have that no matter what, you will never make them happy? They're always looking for a discount. You know, they're trying to give you bad reviews. Like, you just know it's not gonna work. And no matter how much money is involved, you're messing up that culture. Because if they spread that bad news, what is it? Every bad review spread like 6 times. Every time you do something good for someone or someone's happy, they might tell one person or something like that, right? It's like, why do you want that? For some money, or just, you're gonna mess up the culture. And so we created these events for our customers last year, um, and cocktails and music. We did a presentation on how we run our business and all the partners we have, and we just like opened it all up. Like, this is how we roll, right? This is our team. This is where we come from. This is how much we care. The big topic was how much we cared about them, because a lot of them don't realize they're in their business getting services from us, and they don't realize how much we're going to work for them every day. So we said, well, why don't we just show them how much we actually care? Why don't we show them everything we do, so that we can, be prideful, but also tell them that they're part of our family as well. And sure enough, this year we had a big challenge with a big corporation that we have a contract with, and those clients that came to those events have stood up for us more than any of the other customers that didn't know us. It was just business issues. But these customers fight for us, and they respect us, and they love us, and they treat us like family now. So the culture is not just your team; it's also the people that you serve.
Yeah, I love that. We only have a couple minutes left, but that was so valuable. I think it's so important to recognize, who you want to be surrounded with, both internally and externally, is so important. Because it's okay to scare everyone else away. Actually, I just want one last comment on that. Whether it's internal, an employee or associate, if they don't fit your core values, you can promote them to customer status. It's fine. It's a nicer way of saying you're fired. But you're promoted to customer status. You can buy our products or services anytime you want. We just can't work here. So we have just a couple minutes. I'd like to take one or two questions before we take closing remarks. Anybody have a question that would like to? Other than the blinding light. If not, we'll just go to closing remarks. We have 2 minutes.
Totally get it.
So, all right. Any closing remarks? Any thoughts? Anything that you'd each like to share? Maybe 30 seconds each.
I can jump in. I think when we're talking about evoking change and motivating our employees, we really need to meet them wherever they're at, right? The 5 stages of change: pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, action, maintenance. 5 stages of change for motivational interviewing. Figure out where they are in that change process and attend to that. Don't speak to them in a different stage of change, because there's no way that they're going to be receptive and able to hear it, and it's a waste of both of your energies. So try and do that evaluation with them first, get on the same page, and then you have a potential of ending on the same page where it's productive.
Thank you.
I just would like to add, as a leader, be the change you want. It has to start with you. And then others will see that and also follow on what you do. So be that change that you want to be, and be the change you want to be.
Love that.
Beautiful.
Support that 100%. Be there. Understand them. Share. Those are all words that resonated with me a lot today, and hopefully they resonated with you as well.
I think my last takeaway is that we're all very special in this room because we're all driven for something special. And there's a lot of people that could be here and they're not. And there's a lot of people that sign up for things like this. And there's a lot of people that don't. And so we're the leaders of the world, right? Be the change that you want to see. Exactly. And so we are the ones that need to go out there and share the love and create results and create culture and show people that we care. So hopefully our panel was good for you guys today.
Well, thank you. And just as a closing thought on that, it's like what you tolerate, you endorse, right? So think about that. If you're a leader in the organization, you might just be the bottleneck, right? So as goes the leadership team for the leader, so goes the rest of the organization. So model the behavior that you want, but make sure it's real and not aspirational, because people will see through those aspirational types of things. So be real with yourself, hold yourself accountable, but make sure that you set an environment where everyone can hold themselves accountable, because that's really the best way to do that. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate everyone's participation.
Thank you.
Great to have you.
Thank you again, panelists, for that engaging discussion. Let's give them one more round of applause. We are now going to go into our favorite moment of the CXO 2.0 conference, our recognition session. We're excited to have Sean Shakarami, founder of Opelio, to help us hand out the certificates. Let's welcome Sean to the stage. We would like to firstly take a moment to express our heartfelt appreciation to our valued sponsors, whose generous support has made this event possible. I would like to call on stage our platinum sponsor, Michael Cook, public speaker, CEO, and co-founder of the Michael Cook Group. Come on up, Michael. Give it up one more time for Michael. Thank you so much for your support. Next, I would like to call up our gold sponsor, Gary Wu, CEO of Total Max Homes. One more time for Gary and his contribution. And I'd also like to welcome up our bronze sponsor, Kyle Clubb, Chief Analytics Officer of Redapt. Come on up, Kyle. Kyle, are you in the house? No worries. If not, we'll give him his certificate at another time. We sincerely thank you for all of your invaluable contributions. We are going to go ahead and go into our awardees. All of these awardees will be receiving the CXO 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. Just to review, awardees, as you come up, as I call your name, please start walking to the stage as I read your bio. You can enter the stairs right here, take a picture with your award, and if you'd like to give a quick thank you speech, I'll step away from the podium so you can do so. It is optional, but we welcome you to do so. Our first awardee for this session is Joe Zentmeyer. Let's give it up for Joe. Joe is a serial entrepreneur who develops hobby-centered businesses. He co-founded First Ascent Climbing and Fitness and built it to 7 locations in 3 states. Joe started his latest company, Snaggletooth Goby, in 2023. Do we have you present, Joe? If not, we will accept on his behalf for now and move to the next awardee. Our next awardee for this session is Alicia Hewitt Miller. Give it up for Alicia. Is Alicia present? Oh, perfect. Alicia is the owner and founder of Alicia Squared HR and Marketing and NoCo Living Water and Wellness. Alicia is a resilient entrepreneur navigating the challenges of the COVID era to create impact across business and community service. All right, our next awardee is Allie Broswell. Let's give it up for Allie. Allie, founder and CEO of the Broswell Group, is an accomplished entrepreneur, author, and civic leader. With a background in IT and HR management, he specializes in corporate community engagement and is renowned for his work in diversity, equity, and inclusion, notably in his role as Senior Vice President of Culture and Belonging at ViStar Credit Union.
You know, first of all, thanks to CXO for deciding that I was worthy of this type of recognition. What I would ask of each and every single one of you as leaders is to continue to put people first. We must value people in everything that we do. So many conversations have been about how do you get here? How do you attain this level? It's because someone saw enough in me when I was just at the beginning of my career to invest their time, talent, and treasure into me. And I ask that you continue to take that forward. To all the Marines, Semper Fi.
Our next awardee is Monique Hudson. Let's give it up for Monique. Monique is a principal attorney and founder of the Hudson Law Group. She advocates for justice for workers and offers support to small businesses. With over a decade of experience, she specializes in mitigating human capital risks and has received recognition, including the Diversity 2023 Award from Lawyers of Color.
So thank you, CXO. I'm very grateful for this award. I just want to say I think it takes audacity to go after your dreams. I think it takes audacity to live in your boldness, and that is what I'm striving to do every day. I also live life as it's a journey. It's not a destination, and that takes a different mindset because you understand are just positioning you for your next phase in life. So I'm very thankful for this award. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Anil Agarwal. Come on up, Anil. Anil is the CEO of NJ Fines. He is the premier realtor in New Jersey, renowned for his unparalleled sales acumen. With prestigious accolades like the Circle of Excellence Award and Top Producer Award, Anil has an extensive network in high net worth clientele, blending traditional luxury brokerage with cutting-edge technology.
Thank you so much to CXO and everyone who is attending this. So personally, I will just share, this award also goes out to my parents, my special thanks to my wife who gave me the idea, and also to all the entrepreneurs who might have to start a journey or who have started a journey. So just to brief, like my journey started, I used to work as a director design for Macy's, and in 2017 they decided to let me go. That time the only person who stood with me was my wife. So she gave me an idea to start what I wanted to do. So that time when I was nurturing out, I became a realtor to get started. So when I was knocking on the doors, so some people were like, they were foreclosing their homes. So that's how I started doing flips. Now at that time I decided, I have to become a mentor, motivator, and maybe some small educator for small families, because I don't want them to go through, because when you are like thinking as if like you have a job, but it's a one leg pillar. Sometimes we don't see that far. We think that's the job gonna sustain for a career, but sometimes a market dips, you lose your 401k and all that stuff. So right now the mission of my NJ Find is empowering, motivating, and educating families about home, health, and wealth. Thank you so much.
Next up, our awardee is Asghari Lipshi. Come on up, Asghari. Do we have you present? If not, we will receive on your behalf. Our next awardee is Nirmalia Banerjee. Let's give it up for Nirmalia. Nirmalia is the CEO of Wieldly, who brings 21 years of experience in technology and management consulting. Having led Fortune 100 and government client projects, his expertise lies in innovation management, evident from his filed provisional patent and establishment of Wieldly to deliver cutting-edge innovation-focused management systems, enhancing efficiency and promoting business growth.
Thank you, CXO, for the award. It is such an honor and privilege to be here today and receive the reward. So I'd like to keep it short and thank you everyone for being here today and also congratulate the other awardees. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Paul Santilli. Come on up, Paul. Paul is the CEO and Executive Advisory Board Chair, Emeritus at CSIP. Presents globally on intelligence, innovation, and strategy with numerous industry and academic publications. He is also the founder and CEO of Strategence, LLC, specializing in intelligence-based business growth strategies.
Thank you very much. I'm humbled and honored to have this award from CXO. Got to be careful when you put a microphone in front of me. I won't stop talking, so please pull me off the stage. Throughout my career, I've spent decades at major corporations in high tech, Hewlett Packard, Apple, several others. And what I've been hearing across over the last couple of days are really around 5 tenets around leadership. 1, you have to have a vision. 2, you have to have the inspiration to motivate everyone around that vision. 3, you have to empower your individuals to work toward achieving that vision and that goal. 4, you have to have the trust in your organization. And 5th, most importantly, and it's not talked a lot about, but I find it to be very valuable, is authenticity. Being true to who you are and what you are to your organization, because that builds up the trust and honesty to be able to build the organization to where it needs to go. So what I've been chartered to do with the SKIP organization, skip.org, you want to go check it out, Strategic Consortium of Intelligence Professionals. We're the world's largest data-driven intelligence association globally. We have 10,000 members, outreach of over 300,000 people. One of the goals I wanted to have in this conference was to partner with many of you to build up how we can build our intelligence consortium with partners like yourselves toward the betterment of people and planet. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next awardee is Dr. Rena Lyons. Come on up, Dr. Rena. An author and seasoned executive coach at a renowned company, she specializes in emotional intelligence. Her career is marked by empowering leaders and teams to excel in the dynamic business environment, promoting self-awareness and resilience.
Laugh. My business partner said I have to get up here and say first I'd like to congratulate the Academy. No, I want to really thank everybody. I want to thank my business partners that flew in from Atlanta, Carlo, my security officer who follows me everywhere, and the rest of my team that could not be here. I'm lovely, and I'm grateful to accept this award from CXO on behalf of everybody. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Connie Amos Parsons. Come on up, Connie. Connie is Director of Business Development at BEM Enterprises. Team Ignite excels in providing independent advisory and business development services with expertise in management consulting and client acquisition.
So excited. I am so blessed to be able to get this award from CXO. I have 4 or 5 things that I want to tell you. Goal setting is the key to success. I set my goals every time I want to do something, even losing weight. For your grades, for going to college, all of that. Set your goals. Always focus, and there's a lot of distractions out here, but focus on what you want, like a laser beam. The third one is have a strategy and keep that strategy close to your heart. And the last thing I'm going to say is resilience. Resilience, because you have so many factors and so many things going on in this world now that it can take you off. I went back to school during the pandemic. I got my MBA. Set my goals for 4.0. I had COVID-19 for 17 days. I still kept pushing. I lost 19 friends and family. I kept pushing. And I got my 4.0 and head of my class at Jack Welch Management Institute. So go for your goals. Set your goals. Write them down. Look at them and don't give up, because I am definitely a person who is resilient. And thank you so much, CXO. It's a pleasure and an honor. Thank you.
Our next awardee is our platinum sponsor, Michael Cook. Come on up, Michael. Michael is a public speaker, CEO, and co-founder of the Michael Cook Group. He brings over 25 years of experience designing and building for Fortune 500 companies like Apple and Samsung. He's renowned for defining customer journeys for brands like Canada Goose and constructing Samsung's flagship store in NYC.
First off, just thank you to the conference. You guys, it's amazing to be around all of you. Incredibly talented people. An award, simply put, for me is an award for my team. Jeff, Eric, Brian, Angela. I'm surrounded by gifted individuals. Every day they are simply amazing people. I would only say to them and to all of you the 3 things that make our company strong. Dream of things never seen before. Create life impactful experiences, and inspire the next generation. Thank you guys very much.
Great. Our next awardee is Darcy McJanet. Come on up, Darcy. Darcy is part of the corporate leadership at IBM. She has leveraged over 30 years of diverse experience across 21 business sectors to emerge as a global thought leader. Recognized by the New York Journal as one of the top 30 inspirational women of 2024. She's hailed by Los Angeles Magazine as a global visionary trailblazer leader transforming lives and businesses. Congratulations, Darcy. All right, our next awardee is Deepti Tadala. Come on up, Deepti. Deepti is Senior Product Manager at PayPal. She's transitioned from management consulting to product management seamlessly, showcasing her strategic acumen. Her ability to integrate business strategy with product development underscores her adaptability and insight. Deepti's innovative problem-solving approach and customer-centric mindset drives her organization's success.
Thank you. I'm really excited for this award, but also to be sharing this space with all the wonderful people. I think I have a few cheerleaders out there. What has been exciting about being in this space is just the energy and the stories that I've got to hear over the last couple of days. I met a neuroscientist somewhere. I met so many entrepreneurs, so many moms, and so many people are juggling so many things. It's just inspiring. What this award for me is a testament and a reminder to not give up, to keep chasing my dreams regardless, getting inspiring, keeping inspiring. Thank you.
Right. Our next awardee is Nadine Zainoun. Come on up, Nadine. Nadine is executive coach and owner of Coach Nadine Zainoun. She brings over 15 years of managerial experience in the pharmaceutical sector. Specializing in emotional intelligence and team coaching, she has facilitated workshops globally, boasting over 2,000 coaching hours.
Thank you. So first, I want to thank CXO for this opportunity to be here, not just to get the award, but to be among you amazing people. I really cherish that. And I also want to tell you that, if somebody had told me like 2 years ago when I was still in Lebanon, back in Lebanon, that I would be here receiving an award, I would have probably said they're crazy. But I just want to tell you that, no matter what the circumstances are, no matter where you grow up and in which country and what challenges you are faced with, I think it's very important that we let go of that victim mode and we take on that hero and take on the responsibility of our lives and of our success. So thank you all very much.
Our next awardee is Emily Miedema. Come on up, Emily. CPA, MBA, Emily serves as a seasoned chief financial officer in a global financial sector. She's celebrated for her strategic financial acumen and dynamic leadership. With over 2 decades of experience, Emily has made significant contributions to multinational corporations, excelling in mergers and acquisitions, strategic planning, and risk management.
I just want to say thank you to CXO Conference for this award, and of course, congratulations to all the other award recipients. For me, leadership really is about integrity and resilience and inspiring others to push their limits. And I hope that in my journey and in my career, I've done that. And most specifically, I hope that I have done that and shown that to my 2 biggest supporters, which are my daughters. And hopefully they will be leaders in their own right as they grow up. Thank you so much.
Our next awardee is Eric Reiners. Come on up, Eric. Eric is the owner of Be Well Innovation, is a former executive of a public cybersecurity company turned coach, consultant, and advisor. With a background in senior leadership roles at high growth technology companies, including CTO, CIO, VP of Product, and VP of Engineering, Eric has launched award winning products and responded to high profile cybersecurity attacks.
I promise I'll be quick here. I worked in cybersecurity for about 13 years, and I watched really amazing people get really stressed out under the complexity of attackers attacking networks. And what I learned is they sometimes performed at the expense of their mental and physical health. And so I'm inspired and created a company to help people really do their best work and feel amazing at the same time. So it is possible. I challenge you all to get out there. I'm really inspired by the resilience I heard out there. And somebody, I think it was Neela, said. But thank you so much for the award, CXO, and appreciate everything. Take care.
Our next awardee is Eva Medalek. Come on up, Eva. A certified high-performance coach, international speaker, and #1 best-selling author, Eva is renowned for expertise in cultural inclusivity training. As the founder of Optimize You High-Performance Coaching, Eva empowers individuals to excel in diverse environments while building inclusive cultures.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to thank CXO for this incredible honor. You know, when I first started my leadership journey, I never really imagined that this would be possible and that I would be on a path to inspire and motivate others. I just wanted to play small. But with the events of 2020, I realized that I could have an impact and make a difference, and I had to play a bigger game and really start to add inclusive leadership to my high performance leadership coaching and let leaders know that they can be high performers, but they cannot achieve that without creating inclusive environments and opportunity paths for all. So I just want to thank my family who never tried to stop me and never tried to discourage me even when I felt discouraged and wanted to stop myself. And thank you to CXO for seeing me and inviting me to be a part of your vision in this conference. So thank you, everyone.
Our next awardee is Tom Heemstra. Come on up, Tom. Dr. Tom Heemstra, President and CEO of Mach 5, revolutionizes leadership with his quantum leadership model, propelling businesses to Fortune Top 20 status. His expertise as an international airline captain and best-selling author transforms power structures, building sustainable profit and empowerment.
It's an honor to receive this award from CXO, and thank you very much. It's an honor to be here with such a distinguished audience. You know, each of us are making impact in quantum leadership. You'll hear more about that as it hits our new world of reality. But in quantum leadership, everything you say and everything you do matters. Everything you say and we say, everything we do matters. Be light, be life. Let your light shine.
Our next awardee is Vipa Chawla. Come on up, Vipa. Business owner and business and executive coach at Focal Point Business Coaching of Lincolnshire, Vipa Chawla leverages over 2 decades of expertise in navigating the top biotech industry. Her dedication lies in assisting businesses to achieve remarkable growth and doubling profitability within a year.
Thank you,
much, everyone here. Can you hear me okay? I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you very much, CXO. I'm very appreciative of this award. I came out of biotech company like 1 year ago and working as full-time business and executive coach. This is tremendous for me because this is me working as an entrepreneur and working with all the CEOs here. I was trying to figure out where do all the CEOs go, and and this was a perfect conference to me when somebody reached out to me saying, "Hey, there's a CXO conference. I worked out with my business coach that this is where I should be." I really appreciate meeting with all of you. I think this was a great experience. All of you bring quite a lot of knowledge, and each one, whoever I talked to, they brought me a lot of different information. So thank you very much. If you do not have a business and executive coach, I would highly recommend for accelerating your career and business growth. And I am here because my business coach also said that I had to be where all the CEOs are. Thank you very much.
Our next awardee is Janine Hamner-Holman. Come on up, Janine. Janine is CEO of J&J Consulting Group, is an internationally recognized speaker, best-selling author, and expert in organizational development, conscious leadership, and DEI&B. She was featured by LA Weekly as a top 10 trailblazing entrepreneur and nominated for the Inspirational Women Forum and Leadership Awards.
Gary Burnison is the CEO of Korn Ferry, and he recently said, "We have undergone more change in the last 4 years than any of us have ever experienced before in our lifetimes." So what we do at the J&J Consulting Group is we help organizations develop resilience. Thank you so much.
Our next awardee is Jeff Seifert. Come on up, Jeff. Jeff is CEO of The Everlasting, is a visionary leader who navigated economic shifts from Lake Michigan to the Sonoran Desert. With an MBA from the University of Illinois and a decade of hospitality management experience, Jeff orchestrates the company's success as both a backstage director and a front of stage talent.
Thank you. First of all, what a good looking crowd we've got here. I'm Jeffrey.MBA. I'm the Black Swan Central Banker, and I am Time-Based Money's Chief Rainmaker. In 2010, March 10th, almost exactly 14 years ago, I invented scholars. And also in 2010, the day before I turned 27, I declared the theory of motivity. 14 years, very long time. And this award with 2.0 on it makes it all worth it. The 2.0 is what I'm so excited about. And that's where we are going to have all this change coming. The last 4 years, so much change. We're not 1.5, we're 2.0. I'm so excited about the future, and I'll leave you with one of my mottos. World peace and prosperity for all on earth, then spaceward ho.
Our next awardee is Dr. Julinar Malik Naselli. Julinar EDD transitioned to the Anita Borg Institute after 20 years in Chicago public schools. Specializing in coaching and leadership roles, with a background in secondary computer science teaching, she later served as a principal at a medical prep high school, focusing on increasing minority representation in healthcare and IT professions.
bear with me because I'm going to take a little bit of time. I'm going to take back some of that time from the folks that didn't show up, but I was inspired, so I have to share. Okay, it's just the leader in me. So yesterday and today, actually, Michael, on the education stage and this stage, shared a perspective that there is a collision happening within the ecosystem of our workforce among our most seasoned generations and our newer generations. He said our more seasoned generations, the baby boomers and the X generation, will soon outnumber millennials due to millennials averaging around 3 years because of their ability to or desire to hop around for opportunities that cater to their better interests, which creates a skill gap and an urgency for technical solutions. What I also heard is that in addressing the skill gap with technical solutions, we are creating a leadership gap. The problems impacting global economics cannot and will not ever be resolved through tech, AI, and machine learning only. Leadership is required. At the Anita Borg Institute for Women in Technology, we recognize that understanding and solving the problem of intersectionality for an inclusive and intelligent workplace requires thinking about the pipeline of support as these newer generations transition to and through your organizations. Clearly, the how is not easy. If it were, there would already be an algorithm someplace designing the strategy. At AnitaB.org, we also celebrate your leadership and your companies who recognize the complexity of this problem and work effortlessly year-round to address it at our annual Grace Hopper celebration. This year, we're taking it a step further to offer you and your successors the continuous support to understand these complicated problems with our executive experience and our CEO workshops. You are the chief equity officers that we need to address the skills and the leadership gap and create a more unbiased, inclusive, and innovative culture. Thank you. Thank you to the CXO conference for this leadership acknowledgement.
Our next awardee is Melana Carroll. She is a strategic leader at the forefront of tech innovation and sustainability, has triumphed over adversity, drawing from 20 plus years of experience in mental health and root cause analysis. Her deep understanding of human behavior drives team success as she tackles challenges head on, offering innovative solutions.
So I thought it was interesting hearing some of the different perspectives yesterday. And as we start to climb towards being an executive, it either becomes one of the most isolating roles we'll ever have or one of the most inspiring. And so I would like to have all of us challenge ourselves with coming together with curiosity so that we continue to actually amplify each other instead of just celebrating the norm, so that we can learn and become better leaders each year that we are putting forth our effort into other people. Thank you.
We have a few more awardees for this recognition session. Our next is Susan Elizabeth Huber. Come on up, Susan. Founder of Susan Elizabeth Coaching, she is a distinguished leader in leadership coaching known for empowering high-achieving women. With over 33 years of corporate experience, including 2 decades in executive roles, Susan excels in navigating male-dominated environments. As a #1 best-selling author and inspirational speaker, Susan's insights are shaped by her corporate journey and personal transformation.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm so honored to receive this. It has been one hell of a journey in my corporate career, working as often the only woman in the room at many times, especially in the boardroom. But you know what? To those people that said I would never make it, look at me now. And I just want to say thank you to all the people that did champion me. Thank you to my husband, to my family who always believed in me, even in the moments when I was crying on the floor, not believing in myself with imposter syndrome. I am so grateful, and I'm so in love with receiving this award. I feel so honored and so blessed. So thank you so much, CX 2.0. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Right. Our next awardee is Shayna Jones McGrone. Welcome Shayna up. As the founder and managing attorney of Artisan Law, Shayna specializes in business and estate planning. She helps clients build solid foundations for growth, focusing on brand protection and generational wealth transfer. With expertise in intellectual property, she also aids in legacy creation and asset planning.
So I want to thank CXO 2.0 for this recognition. I truly do appreciate it. And as an attorney in the estate planning and business planning space, I'm always struck by the adage, men make plans and God laughs. And I say that tongue in cheek because there are so many things that we can control about our lives, our businesses, and our finances. You just have to take the reins and understanding that the first leadership really is your own self-leadership. Thanks.
Right, and our final awardee for this session is Sheridan Akpala. Come on up, Sheridan. Founder of Shersum Group, a conglomerate encompassing consulting, immigration, and retail ventures. With 15 years of expertise spanning sales, marketing, business analysis, and Canadian immigration law, Sheridan embodies adaptability and leadership, building connections and mentorship with dynamic landscapes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I want to thank the CXO for this opportunity and for this award. It means a lot. Um, Many times when you start something, there may be doubt, but when you persevere, when you're resilient, when you keep going, you see the light at the end of the tunnel. And even if you haven't seen it yet, trust me, trust the process. You will see it. So I want to thank God for the strength to continue in this journey. And thank you to my family. They've been the greatest support I've had. Um, and to my daughter, she is, thank you for letting mommy do what she does. So thank you, everyone. Bye.
All right, let's give one more big round of applause to our awardees of the Outstanding Leadership Award. One more big thanks to Sean Shakarami for helping present, CEO and founder of Apelio. Thank you, Sean. All right, I know we are all ready to recharge, enjoy some lunch, so please go enjoy some lunch and networking together. We will regroup around 1:20 because we have our really exciting keynote speaker at 1:30 p.m., so make sure you're back in time for that. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your lunch.
Is it there?
All right, welcome back from lunch, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your meals and had a chance to do some networking. As we shift gears, I invite you all to take a moment of self-reflection with our next segment, where our keynote speaker is asking you all this critical question. Are you running your business, or is your business running you? It's a question that echoes in the halls of entrepreneurship and leadership. We're privileged to have with us Evan Blumenthal, a seasoned professional EOS implementer from EOS Worldwide, to guide us through this introspective journey. So let's lean in and learn how to take the reins back, ensuring our businesses serve us, not the other way around. Get ready for a session that promises to change the way you think about leadership and management. Welcome, Evan. Let's give a round of applause to our keynote speaker.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Sarah. Got some folks coming in, got some folks sitting down. This is fun, this is exciting. How many people, by a raise of hands, are here? That guy's not here. Okay, fantastic. I just want to see how many people are still up after lunch. I get food coma sometimes, so it's a real thing. So this is a great question that I find is sometimes provocative enough for people to not want to answer it to anyone else. They think to themselves, gee, I don't want anybody to know that I don't really know what I'm doing. Kind of faking it till I make it. And so what I find is, firstly, I want to thank the CXO conference for inviting me to speak. I'm really grateful to them. And also, I'm really energized by the fact that all of you have come here today, because you're entrepreneurs, you're business leaders, you're business owners, you do various things in your business, and you also probably see a lot of people speak. So you probably see people like me all the time, and you think, gee, I don't know, this is going to be worth my time. You might even think it might be the worst session I've been to all day. You might even wonder, why am I not at the pool or the blackjack table? What am I doing here in a conference room? Well, my hope is that when you walk out of here today, you won't be the person that walked in. Hopefully, you will have learned at least one thing. And my promise to you is that you'll walk out of here learning at least one new tool or concept that will help you make your business a little better. So let's have some fun. Figure out which clicker I'm supposed to use. Here we go. All right. Working? There we go. So, quick agenda. I think it's important to get on the same page with what we're actually trying to accomplish here. So it's real simple. We're going to get real. We are going, and by the way, when I say get real, what I mean is I want to learn a little bit about you, a little bit about me, make sure that you don't think I'm practicing on you. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to keep it simple. Anybody prefer complexity to simplicity? Just curious. Okay, I got one. Okay, fair enough. I appreciate the honesty. And by the way, we're going to have somewhat of a conversation. I'm not talking at you. We're going to talk together. And so I encourage audience participation within the context of me asking some questions and hopefully getting some participation there. Third thing we're going to do is we're going to share some tools that will help you get results. Now, I think it's important to level set expectations. Sometimes I do 30-minute keynotes. Sometimes I do 60-minute keynotes. Sometimes I do 90-minute talks. Sometimes I do half-day workshops. I'm going to give you some stuff that's going to feel like you're getting hit with a fire hose, but I'm also not going to try to overwhelm you too much because I want to have somewhat of a dialogue. So, everybody on board with that? Awesome. So just as we think about getting real, how many of you are here representing your company as the owner of the business in some way, shape, or form? Owner, you own some or all of it. Okay, good. How many of you are the person who runs the day-to-day. You're managing the business day in and day out, regardless of the ownership percentage. Okay? And how many of you do the work for one of the two people who just raised their hands? Anybody? Okay, just to get a sense of the room. Another quick question. How many of you have somewhere between 1 and 20 people in your business? Somewhere between 1 and 20, whatever you call people. Okay? Between 21 and 50? Anybody between 21 and 50? Anybody more than 50? 50 to 100? Yes, no? Anybody more than 100? No? All right, the bar opens at 5:30, so if anybody does have more than that, just know, I think 5:35 to be exact is when the bar opens. Just make sure we're keeping it real. So one of the things that make things a little bit easier to understand are context, right? I think context is important. So what I want to share, you just answered a couple of quick questions that gave me a little bit about you. I want to share a little bit about me just to give you a sense of why I do what I do, why I'm even up here. So I grew up in an entrepreneurial family. I was a childhood entrepreneur, selling snacks and comic books out of my locker and knapsack as early as 6th or 7th grade. And I always had that inner drive, that need to be selling something. And what I found was, as I grew older, that drive didn't go away. It just kind of shifted into different ways. And so as I was graduate school, I was thinking, all right, I got to go get a real job. I always thought I was going to join the family business, and so called my dad one day and said, hey, I think it's time for me to join the business. We sold yarn for knitting and crochet. Any knitters or crocheters out there? Yes, no. All right, they're all at Michael's. But, or shopping on Amazon. Maybe they're at Walmart, I don't know. Joanne's in a little bit of rough shape, so we'll see where that goes. He said, you know, you got to work elsewhere for at least 2 years before you could join the family business. Unwritten family rule. By the way, great rule. If anybody here has family business, highly recommend instilling some type of rule that requires family members to work elsewhere beforehand. So I said, okay. You know what? I figured there's no better place to learn about business than the world's largest company. So I went to work for Walmart. I started as an hourly associate, went through their management training program. 6 months later, was promoted, and became an assistant store manager, and ultimately spent about 4 years helping run or manage about 11 different stores in the Northeast. And what I learned while I was there was not only how to run and operate a great business, but what it looks and feels like to work for a company that's truly mission-driven, purpose-focused, and living and breathing its core values every day. I didn't realize how important that would be until a little bit later in my career. Anyway, fast forward, about 17 years ago, I was called into my family business. Spent the first year streamlining some operational efficiencies, transitioned into sales, took over international sales, e-commerce. Spent the next 12 years growing those areas about 25x, and then I took on sales responsibility for the entire company. And what I realized is, as much as I saw success on the sales side of things, I was really frustrated because as a 5th generation member of a multi-generational family business that has as many as 8 family members simultaneously, you can imagine the dysfunction. Family politics, drama, agendas, egos. We didn't have alignment. We weren't clear on where we were going, how we were going to get there. There were some people that were more focused about their direct bloodline lineage than they were about what metrics or measurables we were going to hit as a company. And that was really frustrating to me. So in 2016, I had joined an executive peer group. And a few months later, I was sharing some of my frustrations with the other members of that group. And one of them said, hey, have you heard of this thing called the EOS? I said, no. What's that? I said, well, it's just a way of orchestrating and harmonizing all the human energy in your business so that you could run a better business and live a better life. I said, that sounds good. I'd like to hear more. I said, well, let me introduce you to my implementer. Sure. Set up a call. I said, why don't you come in and share what you do with my family, with our team? Brought him in, had a meeting. This is what we need. We needed someone from the outside who wasn't going to be mired in the politics and the drama to be able to help us get clarity on where we were going, how we were going to get there, get results, and work better together. And so we did. We worked with that person for about 2.5 years. And we gained primarily three things, which I call vision, traction, and healthy. Vision from the standpoint of getting everybody on the same page with where we were going and how we were going to get there. Traction from that standpoint of instilling discipline and accountability throughout the organization. So no matter where we went, as owners or leaders in business, we saw people executing on our vision. And healthy from the standpoint of building that healthier, cohesive, functional, open and honest, fun-loving team, because let's be honest, most of the time we weren't. And so from there, what we found is as goes the leadership team, so goes the rest of the organization. Ultimately, we got to a point where we were much more clear around our vision. We were executing on that vision with discipline and real accountability, and we were working better together. We were working more cohesively as a healthy team. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and tell you everything was all rainbows and butterflies. There were some things that, frankly, weren't really going to be fixed, but we made a lot of progress. One of the biggest changes we made was in 2020, in the height of COVID. We brought in our first non-family president and CEO in the company's 145-year history. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. Getting 8 family members to agree on any decision, let alone a decision of that magnitude, was probably of biblical proportions not seen since like the splitting of the Red Sea. Let's just be honest. It was a game changer. 2021, we started getting private equity offers that were off the charts compared to where they were 5 years prior when we started implementing EOS. And towards the end of that year, we had a really attractive offer that some of us, frankly, couldn't wait to take. Others weren't really interested. We had a conversation. Some wanted to stay, some wanted to go. We said, you know what? Those who wanted to stay said, what if we bought you out? Same valuation. We knew it was a real number. Said, you know what? Let's do it. Myself, my dad, my uncle, and one other family member successfully sold our stake in the business to our cousins, so our cousins are still running the business today. I took the money and ran. And I decided to become a professional EOS implementer to help other business owners get what they want from their business, just like I was able to. I didn't realize it at the time, but I got everything that I wanted out of my business as a result of this process. So I'm standing here today, not only as somebody who does this for a living, but as someone who's lived this journey, who's breathed it, whose life, professionally and personally, has been completely changed for the better as a result of this process. So if it comes off as maybe a little passionate on my part, screw that. So over the last 2 years, worked with many different types of companies. But you're probably still wondering, what the heck is EOS? Anybody wondering, like, what the EOS? Is it a lip balm? Not the lip balm. There is a lip balm, not what we're talking about. EOS stands for the Entrepreneurial Operating System. And what EOS is, as I said, is a way of harnessing that human energy in your business so that you can run a better business and live a better life. And so what we do as implementers is we help those leadership teams get on the same page with their vision. Instill discipline and accountability starting at that leadership team level and then migrating that down into the rest of the organization. And then helping them work better together, collaboratively, more healthily as a team. The kinds of organizations we work with are entrepreneurial. Most of them have between 10 and 250 people. That's the sweet spot that this was designed for. Doesn't mean that companies that are smaller or larger can't use many of these tools. I have clients that are smaller, I have clients that are larger. It helps. But like any tool, or any series of tools, it's only as good as if you use it as it's intended. So one of the things I always tell prospective clients is be careful what you wish for, because with this process, you'll get it. So I am one of about 800 or so EOS implementers around the globe. And over the last 20 or 25 years or so, Gino Wickman, who founded EOS and wrote the book Traction, and many others, he created this system, this methodology, if you will. But you're not going to hear anything that's radically new. It's not some latest management fad, no silver bullets, no magic pills. What he did was, he realized that there wasn't a simple set of tools, a system you can implement as an entrepreneurial business or an entrepreneur. He took all of the various things that were out there and he simplified it, packaged it in a way that we can actually take action so that we can get real results for our business. so one of the discoveries that he made was that there are basically two kinds of businesses that are out there. Those that are kind of, they're strumming along, they're doing fine, they're doing great. The executives can take vacation, not have to check in every day. And then there's like everyone else, where like you're fighting fire, firefighters, or not even smoke detectors, you're just fighting fires all day. You're running after stuff, not really proactive, much more reactive. And you're almost like succeeding in spite of yourself, and you're not even sure how, but you just keep going, and you don't even like raise up your head to see how you're doing because you're too busy doing. So he was so passionate about identifying what's that difference between the 95% of the companies out there that are just trying to make it to tomorrow without really following the process versus those 5% that have a sense of balance in the world. Yeah, they're doing what they need to do, but there's also that sense of balance. And so what he discovered is that there are 5 common frustrations that really resonate when talking with entrepreneurs about their businesses. So I'm going to share those with you, eventually, if I hit the right button. Starting with the first. How many of you have ever felt like you are maybe out of control in your business? Anybody? Out of control? One of our clients described it as they felt like their company was a van driving down the highway at 60 miles an hour. The back doors were flailing open, and they weren't driving it. They were running behind it, trying to grab onto the doors so they could pull themselves in and feel like they're driving it. I just want you to know, if you feel like your business is running you instead of you running your business, you're just normal. 95% of the companies out there feel that same way. How many of you feel like you don't have enough profits in your business? You're frustrated about profit. It's a very common theme. How many of you have people in your business? Raise hands if you have people. Anybody? Thank God, because as soon as there's no people, we're out of business. So we're managing human energy. So like half of you have no people in your business according to your hands. Communicate between the heads and the hands. Like make sure that you're on the same page. I feel like, let's try one more time. How many of you have people in your business? Even one? One or more? Anybody have less than one? I have yet to find even an AI company that has less than one person in it. So I know we're at like a tech and marketing and internet and all this stuff. I still haven't found a company that's got less than one. Anyway. The fourth frustration, actually, back to people. People can be frustrating. Right? Let's just be honest, right? Our employees sometimes are frustrating. Our vendors, our clients, our kids, our spouse. You can't pay us enough to solve those issues at home, folks. That's not, what we do. The person you're driving behind on the expressway, people are frustrating, right? So how do you deal with that? How do you handle that? There we go. The fourth common frustration is this feeling of hitting the ceiling. This feeling that we've grown to a certain point and we're not sure how to break through beyond that point. If that's how you felt now or you've ever felt that way, just know you're normal. And then that fifth frustration is you tried a bunch of stuff, you're reading books, you're going to consultants, you're talking to people, and nothing's working. You feel like you've become this like flavor of the month company because you're trying all this stuff and nothing's really working. So if any of these frustrations resonate for you, just know that you're normal. And these are some of the common reasons that people come to us, because they realize they don't know what they don't know. They want to make it better. They want to get a grip on their business. We're going to keep it simple. One of the other discoveries that Gino found was that all entrepreneurs are juggling about 136 issues simultaneously. And what the discovery was that to the extent that you can strengthen the 6 key components of your business, those 136 issues tend to fall into place because they're really just symptoms of the true root cause. So if we get really down to it, these 6 components are the root cause of most of the company's issues, whatever you call it. But I'm going to share it with you with a quick high-level pass around the model. And what I want to also invite you to do is, if after this presentation you have any questions or you'd like to learn more, this is a completely health-first offer. I'm not selling anything. If anybody, I always love to answer questions. You can catch me here, you can reach me later, online, whatever. I would be happy to offer a completely free, no sales pitch overview of the entire EOS model with the tools in more detail that I'm about to show you for you and your leadership team. No questions asked. So I just want to put that offer out there. That's something that I'm happy to do with anybody in person, online, where have you. And so I'm just, if that's of interest, let me know. Because I know that we're not going to get into all the details here. That being said, the first key component is the vision component. One thing I'll just also share is like we're trying to strengthen those 6 key components because we take that like subjective but scientific approach where assess progress on the journey. But we want to scale each one. We're going to grow each one. We want to strengthen each one. It's like muscles, right? You don't do anything, the muscles are going to wither. So we got to strengthen each one. So when we talk about strengthening the vision component, what we mean is we got to get 100% clear on where we're going and how we're going to get there. Plain and simple. Now, there are some tools and disciplines that I'll share with you in a moment. The second key component is the people component. Very simply, you can't achieve a great vision without great people. And the aha, the discovery is that everyone kind of defines great people a little differently, right? What's right for your business might not be right for your business. So we'll get into more on that. The data component is about making sure you're looking at real numbers, making actionable decisions based on real data, not the gut feel or egos or subjective emotions that so often drive decision-making in an entrepreneurial company. And what happens when you strengthen these 3 components of your vision, your people, and data components is that everything becomes a lot more transparent, crystal clear, and all the impurities, imperfections, problems, challenges, obstacles, ideas, opportunities, they all kind of jump right out at you, like you're starting to see the matrix a little bit. And that leads us to the 4th key component, which we call the issues component. Strengthening the issues component is getting really good at solving your problems as they arise. You cannot achieve success if you're not great at setting your problems up as they arise, knocking them down, making them go away forever. So we got some tools on that. 5th key component is the process component, and the process component is about getting all of the most important stuff in your business done the right and best way every time. It creates consistency and scalability in your business. Makes it easier to manage, more profitable, and a lot more fun. Does that sound like a bad idea to anybody? Cheers. People usually think of process and I don't want to touch that. Guess what? That's what gets you to the golf course. That's what gets you to the pool. That's what gets you to the blackjack game. Just a quick anecdote on that process. Discipline and consistency will set you free. Keep that in mind. Okay, traction is the 6th key component, final component. There's no coincidence that vision is at the top of the model and traction is at the bottom, because if you can't bring your vision down to the ground and execute on it day in and day out, Gino likes to say, vision without traction is hallucination. Right? Plenty of magic shows out there. Mentalists, all this stuff. Like, let's not be our own mentalists here. Okay. We need to get the stuff that is most important in our business done. So let me share with you some tools. Eventually this will go. Okay. So as I said, we're strengthening each component, trying to get it to 100% strong, knowing that's impossible, it's utopia, it's never going to happen. Our goal is simply to get you to 80% strong or better in each of those 6 key components. And so there are a series of tools and disciplines. I'm not going to go through them all in detail right now, but I'm going to highlight maybe 1 or 2 just to give you some real takeaway stuff. Oh, by the way, most operations, most organizations, when they kind of self-assess, they realize they're operating about 20% strong in each of those 6 key components, and they're often succeeding in spite of themselves. But I just want to give you some confidence that, like, we're not working with companies that are about to drive off a ditch. We work with really good companies that are trying to become great. We've worked with over 23,000 organizations over the last 20 plus years, and we've conducted more than 163,000 full-day sessions with those teams. And so this is a proven process that really works. This is not just some idea that doesn't have results. This is battle tested. So one of the tools that we use in the vision component is something we call the 8 questions. very simply, we just ask the leadership team 8 questions, and we don't move on from question number 1 until everyone's on the same page with the answer to that question, and so on and so forth. Once we get everybody on the same page with the answers to those 8 questions, they're all clear on the vision and aligned on the vision. Now, you're probably wondering, what are the 8 questions? I'm not going to have time to go through all of them in detail, but I'll tell you what they are. What are your core values? What's your core focus? What's your 10-year target? What's your marketing strategy? What's your 3-year picture? What's your 1-year plan? What are your quarterly rocks, and what is your issues list? I know I said that fast, and somebody was probably thinking, I was going to take notes, but he talked too fast. He's from New York. We have a 2-page document, which we call the VTO, or Vision Traction Organizer. There's some workbooks on the table that has an example of what I'm talking about. I'll show you what that looks like here real quick. I guess we gotta put it that way. So there's 2 sides, vision side, traction side. Each of those orange sections are those questions. Now, 2 things I just want to highlight. Number 1, core values are the characteristics that make up who you are as a company and what you want from the culture of your organization. We actually use that in that people component as well to attract the right people to your business. Make sure you have the right people that fit your culture, kind of people that you want to be surrounded with, and literally scare everybody else away. So it's really important to have clarity on those core values. Core focus is the sweet spot of the organization. We call it a million things in the history of business. Vision statement, mission statement. We call it core focus because it's really important to get clear on what you love to do and you're best at. That's the core focus. 10-year targets, where you're going long term. This is a point I want to hit specifically. Where are you going as a company? Anybody drive around and like try to put in their GPS, like, I just want to drive around, tell me where to go, without a destination? I've tried it. Waze said, what are you, stupid? I was set on that like New Yorker mode. You can't get there if you don't know where you're going. Yogi Berra once said, if you don't know where you're going, you might not get there. So 10-year target is, what do you want from this business that you're not getting today? If you walk away with nothing else from the rest of this entire conference, figure out what your 10-year target is. And by the way, the time frame is completely flexible. So it's anything from 5 to 30 years out. Simple, clearly articulated, number 1 business goal for the business, and it gets everybody on the same page with where you're going long term. So think about that right now. Write down what you want from the business that you're happening today. It might be a revenue number. It might be a number of golf games that you're playing. It might be how many weeks that you can take vacation without opening your laptop. I did 4 last year. 4 weeks, didn't open my laptop once. That's not my 10-year target, but that was something that was important to help me get there. So if you walk away with nothing else, figure out what that long-range big goal is and start telling people about it. It's amazing what happens when you start to tell people about it. So, number 1 goal. People, it's about getting the right people in the right seats. We're not going to go into detail on this right now. It's critically important. Data, the tools that we use, scorecard, make sure we're looking at a company scorecard, 5 to 15 measurables, make sure that we know what's important to us and are we staying on track to our goals. And measurables are important to make sure that we are tracking things and not just pulling things out of thin air. There we go. Okay, sorry, quick quote. Just on data. If we have data, one of my favorite business quotes of all time. If we have the data, let's look at the data. While we have our opinions, let's know what's mine. Jim Barksdale, from former Netscape CEO. Anybody resonate? Yes. Okay. Love that. Issues list. IDS is a way of solving your issues. Whenever you have an issue, you identify it, identify the root cause, discuss it, and solve. IDS. Identify, discuss, solve. So issue solving track is the IDS methodology I was just referring to. A lot of times people just end up like discussing the heck out of it. There we go. I'll just keep hitting it until it's like 60 and run. That's in here. subway system. You never know. All right. So anyway, after the issues component is the process component. And like I said, there's usually like 6 to 10 things that make the business truly run. So we got to document those core processes and get them followed by all. Traction component. Another great quote: systemize the predictable so you can humanize the exceptional. Izzy Sharp, founder of the Four Seasons. Traction component is about blocks, 90-day business priorities. Make sure we're following what's most important over the next 90 days, and we're having productive meetings every single week. Eventually, we'll get to the next slide. Going. So with that, my time is almost up. There we go. Progress. By the way, progress, not perfection, is a really important thing to keep in mind. So as we think about getting results, these are a bunch of free resources. Well, some of them are free, most of them are free. You can go to eosworldwide.com, download a whole bunch of tools with QR codes in the back or front of the flyers on the table. There's the Traction Library. There are now 7 books in the Traction Library that you can read about, but there's a bunch of free downloadable tools and videos that you can use. And like I said before, happy to offer 90 minutes of my time to each and every one of you that would like. And before I go, I want to try to get through this fast. Might be better if you just hit the next button. There we go. Final thoughts. Anybody have final thoughts? Okay. You don't have to use EOS in your business, by the way. However you want to use a system to run your business, just choose one system and use that. Because whether it's EOS or something else, just choose one system. Don't try to pull it from a million places. That will help you. Where you go? We don't have time for questions. If you don't mind, like to take a passionately, scan that QR code. It should take no more than 30 seconds to answer the 2 questions that are on there. If anybody wants to reach me, you can, oops, sorry, I'll go back, and you can click on the QR codes that are over there. Here's the survey. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Really get the flexibility, so it's all good.
Right, let's just take a moment to thank Evan Blumenthal for that invigorating keynote. Let's give it up for Evan one more time. Now, let's pivot to something equally exciting. Have you ever wondered what it takes not just to enter a market, but truly disrupt it? To challenge the Goliath of your industry and not just survive, but thrive and gain an edge? Well, wonder no more. Our next session, Disruptive Market Entry, How to Challenge Established Players and Gain an Edge, is all about breaking down those seemingly insurmountable barriers. Let's call on stage our moderator, Cyril, Kema, and our panelists.
My name is Cyril Kema. I am the CTO of Nextday AI. Nextday AI is doing virtual character based on generative AI like ChatGPT and the other AI tools that you have heard about. Before getting too much into the detail of how we're going to tackle this topic, I just want to give you a thought for opening and trying to think of big players like Microsoft or like ChatGPT or whoever they are in their own domain, and you having an idea, thinking, oh, but they're already doing it. How would I go about doing something similar? How would I go about distinguishing myself? But without further ado, I'm going to introduce my fellow panelists. You want to go first?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Andre Namirad. I'm the VP of Corporate Strategy with a company called Intelligent Medical Objects. We provide foundational content to about 95% of the U.S. healthcare market. So we were that little kid on the block and became the behemoth pretty quickly. So pretty familiar about entering into new markets and crashing down doors. I take more of the position here of how do you think about entering into new markets or opening up new markets from a methodology perspective, understanding how do you look at the customer base that would be interested and understanding their willingness to purchase and whether or not they actually want to purchase and are in market. My colleague?
Dr. Chad Bosha, I'm owner and founder of Repair Sports Institute. It is a sports medical wellness company in Orange County, California. We are a collaborative approach with multidisciplinary providers to tackle what we call the sickness model or the healthcare model is what our goal was. So really identifying the issues that there's some shortcomings in our healthcare system and getting all the providers under one roof to work together to truly help people heal instead of being reactive. We also added in Eastern methodology in collaboration with our Western methodology, and we've been pretty successful over the last couple of years.
Hello, everyone. Is everybody with me out there? Feeling good? Have some fun? Still awake? Awesome. Thank you guys for being here. I'm Alicia Hewitt-Miller. I'm the owner-founder of Alicia Squared HR and Marketing, and I'm also the owner-founder of NoCo Living Water and Wellness. So I'm a COVID-born entrepreneur, not on purpose. It was an accident. I left a 15-year corporate career in February of 2020 to leap into entrepreneurship in March of 2020. So I have the big business background that I have come to disrupt the small market or the small business world. So really excited to be here.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Amar Dayani. I'm the managing partner at Prince Distribution. We're a distribution company located in Canada, and we are licensed distributors for the biggest gaming brands in the world. Simply put, I sell Pokemon cards. Before that, I've had a lot of experience in SaaS sales, leading teams upwards of 15 to 20 people, and making sure that we hit our target as a team. And prior to that, I was actually on this show called Dragon's Den, which is the Canadian version of Shark Tank, where I was able to take my sports app onto the show, secured a deal with all the dragons, and then we exited successfully. So hoping that I can chat with y'all about my experiences. Hopefully you can learn something from me, and I'm looking forward to learning from all of you too. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So before trying to give you a bit more of a detail on how we're going to try to explain to you how you can challenge the market, how you can challenge big players, I thought maybe we could start by asking our panel here what they think it means to challenge the big players, to challenge the market, to be a newcomer. Maybe we can take this one first.
Sure. So practically, when you think about understanding your market, understanding who's playing in the market, understanding the specific area that you want to enter into is always going to be key, right? So we have a couple ideas here too about clinical trials and trying to shake up the market, or over here in sports medicine, varying levels of entry areas that you get into, but finding your niche is obviously going to be a first one that is a key interest to where you want to enter into. Obviously, is something that piques your interest as a C-suite member, but also understanding who are the existing incumbents within the area is always going to be critical. I'm not saying anything revolutionary in that last comment, but it needs to be said because a lot of people make assumptions when they want to enter into a market. So like in healthcare and health IT, we hear quite a lot of different methodologies that are being used and tested out here. So I actually just came back from a very, very large conference called HIMSS, which is the largest health IT conference in the United States. And it probably should have been called HIMSS AI because the amount of AI companies entering into the marketplace and rebranding themselves as something brand new, but pretty much repackaging things that have already been done in the past, is something that could be seen as revolutionary, but you also have to understand what else is out there and what focus are you going to have that's going to identify your differentiation. And then to the point about bringing into some of the larger players like Microsoft or Google or OpenAI, understanding that those might be generic solutions. So trying to pick and identify what's your key differentiation versus their larger generic strategies are always good kicking off points to start the discussion. But those identify your foothold, and then from your foothold you can grow up into it.
That makes good sense. Obviously, Andrea and I are in the tech world, so it's tech heavy, but maybe Chad, you can give us a different perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. So I use my experiences in the sense of being an athlete growing up, not necessarily having access to all the resources in order to keep me healthy and on the field or the court. And through my experiences, I grew a passion for helping other individuals getting access to healthcare. And my original background playing D1 football went off to USC and then worked with their football team there and then did a residency with the University of Cincinnati's football team. And I really liked the collaborative approach to healthcare that these athletes were receiving. And I thought, why can this not be given back to the general public? So that's really what pushed me to develop my own facility. I initially, after my residency, worked for another facility that was the top sports facility in our area. They did good physical therapy, but I thought there was a lot of holes in their operation, and the lack of attention to detail really allowed me to, one, bring my experiences into play working with the football teams and being able to create a model that I have more than just physical therapy under one roof, but then also the attention to detail, such as how the environment felt when people come in to get treated for their injury. That you want to create an environment that is enjoyable to be there, versus a typical kind of stale medical facility. So for me, it was really using my experiences, developing my skill set, creating a passion for that, and then going after it, looking at other competition to see where they maybe had some shortcomings, and then how can I execute the best of my abilities to be successful.
So starting as an HR, speaking from my HR business side of things. So Gusto, if you've heard of that, would be a big competitor of mine. And so when I came onto the scene after being in corporate so long, it's disrupting the market is understanding the pain points of where you're entering. So, Gusto really, I had a lot of small businesses or even solopreneurs using something like Gusto, but it wasn't serving them. It was way too comprehensive. The price point wasn't right for somebody that was so small. So being able to come in and really like a customer service standpoint, when something goes wrong, like how long does it take to get somebody at wherever corporate Gusto is? These small businesses need answers right now. If a payroll was run wrong, they can't wait a week to do all that. So I think it's understanding the markets that have been overshot or the product doesn't really fit that area of the market. And so being able to enter from that point and collaborating too, I think, like you bring it in-house. I do it a little bit differently. I find strategic partnerships that I vet myself and know that they'll get the kind of care that I would also deliver. So I think a lot of it is understanding the pain points of where you're entering. They're going to be different as you enter different levels of the market. So the psychology piece behind it is huge.
Yeah. And the discussion today is about disruptive market. One of the hardest things to do is to enter, to get started. It's very scary to be an entrepreneur, to take the first step. So one of the things that I've told everyone that I've ever coached, all my employees, is about perfectionism. And a lot of people talk about perfectionism. A lot of people have different definitions of it. But to me, perfectionism is the fear-based complex in your mind that stops you from doing things unless you think they're perfect. Right? So perfectionism to me, is a very bad thing. And I can promise you, all the people that are sitting up here today, everyone that you saw accept the rewards, they're not perfectionists.
Recovering perfectionist.
Right? So it's very scary, but you know, it's not about not making things good or not trying to make things perfect. But it's about not starting because your product or your service is not perfect. And I can make you some promises right now. I promise you that your first baseball swing will be bad. I promise you your first workout will be bad. I promise you your first podcast will be bad. But I promise you that you won't get to your 100 without getting to first. So it's very important to obviously try your best, but don't stop just because it's not perfect. The clothes that you're wearing right now, the company that made it, they perfected their craft. They didn't stop because their product wasn't perfect. People holding up their iPhones and their Samsungs. How was iPhone 1 compared to iPhone 15 you have right now in the pocket of your hand? It's all about improvement. It's all about disrupting with entry, with a proper goal in mind, proper product and service in mind that has demand, and then perfecting that as you learn more, as you get customer feedback. So my point is to just do it, try your best, but don't expect it to be perfect the first time.
So how did this all come about? So during my scientific career at Harvard and then at UCLA, I got about $125 million in research funding, and there was a $31 million grant to support the development of a chemical. And that chemical turned out to cure things. So first, I did experiments with anything on the planet, on all the animals, on yeast, on mice, on zebrafish, and what have you. And it started, the mice lived 31% longer, and it cured things in zebrafish and all the other things. And then, about 15 months ago, I started to do clinical trials. And it appeared that it starts curing things better and better. So I can now cure most until now uncurable diseases. And if you have any question about any particular disease, I can tell you what we can do for it. I have things for cancer. I can cure diabetes. I can cure COPD, asthma, autism, dementia, Alzheimer's, whatever you are interested in, I probably have something for it. And also, so what I have is I have one beauty company, that's the beauty aspect, which makes everybody beautiful and also cures all skin diseases. I have one probiotic company, which is also medical food, and that also cures some internal diseases. And I have 3 pharmaceutical companies to cure all the skin diseases, all the rest of the diseases. And I have my 6th patent is actually a bone marrow transplantation that can cure hematopoietic diseases, including AIDS. So that's actually my non-profit organization. And with that, the final aim is to get rid of AIDS in the world. But that's a long-term thing. So that's how the whole thing came about. And I'm happy to talk to each of you or to give if you give me your name, number, and email address, I can send you all the information about that.
Thank you for that. I was wondering, what happened if you're already beautiful? Anyway,
it keeps you beautiful. It keeps you beautiful. It gets rid of wrinkles, of scars, of cysts, of abscesses, what have you.
That sounds like perfectionism.
But I was so that's an interesting point. What I was hearing from all of the panelists here is we all have a product that has managed to make a difference, right? And I think I'd like to take a small step back and maybe sharing also my opinion on how do you define your product to get this edge on the market? Because all of us have vastly different things. And so if you think of, you have an idea and you already have competitors out there, you can ask yourself, okay, I want to do the same. I think I can do it better. What are the tools you can use to gain an edge? So in my particular case, I was in software engineering. We're doing a website that's doing virtual character. We can have conversation with them. We were not the first one to do it, but we wanted to do it better than the competition. So we had to think about what tools we can use. What are the new trends? Is there anything in the research and development field that would give us an edge to do things perhaps better or faster, more efficiently, or sometimes perhaps even less expensively, so we can be successful. So we underwent into this comparative analysis, looking at, okay, we have 2, 3 established players, and then we wondered, okay, they're doing this. First, our product should be different, as they all said in the panel. We found an edge. They are not doing this particular type of conversation. Maybe we can do that. Fine. But now we need to do it efficiently. So it was a bit of a journey to research in our case, how can we do things more efficiently, and also how can we personalize the service. Our edge, our entry in the market was to find a niche and to personalize our offering to our users, and to be able to do that continuously. That's what we did. And I think I'd like to hear from the rest of the panelists here to see how did you use perhaps technology, innovation, what you knew about your field to basically define how you're going to enter the market.
Sure. So maybe take that first crack. So practically, when you think about the next step, one, you've identified you want to enter into the market. Who are the players? What is the methodology you want to enter into, and what's your competitive differentiation? If those three things are known, innate, and you believe in them wholeheartedly, I think the other team members here were just identifying are customers in market. Are they willing to buy it? Because as much as we all want to talk about, other than I think the professor who has like a little more of a heart towards like wanting to cure cancer and cure AIDS, from a business perspective, the goal is money. So if you're trying to make sure that you're in market, you need to make sure are your customers willing to buy it, and around the area that you want to enter into market, are customers at a high volume of transactions that you can actually recoup any of your costs behind the scenes. If the goal is money, we got to make sure we're always in the black in any kind of engagement that we're dealing with behind the scenes. So like Doctor over here too, if you're probably opening up a practice in rural Minnesota, probably hard to find a left sports medicine patient there too. So it might not be a good market to enter into, but as you think about other competitive areas that are in need and in market, are great areas to think about opening up operations here too.
Yeah, that was definitely important for me when I had the idea of disrupting the market. It was very important to be in Orange County, California for me, because people are very proactive in their health and wellness management. And knowing that I wanted to disrupt the market early on, it was super important for me to get as much information as possible, and it's why I seek to go to USC and then go off and do a residency and then a fellowship after that, and work with these teams, because I wanted as much knowledge and experience as possible, so when it came time, I could hire a team around me that had similar backgrounds, and I knew what worked really well. In our industry, being service and treatment, it's very important to be research-based. So really looking to the medical research as far as what works with the patients to get the most efficient results as quickly and safely as possible was a way that we could implement into practice, but then also look at technology, such as what are the newest and greatest modalities that are out there that are helping manage pain and inflammation. How can we get patients to avoid invasive surgeries or get them away from using pain medication, which is obviously an issue in the United States. What are the ulterior routes that people can go down? And again, we wanted to bring that all in-house so people can have a team of practitioners that are truly putting them on a good path for their health and wellness programs.
So yeah, I'm a little bit different being an independent consultant, so I don't necessarily serve one industry. It was really, for me, identifying, again, the small guys were overshot by my competitors. They weren't getting to those those pain points. So for me to come in and disrupt the market, now here I am 4 years in, and incredibly lucky to be recognized on this at this stage as such. But yeah, coming in and being able to leverage a little bit of technology. So especially being independent and scaling, right? So how do you leverage something like Zapier when I can't do everything, and automating processes and all of that from an internal structure, while still bringing the people side of it.
Some water up here, Alicia. Can we get some water, please?
Okay, I'll take over here. Let Alicia finish talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyone here have a sales background like me? But by show of hands. Your title doesn't have to be account executive or director of sales, but you sell. And so I think you guys will definitely understand my jargon, but I've been in sales my whole life, and in comparison to what I do today, so Prince Distribution, we are a trading card distribution company. So that means that we get products from the manufacturer, and then we sell those products to the stores, and then the stores will sell the product to the general public. So what I'm selling, I have 2 other competitors that sell the same stuff, and they sell it at the same price. And they're way bigger than me. They have 2-3x more warehouse space. They have 2-3x more employees. So how does Prince compete? I can't compete on price. Right? So what I've taught my team and what I've been taught from my mentors growing up in my sales career was that you should always try to compete on service if you can't compete on price. So it's very important for us to identify the customers that we want to target, give them a call, and figure out the pain points. Right? Because one thing that I've learned is no pain means no opportunity. So it's on you to figure out what those pain points are. And you can't just call someone and say, hey, what are your pain points? Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. So it's on you to ask open-ended questions, right? The people that are in sales, open-ended questions are important, right? So asking questions like, what does your process look like today? That's my favorite question. How do you do it today? Because then they will tell you, hey, I buy product from this company at this price. Oh, great. How fast does it get to you? Oh, you know what? If I place an order today, it'll get to me. What if it could get to you tomorrow? How would it impact the business? Oh, if I got it tomorrow, then I'd be able to sell it earlier. My customers would be happier. Oh, so do you think that would help you get more revenue or get more customers? Yes, it would. So then that's when I find that's something that I can help you with. Right? So asking the open-ended questions can help you help your prospect realize what their pain points are. And that's a very important part of the sales process. And it's very important when you're selling something that's the same as someone else that's way bigger than you. So you need to find out what that big company is, what disservice are they providing? Because they might be great. I mean, they're big for a reason, right? Their service could be great, their pricing could be great, their selection could be great. But asking them what's not great in a smart way will help you understand what you can do better and try to win this.
Thanks, Omar. Alicia, you want to resume where you were? Thanks to Alicia.
Sure, I can always talk.
Yeah, I can take it back.
Sure, no problem. So I think that it's a little bit of a misconception when I hear that except for the professor wants to cure everything, other people want to make money. So the thing is that yes, I can cure almost everything, but what I do, I think most pharmaceutical companies and also the cosmetic companies are greedy. And what I do, for instance, like chemical, I give to my customers, to people I treat at the price which it costs me to produce it, and I can only charge for the shipping cost. I don't make any money by giving my chemical to people to treat things. I get money. I wouldn't, but otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here if I don't make a lot of money. So I actually get my money from investors. If the cosmetic and the pharmaceutical industry would reduce the price tenfold, they would make 100 to 1,000-fold more money because a lot of more customers would be able to buy it. And that's how I function. I think it's a very sad state if insulin has to be, the price of insulin has to be limited by Congress rather than for the companies themselves because they want to treat more people. So I make my money from the investors. So I have Donald Capital, US Capital Global, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Chase, Merrill Lynch, Wells Fargo, State Bank of India, and they all have private investors. So this is how I make my money, and not by charging my poor customers and people who urgently need my medicine more than I have to. And yeah, this is my philosophy.
That makes sense. It's interesting because we've seen a progression in answering the question, and we reached out to a strategy, right? And we've heard some advice from all of you. This is how I would approach it. This is how I would ask the question, which is extremely interesting. And I'd like to talk about the less glorious side is the risk as well, right? When you start a new business, or even if it's not new, when you take on a new challenge, there are risks. I'm going to give you an example. I think I forgot which one of you mentioned iPhone at some point. So Apple revolutionized the world of smartphone by producing the first known smartphone, right? The iPhone 1. Funny story about it is on stage, I think Steve Jobs has many iPhones that he was running through because they kept on crashing when he was demoing them. So this is how unready it was. But the point is, it's extremely successful as we all know it. A few years later, Google has decided to take on the challenge of doing the same thing. And they had to find an entry, right? Apple has a clear market, which is premium. You belong to a group, which is an awesome product. It costs money, but you're happy to pay for that money. That's the principle that Apple is running off, and it's very successful. Google takes the total opposite. They chose to go for something not closed, but open source. So they bought a company that was doing operating system for smartphones, and they opened it to the world. And they decided to provide those smartphones for the rest of the planet. So Apple was targeting, high earnings individuals because, a grand for a phone is a lot of money, whereas Google was deciding to go for very cheap and very entry-level smartphones for everyone else. What was the risk that they took at this point that paid off because now Android is 80% of the phone on the planet? The risk was that people wouldn't be interested because the product wasn't that good, which was true at the beginning. They had to iterate. The other risk was that it would cost them a lot more money to manage an open source code source, which means open source means everyone can contribute to it in any way they see fit. I'm oversimplifying it, but that's the idea. As opposed to Apple having its, team of engineers working under their direction. So there was another risk there that people would feel like, oh, it's less expensive, but it doesn't work as well. So they had to compensate for that in the way they're producing the phone. So, and another risk that they had as well was distribution, right? Because you need to distribute phones that can be, that every manufacturer could decide to produce. Apple produced their own phone. This is one type of phone that they own from end to end. Google was like, oh, I'm going to create the operating system for smartphone, and I'm going to let anyone else that wants create their own phone. So a risk in distribution, a risk in manufacturing, in the whole chain. And they had to compensate, and different constructors use different solutions. You probably know in your head, if you think about Android phone, you think Samsung, right? Because they've done a good job at democratizing the other side of the smartphone. So I think I'd like to ask my fellow panelists, in your area, what were the risks that you've seen or identified, and how did you circumvent them? How did you go around them, or in the other way, maybe you just face them hard on?
Sure. I kind of group them into three kind of risk categories. One being, are you asking and to our panelists' comments that we've heard in the past, are you asking the hard questions around, are they willing to buy? Are they willing to come to you versus the next best alternative? It's hard to get to that kind of point, right? Because when you're asking a prospective customer of my brand, which might not be well known, to next best alternative, understanding your competitive differentiation, whether or not they're actually willing to buy, is a really, really hard chasm to cross, and you have to ask that question. The second piece, as you think about your target market methodology, that's also extremely important, right? Because if you're thinking about opening up into a market that has a 80% market cap, but you're only dealing with low cost purchasers, then you have to be the low cost competitive, and that has to drive your production methodology or your development methodology. And then the third piece too, which is really, really interesting, that not a lot of organizations also try to track, but happens often in healthcare. I kind of group them into like three circles of importance. One is what is regulatorily important, what is financially important, what's operationally important. If you have a regulatory driver and you are the low-cost competitor, then your growth will be high. If you are a high-cost competitor but still dealing with a financial implication, you still might have a lot of market pressures against you. But as you think about those three methodologies, as well as leading into what kind of market pressures might decide a consumer to buy your product portfolio, you have to take those weights and measures into consideration. And we've done it a couple times in any new market that we try to enter into.
So yeah, definitely a fair amount of risk with the model that we went into. One of the bigger ones was the fact that having a multidisciplinary approach, you have a lot more people on your team, so a lot more overhead as far as having the amount of doctors and the amount of staff. We brought our billing in-house because we wanted to strategically go after better paying insurance plans. Therefore, our cash prices were, elevated. So lots of risk to that. And how are we going to get patients to understand that this isn't just your typical rehab facility? So there was a lot of education that was very important, which went to our branding, to make sure our branding was on point, so people could understand that this is a holistic wellness model to rehab and not just physical therapy, chiro, acu. You can kind of pick and choose. It really is a complete system. And so making sure that we had the right people in the right positions and having a process in place that people could follow to execute exactly the system that we wanted to execute was very important. So there are lots of risks to continuously overcome, but having the right people and the right systems in place, lots of education to your staff and the potential patients and your patients is crucial to the system.
So I'm speaking a little more general overall. So I think understanding that disrupting the market is not coming in boom one time. Back up far, it's like a journey process. And so I think understanding the concept of scalability, adaptability, and sustainability, whatever you're putting out there, I feel a lot of times with people I work with, like they spend all this time perfecting their branding colors or, things that are kind of irrelevant to they're relevant to your operations and to your business, but they're not necessarily relevant to your client base and all of that. And so it's getting hung up on kind of the wrong things, or maybe you do come out and it's perfected and it's ready and it's boom. Now what? Are you ready to serve the amount of clients that are ready to buy? How do you scale that? How do you keep that customer focus intact? How do you keep quality intact? So I think it's thinking big picture on the risk, really taking the time and understanding your markets is going to help with that, right? If you're understanding the pain points of your customer base and all of that, you're going to cover those bases a lot. But I think it's really understanding more than just how am I going to get in the market? Boom, I'm in, but now what? There's nothing worse than like my favorite app that, where did it go? Right? Because they weren't ready to actually disrupt the market. So I think it's thinking about how you're going to leverage it all, leveraging AI, leveraging people, how you're going to scale that and be ready for that in corporate.
And I think that taking calculated risks are important, right? Putting thought behind the type of risk that you're going to take. And something that we did at Prince about 5-6 years ago was actually game changing for us, because what we used to do was we used to distribute everything under the collectibles umbrella. So that not only was that trading card games, that was sports cards, board games, action figures, Funko Pops, other types of memorabilia. And when someone asked us why we did all these things, our question to that was always, because my competitors did it. That was always the answer. There was no other answer. So then we sat down. My father, who's right here, he's the one that started this operation in '93. So if we just focused on the one niche within our niche and just tried to dominate that. So we quickly figured out that there was a trading card void in Canada. Canada needed a better trading card distributor. So we literally just axed everything. No more sports cards, no more toys, no more collectibles, just trading cards. And we took that risk, knowing that if someone calls us and asks us for toys or sports, we were okay saying no. You know, I can't help you, but here's a website, here's a phone number of the distributor that can. But if you need trading cards, look no further, we're the best at that. And 24 months later, our revenue increased by 600%. So we really did something right, and we were okay saying no to people that needed things that we couldn't provide. And then with that came other opportunities, because there's new games that are being invented all the time. A new game that just came out on every single Kickstarter record. Now, when they're looking for a distributor, who do you think they're going to look at? Probably everybody first. They'll see one distributor that's doing sports, toys, games, action figures. They'll see another one doing the same thing, and then they'll see a third that only specializes in trading card games. And because of that competitive advantage, though we axed a bunch of things, really brought our name to light. We started getting exclusive partnerships just because getting rid of our blurry vision and thinking more 20. Risk is sometimes a bad thing, but if it's a calculated risk that no one else in your industry is doing, it's worth pursuing, because the worst that can happen is that, and then you try something.
Professor, we have not much time left. I'd like to keep some time for the question as well. Just be mindful.
Sure. It can be very short. There's always a risk that if you work every day and you respond to challenges and you observe the market and learn from failures of others and respond to that, I think risk can be managed very well. This is how I manage. You just work every day to respond to things. And you try to be the best you can. Thank you.
But not perfect. But not perfect.
You can never be perfect. I'm not perfect, I'm not flashy, but I work hard.
Thanks everyone. Thank you for all the panel and all the good discussion. I'd like to keep a bit of time for any questions. If you have any questions in the room.
Don't be shy.
Yeah. Maybe while you guys are thinking about a question, I think one key piece here that might have been lost, I just want to call out here too. Even though we're talking about batten down the door, there as company owners and company leadership, you guys also have to understand and keep cognizant of how you cross the chasm, right? If you're going to be successful in bringing your product to market, you successfully got a foothold, how do you measure success in scaling and operationalizing it? So Mario highlighted some key use cases that are I'd like the second to call out here too, because practically when you think about trying to support your customer base, you have to have that trust. You have to have that brand recognition. If you don't, you're going to be easily disrupted in operations. And then furthermore, as new entrants come into the market, you have to keep on to that competitive differentiation. And I can imagine probably all the panelists here too would second this idea that if you're not customer centric, if you're not hearing your customers' feedback, you're going to be an easy target for disrupting yourself. Because if you're providing a service and you have, the competitive gall to say that no, nobody can disrupt my entrenched position, you will be the first one to be on the chopping block. Like that's a market differentiator too. So just be aware, test yourself at every corner if you can. We do in our company often, and I'm sure as you guys want to grow your businesses and bat down those walls and cross the chasm yourselves, keeping cognizant of those market momentums are going to be always important to keep cognizant of.
Thanks, Andre. I think we have a question.
Sir, I always have questions, but I hold myself back. Today there's no competition.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't.
I said I can. See, anytime one tries to just break and make an entry where there is competition, it's difficult. But I started my life selling shoes, and the store we opened was always go near the established store. Okay, this is in India. My company was called Corona with an A, not with a O. Just to keep the distinction. And our competitor was a British Czechoslovakian company called Bata. We opened our stores where the Bata store was. And Bata would open a store where my stores were because it became a marketplace and both would be. Unfortunately, in today's market, that's not necessarily the situation. With so much of e-commerce and the rest of it going. So my question to the panelists is this. One of the best ways to make entry is through some kind of you are able to inspire. Hey, let me give you a break. And I believe events like this conference is the perfect venue. So what would be your suggestions on how here, in our networking sessions, or maybe they have a directory of all the participants with what services they offer, and we try to support each other. Like a lot of HR people, we have marketing people, education, capabilities, life areas. I think if we network and help each other, we will help everyone make a living. So any special tips that panelists can offer, or what your views are in using such events as an opportunity to grow our entry into new markets?
I'm happy to start with one of the panelists. I'm probably going to take a stance a bit differently than what I assume the majority would think is. I do love these events, but I am a stronger believer in long-lasting relationships. So here there's probably, 30 people in the room. There is not a chance that we're going to all connect together. It's unfortunate. I would love to, but it's unfortunate. And I believe that situation like a panel or a discussion where we actually try to understand what the other is doing without the idea of selling something or the idea of a forced collaboration, I believe it's a lot more fruitful in the mid to long term to both than trying to say, you know what, I'm doing this, do you want it? If it's really great. That's my belief. I understand, if you come from a sales background, perhaps you see things differently. But I really believe that it's not about the quantity, because again, it's impossible for all of us to connect. It's about the quality. So if you have 5 conversations, my objective is to have at least one that would be, I felt it was interesting and I'd like to follow up. Not with the intention of collaborating, because, for example, I really enjoyed the conversation with my fellow panelists. I don't think they will collaborate with me in software engineering or in AI, and that's absolutely fine. I think there is a lot more value in keeping them in my network, having discussions, sharing opinions from time to time, and perhaps another virtual panel or in-person panel later. I guess the conclusion is I don't think I can see how it can be beneficial right now, and I don't believe I should try to see how the benefit is now. I just trust that eventually it will come. That's it.
Yeah, I love collaborating. Yeah. Practically. There's so many great minds that are out there too, and thinking about things a little bit differently. Wholeheartedly, it's actually helped me personally in my career path better understand adjacent markets. Professor Scheitzel, by the way, am I saying Scheitzel? Thank you. As you think about drug repurposing for specific market types, understanding how that drug can play in different use cases is a great example. You might not have thought about entering into a market or not have thought about that. Your product portfolio might have been valuable to a side market and not in this core market unless you had that kind of connection points too. So second, the opinion here that having a collaborative group of organizations and market disruptors that are out there that you can call on at any time just to think out of the box, very, very helpful. And I've used it everything from automotive to real estate to federal banking to interest and other. I've actually worked in DC for intelligence gathering too, so dealing with high value target acquisition use cases too. So having those kinds of folks to call on at a given time can also help rethink your mind and how you go to market.
So I do have a side non-profit business where I do sales coaching. So if anyone needs, their sales processes refined, negotiation training, coming up with scripts for your sales reps for cold calls, cold emails, things like that, I would be happy to help. And it's completely free, so I'm not trying to make any money here. But if anyone needs any help with anything sales related, feel free to approach me after the panel is over.
Thank you, Ron. So of course I love networking, and I would love it. So it is the purpose of these meetings, and I would love it to have all the 30 of you giving your name, number, and email address, and everybody whose name, number, and email address I have will get the information about software clinics and trials and all the other things that happen.
Thank you, Professor. Is there any other question? I think we're good. Thank you very much, everyone. It was very nice. Thank you.
Right. One more big round of applause for our last panelists. Let's thank them for sharing their insights. Transitioning now to a topic that many of us struggle with in our journey towards growth and efficiency, titled Overcoming Resistance and Leading Successful Process Improvement Initiatives. It's no secret that initiating change, especially within established systems, can feel like steering a ship against the current. Resistance can come from all directions, be it skepticism from teams, the daunting task of altering legacy processes, or simply the fear of the unknown. So we have our experts in the room with us to enlighten us on how we can master the art of process improvement while addressing resistance at the same time. Please welcome our moderator, Marie Genevieve Pollock, founder and president of the Prime Alchemy Group, and our wonderful panelists. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome. Before we begin, I would love to have our panelists introduce themselves. So we'll start right here.
I'm a founder and a consultant at Connect Consulting. Glad to be part of.
Hi everyone, Jeff Bowman. Panel yesterday, so for those of you that are there, hello again. CEO and founder of the AIM.
Hi, I'm Nadine Zainoun, and I'm the founder of Coach Nadine Zainoun Inc., and it's a training and coaching organization. We mainly work with teams, either teams or with executives who are leading teams to support them in developing their emotional intelligence and their conversational intelligence so that they can create better harmony among their teams.
My name is Milana Carroll. I'm the Chief People Officer of Fresh Consulting. We are an innovative consulting group that works in software, hardware, robotics, strategy, and design to solve problems that other companies just don't have the internal talent to do so. Yep.
And I'm Kate Visconti. I think we went in alphabetical order there. I'm the founder and CEO of Five to Flow. We are a global collective of experts who help individuals access flow at work and help organizations put the processes and tools and people efforts into place to make that happen.
Thank you for that. All right, so let's kick this off with a little bit of a twist, shall we? So we're diving right into the heart of transformation. Can you share a pivotal moment or a project where you encountered some deep-seated resistance to change? Describe some of those strategies that you were able to employ. Sarah, let's start with you. Okay, Jeff, let's go ahead and
All right. I'm going to share Sam's story.
Yeah.
I will go back in time. Probably about 12, 14 years ago, I was actually leading up a manufacturing company, $200 million manufacturing company, and for several years, faced significant resistance. So what we would do is, there's a select few of us would get together every year and say, okay, what are the big things that we need to do as an organization for the next year? And we put our heads together and come up with those strategies and say, okay, let's go out and now convince everybody else that our ideas were the right ideas. So we'd attempt over the next 3, 4, 5, 6 months to convince people to actually act on those ideas, and every year we seemed to fail. To the point where I was pretty worried about the company itself. And so what would naturally happen is, as we were rolling these out, trying to convince people that we were doing things, as soon as any kind of resistance came up, it was an easy out for people. It's like, well, we told you this wouldn't work, or this was just another fad of the day. And what had happened was, how we finally broke through it, someone had sent me an article on appreciative income. At the time, when I got the article, I thought, this is fascinating. This is really cool. It seems to align to my DNA.
but I have no idea what to do. And so I kind of leaned into a couple of the principles, like, I think I can adopt this, and I think I can adopt this. Two of those being bring more people into the conversations and really honor strengths. And so we did exactly that. We brought a whole bunch of people into the conversation the next year to talk about those big things we were trying to do. We, 35 years in business at this point, identified what was working and built from there. And miraculously, we went from 200 million to 330 million the next year. We eliminated 5 warehouses, and we significantly improved efficiency in a couple of the things. So bringing people in at the beginning was kind of the pivotal moment.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that. Sam, you want to see if your mic works?
Okay.
So one of the major resistance that I face in my work is when a company hires me to, for example, coach the executives, and some executives don't want to be coached. So that's a big resistance. They don't see the problem, they don't see the issue, they don't see that they need any development. So there was one company where I encountered like 2 really resistant people that were resisting coaching, and the HR and the management were telling me that these people are very negative, they don't like anything new, you're going to have a problem with them, etc. So I said, okay, let's see what we can do with them. And I think the main message that I want to give you is I did not take that judgment into consideration. So I freed myself from whatever judgment the HR was giving me or the executives were giving me, and I just sat with these people, and I just said, okay, let me be curious. Let me just ask them, what are they resisting? I mean, where's the resistance? What is it they're worried about? Why don't they want to go into this? And I discovered like so many great fears that they are having, and it's coming from the lack of trust within the organization. And, by doing that, I was able to win their trust, and then everything changed. And now they are probably 2 of my best clients that I work with. And the message here is get out of judgment and get into curiosity, get into really listening to these people and connecting with their stories and what they have, because every one of us has a story behind them. And, this is what stops us. So when we connect on a human level, we can surpass that resistance.
So I've spent the better part of the last 2+ decades working in the startup and scale-up space. So I was smirking a little bit because I've dealt with similar. You have co-founders, the whole company is their baby, and it's very hard to create change. So we had certain things at a prior company where I call them sacred cows. We weren't allowed to talk about marketing, even though they don't know SQL to save their life. We cannot talk about this part of sales because of fill in the blank. And when I was looking at the senior leadership around me, they had learned helplessness. They were not like, nothing will change. Why do I speak up? So I needed to start finding people to be allies and find ways to amplify their voices so that they could see change could happen. And I would be right behind them, being that voice, making sure that what their idea was didn't automatically get thrown asunder because that's what they were doing. They were watering down their opinions so that they might be heard, but then the executive team completely out of sync with the organization. So by helping them have some of those like painful aha moments and leading them into whatever didn't work 5 years ago, we're a very different company, so shake that off. Really change so that we were able to make the right decisions, start pivoting instead of possibly losing our opportunity in market space. I like this one.
Kate.
I was going with the Polaroid picture.
Oh, nice.
So my story of the biggest resistor was a large global technology implementation, something probably very relevant to a lot of people here. And one of the countries that was meant to go live decided weeks before go live that they were not participating, and it was a global CRM implementation. And when we dug into what happened before the change team came on board to follow a really good model called ADCAR, where the D in the ADCAR acronym is desire, they were messaging to everyone why they would want to use this amazing tool, but they were using something that was the exact demotivator of the whole team. So the biggest learning for this organization in leveraging a change management model is it's not one size fits all, especially in the sales world. It's like everyone will have visibility of what you're doing, which is exactly what this team didn't want anyone to see. So it was an interesting learning for the organization, for our team to always apply customizing messaging on what's going to be the motivator and how to overcome resistance.
Thank you for that. You've all talked about leaders, and Jeff, I know you've helped many leaders and organizations implement some pretty big strategies. So what are some of the strategies that you've seen that really helped leaders solve resistance before it happens? And what are some of the approaches that you've used to increase engagement?
All right, thank you. So I think I'll build on one of the sessions that I heard in another room today, actually, and it really comes down to when we think about change, when we think about change initiatives, is the people leading change. And when we think about people leading changes, it's about leading the conversations that we're having, because it's a series of conversations as we go about trying to implement change or process improvement, whether it's strategic, operational. And I think one of the highest predictors of success is that person's ability to lead those conversations in a way that are positive and productive. That person's ability to bring people into conversations so that they are committed to whatever the initiative that you're trying to drive. And so I think two big strategies that we use and that we teach others to use when it comes to leadership is, number one, bringing people in to the process right at the beginning, not waiting until you've come up with a plan. It goes back to the story I shared earlier. And the reason that's so important is you want to create that mutual commitment to the change itself. Right? You've heard people talk about why, you've heard people talk about purpose, but how do we bring people in instead of convincing them that this is the change that needs to happen, allowing them to have a conversation? You need an approach to do that, so we have to give leaders those skills to be able to facilitate those conversations in that way. But if I could give you one single piece of advice, is to bring people in and then facilitate a conversation that connects them to a shared purpose, that identifies what's worked and where they want to go with it. And when you do that, you create what we call as mutual commitment. Right? And it's shifting from that compliance model that I tried that didn't work to a commitment-based leadership model that creates a totally different outcome for the rest of the project, or the rest of the initiative. And so what we see is that when people are committed to one another and to the process, what they do is they use their creativity to solve problems as they come up. Whereas when you convince someone or you use that compliance-based model, people use their creativity, and people who are all very creative, they use that creativity to get out of the things they didn't want to do. And so that would be the first strategy. And the second strategy I would say is, if you're the person leading the change, and if that's with your team or organization, or even for any of you that are working with clients, right, is how do you conduct these conversations in a way that people actually want to show up to? Right? How do you have positive and productive conversations? A really simple framework that we use when people come in and we try to have a generative frame to each of these conversations. What have you done? What worked really well? Have everyone share that at the beginning. Right? What are you doing? So what have you done and what worked well? What are you doing and what support do you need from us? Right? We create the cadence around that to really get people to talk about the things they committed to last week, what they did over the course of the week, how they brought their strengths in, and what worked for them. And then at some other frequency is bringing people together to tap into their creativity, rapid brainstorming, design thinking, whatever methodology you want to use, but allow people to come up with new ideas that allow them to adapt as things happen in the front. I think those would be the two key takeaways for me as it relates to the changes that we lead with them.
I love that because you're really talking about getting to the heart of why someone wants to do something. Almost, sorry for the pun here, but the root cause of it. And so, Melania, you really do a lot of work around root cause with your clients. And so, even though it sounds like that would be a really no-brainer to do a root cause analysis, but you really have to think about profitability, strategic growth, or teaching ICO. However, I know it's not always commonplace and it's not always easy. So do you have any ideas to help people really understand why?
Sure. I'm a solver. That's usually frustrating to a lot of people in my life who want just that. And then I just come up with like 5 different possibilities and they're frustrated and walk away. So it does actually benefit me in the work world, however. But it's just been shocking. Some people just don't want the truth. I worked for this company that created algorithms for unsupervised data. So it takes the human error out and you actually have, here is the truth about what your customers are saying to you. And our customers, stopped paying for the platform because it didn't validate their concerns and their narrative that they wanted about their data and their customers. They didn't want the truth. So that is a huge barrier to wanting to dive into root cause analysis. So there's so many different ways to think of, like, what are the different barriers? I'll go over like maybe 2, and then we can give you some tools that work in the past. There's sometimes where, especially in the startup or scale-up space, if someone leaves and that role is empty, you might throw an interim person into that role, and then you have a proximity permanent leader that you didn't plan on having, but you get comfortable with it. And I think we've heard multiple times throughout the past 2 days, being comfortable is usually a sign something's not. You're not pushing the status quo. So what do we do with that? One of the ways that I've noticed that, because it's very prominent in my current company, let's come up with a expiration for this timeline, and then let's look for indicators of success that this person is worthy of investing in, or is this not the right person and we need to get that visionary for, say, your chief growth officer, for example. Other areas is where there is a will to actually change. I mentioned the idea of sacred cows. And sometimes people, again, like that unsupervised data, you don't care to know the truth that that part of the organization might be failing. So what I usually do is I lead with data, and I tell stories to get other people in the room, because if you're looking around and everyone else is seeing it differently than you are, you're the common denominator, and you're probably part of the problem. So helping that person identify that and come to a place of humility and sort of believing that you hired people around you to actually make you better, that usually helps them to move back into like the values of the organization and not that whatever yesteryear was correct. So those are some of the ways that you want to get people to unpick their heels from whatever their original stance was and really do what's right for the business and what you actually want to do for your clients.
I love that. That's really great. And you're really talking about being innovative with your solutions and bringing people in. It really sort of ties into what all of you've been talking about. Sam, you really do a lot of things around project management. And so people don't think that's an innovative or creative space, but it actually is. So how do you balance the need for process improvement with fostering an environment that encourages that innovation and that creativity and really problem solving?
Yes, so when you consider innovation or creativity, it's almost contradictory to process improvement. If you fundamentally look at things, innovation and creativity is divergent thinking. And when you consider the process improvement, it's mostly deliverables and it's convergent thinking. So So there has to be a fine balance when you say, for example, consider product launch related project, where you have innovation in the first part of the process, and then you have to launch, which is more of refining the process, and you have a lot of process improvement in place. One of the ways that I've seen that has worked in teams in terms of retaining the balance between the both is encouraging the teams to basically take risks and fail, because nobody tells the team it's okay to fail, it's okay to try. I've seen that really help in terms of holding a safe space for them to be creative, come up with solutions, and really hold that platform. The other thing that I've seen during a process improvement or an implementation run, you have pockets of growth areas, what I'd like to call, where you have like a quick fix, quick feedback and fix loop. And those can open up to brainstorming sessions or side projects, which can really encourage teams to think outside of the box, which can kind of integrate to have that fine balance between the both.
So Sam just referenced the idea of failing and, failing quickly. And Kate, you and I have this in common. We deal a lot with the neuroscience of our field. So what is actually happening in our brains, in our bodies, when we have ineffective processes, or we're not really allowed to fail or innovate? What goes on?
I think the interesting thing about that is everybody's mentioned one of the words that's a flow trigger, and a lot of us have mentioned the words that are burnout triggers. And the concept of neuroscience with all of this is, and I'll just ask for a show of hands, when is the last time you like to be managed? Nobody?
Yeah, I got
All right.
no hands in the room.
So in these contexts of a process being thrown at you, or you're told to follow a really old process, or you have a change impressed upon you, your cortisol levels increase. Anybody's face get hot when you read an email that something major is changing, or something you had zero input in, and you've got this adrenaline going, and you're in this state of struggle. In the flow cycle, what we need to recognize with that as an individual is I need a release before I lose it. Had this all been done right with words you've each mentioned, like creativity, safe space, innovation, understanding root cause, and build all this together, we could actually move to the flow state where you're releasing dopamine, serotonin, norepinephrine, other chemicals. And so the interesting thing about organizations, and I was going to make a joke that one I worked for years ago called the change management team arts and crafts, because there wasn't an awareness that there isn't just a feel-good feeling emotionally about positive change or engaging people in the change or giving them that autonomy to be part of the change. It's an actual physiological response. So it feels good to be part of the person who creates this idea. It feels good because we're releasing hormones. And as we get into the recovery stage and we're releasing oxytocin because we just had an amazing trusting engagement with people, we're releasing serotonin so we can actually feel happy at work. This isn't hippy-dippy or woo-woo stuff. It's actual science that many leaders don't understand. When they learn about it a little bit for themselves and start engaging people in, what do you think this process should look like, or how would you create this, or did you take a risk and fail? So I'll just end on one thing for Sam that my team and I talk about a lot. It is a quote that I never know how to attribute properly because I just heard it on a Zoom. But if you fire somebody for failing, you're giving your competition that lesson learned. So I love to think about how we can engage people, keep them in a healthy state of mind to be super engaged, and manage everything with all the words we each use as flow triggers.
I love that quote.
And I had something.
Actually, I was going to come to you, so go right ahead.
Thanks. So I'm really happy that you brought up this trust and distrust thing and the hormones. So, there's something that we don't really know about trust, is that it's not just a good feeling, okay? It's about the hormones, the oxytocin that is secreted in our brain. So when we have conversations with people, we impact their neurochemistry. Their brain chemistry changes. And if there's a conversation that is building trust or a behavior that is building trust, it allows this oxytocin to go up and the conversation goes very well. And there's no resistance. But when there is resistance, it means that there's distrust. So there's the cortisol that was just mentioned. So this distrust and this cortisol allows us, and please, I want to really highlight that even us, okay? Us who are trying to manage the resistance, we become resistant when our cortisol is high because this is a physiological response to the high cortisol. So high cortisol changes who we are as people. It allows us to become defensive. It allows us to become doubtful. It allows us to start protecting ourselves because we're scared. It brings up fear. So we're scared. We want to protect ourselves. And that's why in times of change, the resistance is there because people are feeling fear from this change. They're either afraid that maybe they're not going to be good enough to handle this change, or maybe they're just afraid that, they might lose their strength because they were so good at the old process. And now there's a new process. Maybe I'm not going to be good enough and people are going to see me as not good enough and let go of me. So all of these fears that come up in our mind, they create this cortisol. And that's why people resist. So the key here to keep in mind, if we want to change that resistance, we want to take them from distrust or fear into trust. And how can we do that? Conversation, empathy, listening, being curious, not judging them, as I was mentioning before. So thank you.
Yeah, I love that. And so we've all been kind of talking and skirting the issue a little bit because we've been talking about teams. How do we as leaders help teams? But there's someone on a team that we've addressed a little bit, but we really haven't. So meaning, what's the impact of change on the leadership?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question because we always forget about the leader.
Exactly.
We're always so focused on, okay, how do we get the team to get their buy-in, et cetera. And we forget that the leader is also going through the change. And they're also experiencing the fear and uncertainty that the employees are feeling. However, what's really worse in the leader himself or herself is that they are not allowed to show the fear because they have this belief that, as an executive, as a leader, I need to be a macho person. And I shouldn't show that I'm scared or I'm worried about something. But that's not true. Really, that's not true. Remove that pressure off your shoulders and allow yourself to feel the fear, feel the worry, feel the uncertainty, and, acknowledge that. Say, embrace it. Say, okay, I'm going through that. What is it about? What am I worried about? And just analyze what's going on inside you because, in that moment, you're really giving yourself very harsh words inside, but you're not aware of it. So just create that awareness about what's going on. What am I afraid of? What am I worried about? And once you discover that, you can address it, and then you can be more present with your team because you already solved that issue yourself. So you can do it with your team as well. You can be much more empathetic with your team when you've already gone through it yourself.
Can I add on to that?
Please.
There's so when we try putting on the stoic face of this is what a strong leader looks like, it actually worries your team if you don't show urgency and they see that there's the writing on the wall. They see you as inauthentic and they see you as not in tune with the teams of the business, which is when they clean up their resume and they go somewhere else. So like leaning into that into a way that is helpful, not distracting, because there's another way that people lead with either true authority or they come in lead by friendship. If you lead it by friendship and you start to ruminate with your team, you're again taking away your power in a different way. So these are all different things too. It's a careful dance. It's hard. It takes a lot of years to get to the right spots, but we come with our scars, and that's why things like this are so important so we can share.
I really like that point because what you're really talking about is building that sense of having that psychological safety, that what I'm seeing is really what's really happening. And so this is a question for everyone to answer. But in the vein of building those psychological safe spaces where we can bring our scars, we can bring those fears, we can show our true faces, can you tell us a little bit about what are some specific techniques or tools that you have used with your clients or in your past lives within organizations that's really helped build that trust and that openness so that people do feel safe? So it's an open question, so anybody can jump. Okay, good.
I'll share a couple quick experiences because I'm trying to build off of what was said as well. I think as a male on the phone,
I didn't want to call you out, Jack.
thank you. Being vulnerable and authentic is, I think in my mind, at least for many years, I was like, I can't do that. And what's required to do that is really just to step out of your comfort zone and do it. And so I'll share a really recent story. We lost someone very close to us, my father-in-law, a month ago. And thank you. And I had to teach at the university a day after the service. And I didn't want to. I didn't want to be there. And I thought, I'm going to lean into something that I've learned, which is from someone named Julie Bush, who really talks about how do you use the experience to describe what you're experiencing. So I leaned into that. I was like, I'm just going to go in and I'm going to tell people what I'm feeling, what I'm thinking. As soon as I opened my mouth, I just broke down. I couldn't even get it out. And what I think is most amazing, this was, even though we talk about this stuff and do it, we don't really understand the impact of it. And I mean, I had people encouraging me in the room, stepping into leadership roles, them bringing me flowers the next week, and really connecting to me as a human. I didn't lose my power, right? So the points that were talked about, but I showed them that I was willing to share what I was doing. And I think that's really the important thing is, how do you as a leader share what you're experiencing in a way that allows you to connect with your people, create urgency, to do the things that are required for the business, but they're really human. So I think, I wasn't planning on sharing that story, but it just kind of emerged to me. The other thing I'll build on really quickly is that, I think I mentioned it before, people don't resist change. They resist the perception of change. And so for the longest time in the work that I did, I didn't really understand why I was doing it, but they told me I should do it, which is to ask the question about what's worked in the past, those strengths. So I would do it because I was told, and it seemed to work. And then one time someone asked me the question, Jeff, why do we do that exercise? I'm not even sure how it fit in. And I reached out to a colleague and said, why do we do that exercise? Because I didn't have the answer. And it comes from positive psychology, right? If people are resistant to change, they're resistant to being changed. They're not resistant to change because we all change every day. When we ask a question that allows people to bring in what's worked and with it, they've been at their best, it taps into positive emotions. So when it taps into positive emotions, it allows them to be open to what it is you're trying to move to. So that was something I really leaned into in my ability as a leader to do those things. And I think I'll just leave it at that. There was something else I was going to say, but it doesn't apply to the question.
No, those are really good.
I'd
Those
like
are
to
really
add
good.
a
Yeah.
our team uses a tool called the Enneagram. If you've not heard of it, it's spectacular. There's also I Love This and the Motivation by Appreciation. And all three have helped our team see that you can't say the exact same thing or approach things or how people hear things very much a lens that I was in a session yesterday about here's the message, and I have to make sure how it's received is based on how that person's going to receive it. Word choices, understanding their key motivators and key fears, and on our team, we all know everyone's Enneagram type, and we'll reread and pre-read and prepare and do working sessions on how to best communicate specific things, because that perception is their reality. And if you're not using a tool that really helps you come at something or with someone to work with them in a way that's going to be the exact demotivator or what have you, you're going to, again, get into that fight or flight or freeze type of state. So we love those tools very specifically, but everything you said too, and the engaging people onto that positive side is, and one last exercise, when everybody's complaining about what they don't want to happen, I'm like, write that on the left side of the paper. And then on the right, write the opposite positive thing, and then tear this side off and keep this because it's really hard to ask people what they want. They just really know what they don't, and it's a really easy exercise I even do for myself. So I love that one.
I love that. That's a really good one. Anybody else?
I think one thing that, you know, we don't need tools, outside tools, you know, external tools with, it's just listening. Connecting with people.
That's a tool.
Yeah, it is a tool, but I mean, it's something that we can,
Yeah.
we have.
We don't have to buy it.
We can do, okay, because we're all capable of listening. We all have 2 ears, so we are capable of listening. So, but it's difficult to listen because we're so fast paced and we're always rushed. And we feel like if we want to stop and listen to people, it's going to take time. So it's easier to just pretend I'm listening or just give orders or whatever. But that doesn't work. It doesn't create trust. So if I really want people to trust me, I need to, first of all, be aware of their body language and their emotions. So if I sense that somebody is not too okay, maybe his face is not okay, or the way he's sitting, or maybe he's breathing, I don't know. But if you sense that there's something not too okay, it's important to stop whatever you're doing and just be curious about that and just ask them what's going on. And here, you know, you mentioned how you like to solve things. Don't solve their problem. Just listen. And this is something we fall trap of. So we think that we're listening, but we start giving them all these options. Go do this, go do that. Oh, I've been through this situation. This is not what they need. All they need is someone to connect with their feelings and just say that, I hear you. I'm with you. I understand you. That's it. You don't have to solve anything because they are capable of solving it themselves. It's just when you empathize, you just open up that prefrontal cortex. You open up that brain that can solve the problem, and they'll find a solution.
Now, granted, sometimes we are paid to solve problems. Jeff, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I just want to build up what Nadine said because I think it's really important. And there's an exercise we do with leaders where if you have 10 minutes to interview someone, you give them a couple of questions. Say the rule is you can't offer your own advice, experience, or wisdom. You just have to listen and probe and ask for it. We really can't. And the lesson that I pull from that is, you know, when we're listening, are we listening to learn or are we listening to respond? My encouragement is listen to learn. The reason I have this notepad and pen is because I know myself, right? I'm always thinking, and I know I can do that. I write it down, right? It's messy. Half the time I can't even read it myself, but if I write it down, I can let go of it and listen. And I think that's really important. Whatever tools you need, how do you be truly present in a conversation with someone? When?
There's one thing I would add to this, and I'm very much yes, yes, plus one. But there's also, once you've gone from listening and there's no direction, that's where it turns into more of like a complaint fest. And then everyone leaves that conversation feeling worse. They might have a relief, but they don't feel like there's a next step. So you don't have to solve them, and you shouldn't, to your point. But you can help them get to the, okay, I hear you, and now what? How can we measure the success towards that now what step that we all agree that we need to do? How do we have accountability partners? Because I do that all the time. I love having focus groups that like having them cure, asking the leaders to leave, because often we're the problem sometimes. So,
no, never.
But as soon as you get to the actual root cause, you do need to get to some sort of solutioning, even if you should not be the person doing it, making sure that you're enabling that type of solvent mentality so that people don't stick there.
Yeah, it sounds like too what you're saying, which I really love, is that you're building that skill of execution, right? That we listen, we work through it, and then we execute on that, which I really love that. And so with that, I'd love to sort of talk about in our final moments before we open it up to questions, lessons learned, right? So what are some of the lessons as you look back, as we talked about failing and then, you know, taking that lesson and learning it. So if you look back, what's the one lesson you've learned the hard way on leading process improvement? And how has it shaped your approach today? It's an open question. Open question.
I can say that what I learned, and that was like a big mistake for me, and I still do it, but I have more awareness now, is that what stops my listening is my assumptions. So I assume. So somebody, even with my daughter, not even at work, so even with my daughter, you know, she's coming, telling me something. I assume that this is the reality of the situation. And when I do that, I just stop listening. I'm no longer there. I stop listening and I start accusing. And I think that, and it took me time to notice that, oh my God, I'm judging her, you know, I'm making all these assumptions. But when you really discover that you're judging and you notice that and then you stop yourself and you keep that distance, everything changes. So my lesson is be careful, judgment creeps in. Our mind loves to judge and hold on to that reality. It's not a reality. It's just our perception of things. So stop yourself and get into curiosity and ask the person what's going on. How do they see it? What's their reality of things? So that you can really connect well, and then things move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to add upon what she has just mentioned upon. Usually we, like my biggest lesson learned in terms of this would be, usually we all come up with our own standards and view of the world or way of patterns of looking at things that may not be in alignment with how somebody else may look at it. So I think to sum up, like some of the items that we have discussed, one is active listening that could get you out of this trap where you're actively taking notes and reiterating to them, is this what you need? Because if you put an elephant, everybody is going to look at it from a different perspective in the room, right? So I think that's a major key message. Another thing based off of being vulnerable and being able to courageously show that after you've processed that you are with them, gives them also hope that you are in the same table, not on the opposite side when you're leading teams. And I think that is very important for building the trust and the relationship with them when you have like a long project or a long tenure in terms of leading something.
I can go. Mine is a little humorous. For those of you who do know the Enneagram, I'm a 7, which is the eternal enthusiast who thinks everything's an adventure. So sure, I'll speak on stage about IoT when that is not my position, or every team member I've ever managed, I'm like, what's the next big thing for you? And they're like, can I just do this, please? And so my approach, I did the same thing when I worked at a pizza shop. I like lots of sauce and cheese, so I'm putting way too much sauce and cheese on everyone's pizza, and everyone complains. So trying to deliver what I think I would want has been a huge learning with the Enneagram, with a couple of other things. And what I consider as a major adventure is literally someone else's personal absolute worst experience. So I feel like really getting to know an individual at their heart and being able to lead with that, and then using those tools that you can't get your customers to do the Enneagram or what have you, but you can start seeing those things and augmenting. Another example is with DISC and communications. When I left an employee a voicemail and they said, it's Kate, call me back. And I got on a flight and he calls me back 4 times while I'm on the flight, leaves all these panic voicemails, and I call him back. And I was like, congratulations, you got promoted. And he's like, oh my God, I thought I was getting fired and I'm freaking out. And why would you leave this message? And I'm like, well, I'm a high I. I just said I needed you to call me. And he's an S, which is the like ask and very people oriented. And all those lessons, he loves that I always tell that story as an example of you have no idea how differently people want things, see things, need things until you start putting these tools into place.
So you left that guy for like 4 hours thinking he lost.
Nice, I was really inspired, and it was a promotion. So.
Very nice, very nice.
Well, kind of on that, at the beginning of the pandemic, I was so happy this was the first book I read. It was Viktor Frankl's Man's Quest for Meaning, and it's all about no matter what is going on, how dire it might be in your business, in your world, if you can just step out and find some way to reframe it, you're not lying to yourself. You're just finding a more healthy way of looking at that dynamic in front of you, and then you model that for the people around you. So whether it's your partner's kids are looking nervously at you, or your team is looking terrified at you as the executive going through an acquisition, whatever that is, just be mindful you can control yourself, you cannot control everything else. And if you believe in how you're authentically showing up, then hopefully that resonates.
I love that. Jeff?
Well, how do we simplify this into one lesson? Here's what I'll say is I've heard a lot of people talk over the last couple of days about here's what we need to do, here's what we need to do. And I think in this day and age, the what isn't up for debate. There's lots of tools out there for what we need to do, whether it's drive change, whether it's implement a management system or a business system, but many of those things and what people are trying to do is to simplify versions that have been created years and years ago. What you're hearing from the panel and what I would advocate for is what we need is a different how. And so if you're leaning into an approach for how you lead, how you drive change, implement a management or business systems, look for a different how. One that allows you to set the table for people to authentically share and then move those questions generatively forward based on where the group is.
I love that. I love that. There's a lot of lessons. I know many of us do this for a living, but it's always good to hear other people's perspectives on things. So if you've got any questions or comments, please go to the mic. We'd love to hear from you. I have a great group of people willing to answer. Hello, sir.
So for the panel, we talked a couple things about making sure we don't forget about the leader. The question is, who's there to help the leader? Because again, the leaders are supposed to act a certain way, think a certain way, and you can't share all that stuff with the team. So who should they be going to? Is what I was curious about this stuff.
So who should they be going to? Jeff, do you have
probably a lot of
response?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of people in this room they could go to, but and I think there's a panel on this tomorrow, right? The leader needs to be learning and have people they're learning from as it relates to the changes they're trying to drive. So find a group that they can learn from. If you're investing in a training program or leadership development, or even internally, make sure that you're pairing that person up with someone who has the skills to help them drive those changes. And the other trend I would say is there's lots of peers that sit there now, right? There's lots of peers, as CEOs, we go to Vistage or we go to other groups like that because we feel lonely. We need someone else. Create those groups internally in your organization. Or if you're a consultant or coach, how do you create those peer groups inside of organizations to enable them to have that support mechanism to work through the challenges?
I'll just add to that question. One of the things that we do is we give the leader their own coach. We don't pair them with any other coach that's in the organization because of the fact that sometimes within an organization, a leader may have things they don't want to share with other employees as well, depending on the size of the organization. So if you can find a way to give them someone that's just theirs, and then to sort of piggyback of what Jeff said, it's really, when you're going into organizations, make sure that you are sharing networking groups that they can join that have like people in them. That's the point. We need to have a community, and peer work, just to get a little nerdy on the neuroscience, which Kate will agree with, peer work really requires us to teach someone else, which also means that our retention goes up by 90 to 95%. Anybody else want to jump on that?
I'll add to it as well, to what you basically just alluded to. Outside of time for professional development, it's giving leaders time to just shut off. And so many organizations, you're expected on vacation to answer emails. And I'll never forget a lesson. I was in Leadership Columbus in 2010, and we're all sitting there, and everyone's playing with their phones and catching up and checking emails. And she said, if you don't have time to unplug, you're a terrible leader. And we all were like, what? She said, do you trust your team to run the business while you're gone? And when you leave here and you take a day off, if you're reading email and your team sees it, if you're on Slack and your team sees it, trust goes down. So our boss can't even take a vacation because he or she thinks we can't even do this. So please take vacations. Please shut the phones off. Please do a digital detox whenever you can to refresh yourself, and take a walk in nature at least once a week, if not every day.
Well, we will leave it at that. I want to thank, no, that's a really good one to leave it at.
Thank you.
So I want to thank the panel for these wonderful words of wisdom. And if you have a chance, talk to these people. They're amazing. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marie.
Okay.
Okay, everybody. Let's thank the last group of panelists one more time with a round of applause. We've got a couple more exciting panels for you today. We're about to transition into an equally compelling dialogue in our next session titled Leadership Journeys. Women executives share their path to success. This discussion promises to be a deep dive into the narratives of resilience, ambition, and breakthroughs. Our panelists today are trailblazing women who have navigated their way through various obstacles to reach the pinnacles of their careers. Let's give a warm welcome to our moderator, Denise Young, founder and president of Tiger's Eye Advisory Group, and our panelists. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Oh, is my mic on now? Did everyone hear that? Good thing I didn't say anything inappropriate. How is everybody doing this fine afternoon, day 2 of the conference? Good? Good. I want some more energy. Good. Woo! Woo! Yeah, so welcome everyone. This panel is, we're talking about, we have 4 extremely successful, passionate, dynamic women panelists here to talk about their successes to where they are today. So just a little bit about myself, Denise Young, founder and CEO of Tiger's Eye Advisory Group, offer people-focused solutions. And I guess a little bit about my success, right, is that it was a hard decision at about 7 years ago. I decided to start my own business. And I knew for years and years and years I wanted to be an entrepreneur. And yet it was that, I know we're going to hear a little bit about that on the panel today about the imposter syndrome. I can't do it. Who am I? So I'm very privileged and honored and feel very grateful that I get to moderate this panel today and very excited. So how we're going to run it today is that I'm going to start off and I'm going to introduce each panelist. And then I'm going to ask them a question, and then we're going to kind of use the 30 minutes to ask specific questions, and then hopefully at the end, depending how long all of us talk for, we will probably have an opportunity from the audience to, to ask, 1 or 2 questions. But before I introduce each of these women, I would like everybody to think. I know it's hard right now. But think about, what are you the most proud of? And it can be anything. But here's the only 2 rules. It can't be about your family, and it can't be it has to be about you personally. What are you most proud of? So I'm going to just give you about 10 seconds to kind of think of that. Anybody want to shout out just something? Woo, that's a good one. Yeah, I think we can all relate to that. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Opening doors for others. Very good. And you at the front, you had something. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Resilience. Excellent. Yes. This is really good, because usually when I ask this question, it's like cricket. And I think this one is really important because, systems have been in place for some time. We're not allowed to brag about ourselves. So this is that opportunity to brag about ourselves and be proud. With that being said, I want to brag about my 4 panelists here. So the first one is that we have sitting next to me, and I am going to do this in order here, is I have Dr. Shanna Garrett, and she is an authentic leader within the higher education with a savvy for assessing dynamic situations and challenges. So my question for you is, I know we were talking about that we didn't have a lot of role models that kind of growing up in our decade, right? So what do you think we can do to change this?
There's so much. You know, as we were talking about not really having role models, I know for myself and others, our leadership journey has been a lot like a leadership scavenger hunt. You know, you pick and choose what you think works best, but most importantly, it's about being your authentic self and knowing that your authentic self is enough.
Okay, fantastic. Yes, thank you. Okay, and next we have Dr. Julie Harrigan, who contributes to spans various areas of executive healthcare leadership, and she is the founder of Physician EHR Solutions, specializing in electronic health record implementation and executive level oversight for standardization and best practices. So my question is, and I know we're going to go a little bit more detail about this as we go along, but I know that you got into your field at quite a young age. So how did you get through those tough times? Because I can only imagine some of the stuff that happened to you as being a young woman in this field.
Oh yeah, you know, it's very interesting. You know, it's not only challenging to be young, to be a girl, you know, and then to be a girl in healthcare, which is, you know, predominantly a men's world, right? So, and that's not the case as much anymore, but when you get up into the C-suite executive space, it's very much so. You know, oftentimes, I mean, I remember when I first got into leadership with DaVita Healthcare Partners, for example, I went to a national leadership conference, and there were 6 women and 87 men at this conference. And I was one of the only doctors. We had 2 nurses and then a couple of other healthcare workers. And we laughed about it. We were taking a picture together. You know, it was like the proverbial old men in white coat syndrome. You know, and they look at you, and the first thing they think is, "Oh, you must be a nurse." You know, they never think that you're a doctor. They never think that you're their equals. They never think that you're intelligently at their level. And so, you know, on a day-to-day basis, and even now, you know, now I'm a C-suite executive. Now I have recognition. You know, now I work with large healthcare systems and advise them on how to be better healthcare systems, right? And even now, it's very difficult to edge into that space and really have any credibility walking into a room as a female. And so, you know, and I would say, you know, you just fight tooth and nail every day to make sure that people understand that you're, you know, not the ditzy blonde that you might, you know, first appear to be. And, you know, but walk in, you know, wearing your pink high heels and, you know, exude an air of confidence. And, you know, but that battle is on a day-to-day basis. And I think most of us women can definitely relate.
Yeah, I changed my outfit twice today. No, 3 times. Yeah, I just wasn't sure what to wear, and I said, nope, got to do this. Yep. Right? And then, yeah. So next we have Susan Elizabeth, who is a transformative force with over 33 years in the corporate world and 20 years as an executive. She empowers high-achieving women to transcend imposter syndrome. So I know when we were talking, you know, you were talking about, you know, the need that you always felt you always had to man up, especially in your industry. So my question is, if, you know, for any women that's in this room and any especially young women, you know, kind of coming up, what would be your advice of how not to man up?
I love that. I think from my leadership journey as a woman, I've definitely had an interesting one. It's had its highs and it's had its lows. And coming from the automotive industry in particular, old industry as well. And it certainly is something that my role models were all men because that's all there was. And so that's also what was rewarded in our society. And it's no fault of anybody. It's just the way it was. So what I learned to do was be competitive, to be dominant, to be very driven, very focused, very linear, very monochromatic. And so over time, when I was doing this, I was also recognizing that I was exhausted, I was burned out, I was not feeling fulfilled as a woman. And I certainly didn't know how to step back and take time for myself.
So I think my advice was many women that have been mentoring or coaching around this is to really step back, find your own path, find your own way. You know, don't lean into a system that was never designed for women. Lean out, find your path, find your purpose, and find your own paradigm because we do it differently. In fact, they should pay us more because we're too. Ooh, I like that idea. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have Ann Summers, who is a physician assistant medical provider, public speaker, and CEO and founder of Daytime Diamond Coaching. Ooh, now I get it.
That's the sparkle. Ooh.
So, I guess for you, Ann, my question would be is, what do you feel as, you know, as a, and again, we're going to hear more from you about your journey too, about how you kind of left World and started up your own business. But if you could give some advice on, you know, to any women, like what do you feel it would be to say, get over that, and I guess get over the barriers and just keep moving forward?
Yeah. So I come from a different background than most, and I've been a physician assistant for over 25 years. I started as a physician assistant when nobody knew what it was. I was handed a machete and said, go into the jungle and make a path, and all the trees are men and doctors, right? And so I'm swinging, and I'm a swinging, and I've made a path. But I don't think we give enough credit to the men doctors. And I know this is a woman leadership, but we do forget that we are at a cross of very different men. Women are going into their world. Men are in our world in a much different way. The beauty of where I come from medicine is that I learned how to evaluate, diagnose, and treat. I understand the importance of confidentiality, and I've been practicing HIPAA laws for over 2 decades. And to form trust and safety in yourself is hard. And that's what I teach clients to do. How do you overcome fear? How do you gain confidence? How do you actually earn your own achievement? Because until you get to do that, it's hard to move forward. So really that's my advice, is learn how to overcome fear, how to gain confidence, and how to earn your own achievement. And understand that somebody like me that's been doing this, working with people for a long, long time, understands that I can see what you're not showing me, I can hear what you're not seeing, and I know the questions to ask. So the intuition, everything that everyone said up here is important. And it's just a journey. It's a journey of who are you, where are you going, how do you get there, mentors and teachers and all those things. Do I still have 1 more minute? I don't want to take over. But this is important. This is important because everybody sitting in here has done this. You did the check boxes. You went to school, maybe you got married, maybe you got divorced, maybe you didn't, maybe you had a kid, you had a dog, you had a cat, you bought a house, you bought another house, you bought another car, and you're like, I worked so hard. Society told me I was going to be a millionaire, have lunch with Oprah, have a beach house, and I'm waking up thinking, is this as good as it gets? Right? And I'm still waiting for Oprah to call me. I really am.
So am I.
One of these days. Not today. But the premise is, I understand what it's like to do all the check boxes that society said and promised. Wealth isn't attracted to hard work. Love isn't enough to make a marriage work. And where do you go from there? And I help people live their tomorrow today, which is what I'm doing. That's why I'm wearing my diamonds. Because we get the diamonds out, get the things out of the safe, boys. We're going to use them today. Sparkle, 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 sparkle.
Thank you. So sometimes as we're going through these leadership journey, you get some really, really good advice. So I'm going to share what my lessons learned is at the end of this panel, but I would like to give Shanna, like if you want to, like what do you feel has been kind of your most impactful leadership lesson?
Gosh, there's been so many because I've been so fortunate to have some amazing mentors in my life.
I think it really starts with the mindset, to be perfectly honest, that you can learn something from every situation. I mean, if you think back to the leaders that you've had throughout your career, you can immediately go to those that you remember those times where you're like, there's no way, if I ever have a team, I'm not doing that. I'm not treating that person that way. Well, welcome to a growth mindset. You just learned to take a really challenging experience, turn it into resiliency, and now you have some wisdom. For as impactful as positive leaders are that show you empathy, compassion, care, strategy, all those wonderful leadership qualities, have something to learn from both aspects of it. But most importantly, as you're going through that journey, which, by the way, you're in charge of your own leadership development. Don't be like me at a very young age where I showed up to my first job and said, hot damn, I can't wait for you to teach me how to be a leader. And they said, sit down, we have a long way to go with you. Right? Because I thought that's what being an adult and going to school and doing all the right things. You're in charge of your own development. So as you're going along that path, figure out what your strengths are and what your talents and your abilities are, but also where you have weaknesses so that you can hire a team to complement it. There's a nice balance, right? So being authentic is probably the best gift you can give to your leadership legacy, but also the best investment that you can make for yourself. So as a leader, find those mentors that are going to teach you something that you want to learn. They're going to teach you to look for your blind spots. They're going to push you out of your comfort zone, and that generally they care about you.
Yeah, and I like how you said, yeah, that it's really that authentic leadership piece, right? About being true to yourself.
Yeah, because, you come to the office and the heart and the mind and the body all connected. It all shows up. And quite honestly, I couldn't hide. I'm a Texan if my life depended upon it, right? I mean, that's where I'm from. That's what I know. I use humor all the time. This is who I am. So why not build upon it?
Okay, who am I gonna ask next?
Yeah, yeah, it's fantastic. You have to keep it. You have to keep it real.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? You have to keep it. Again, going back to that authenticity.
Yeah.
You have to keep laughing. You have to learn to laugh at yourself. You know you're going to trip up, and and at some point stop apologizing. I think that's a really huge part of who we are as leaders and who we become as leaders going forward, in our careers, in life, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, the one thing you have to learn to stop doing is apologizing, but making amends in other ways for things that you may have tripped up with. And again, having that ability to laugh at yourself from time to time and just be like, it's how I'm going to continue to be as a person. And I think that there's a lot of respect gained from your ability to self-recognize and then show others that you may be a leader, but you're not perfect, and you don't expect them to be either. So, very well said. Right back at you. Thanks.
This is in action.
All right.
All right. Yeah. So Susan, I just kind of wanted to follow up on your, on the conversation around, about the manning up. And so, what do you feel is, because a lot of the times in this world, and I know I've done it many times, was that you feel that you need more of your, we all have feminine and we all have masculine energy. And sometimes it's like as women that we feel that we have to, in order to get ahead, that we have to have that more masculine energy. So my question is, what do you feel is the true power of having that feminine energy and bringing it to life and kind of, and just embracing it? Like, what do you think the impacts are?
I love that question. Brilliant question that feeds right into kind of the path that I've been walking on, and I've had to learn in this lifetime in my career journey for sure. I think it comes back to being a human being and not just a human doing. Because again, this transcends, the feminine aspect, but I think, as a woman, as a leader, I was always going out there to everything that was outside of me. I was always running away from myself. I was always trying to prove myself, trying to achieve things, and it became a lot, and everything was always out there, and it felt really good to accomplish things and achieve things, because that's what we do as successful professionals. There's nothing wrong with that, but what I had to learn was that the feminine that I would abandon. You know, don't be too emotional. Don't be too much. Don't, you know, don't be all that. Well, I'm sorry. You know, that is not the way it is. The feminine is magnetic. The feminine, like when I've learned to come back to myself as a woman, like I feel I'm going to express myself. I'm going to share my perspective because I represented over 50% of the buyers and 70% of the influences on these major purchase decisions on these expensive products. And so I was very comfortable, and I always had a lot of confidence and self-assurance. But I think it's coming back to myself as a woman and understanding what is this strength, this innate strength, or what some people call feminine power, which I think is maybe an overused word now. But it's coming back to realize that it is absolutely, you draw in, it's the presence, it's your presence in yourself, it's the way you present yourself, it's how you communicate. It's being known not just for what you do, but who you are, men or women.
Yeah, very well said. Well, I mean, as women, that's our kind of our secret superpower, right? I always say that, you know, when you walk in a room and you can command that room just by having stepped into it, you know, you're scared as hell, right? I mean, you're walking into that room thinking, oh my gosh, I just walked into a room of 5,000 men, and they're all looking at me, and you know, whether or not everything's going to be fine, you know. But having that confidence and understanding that that is actually your superpower as a woman, as a leader, as an executive, as really anything in life is very powerful. So
I love what Jessica Parker said, trying to be a man is a waste of a woman. Yeah, there's only one you. Great. No matter who you are, you have gifts, you have talents, and I don't want to show up as my 90-year-old self wondering as I look back at my life, did I not come here to do what I was meant to do? And it's like now with the wisdom, like I want to give it back. I want to serve. I want to guide. I want to mentor. I want to coach.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's taken you a long time to gain all that wisdom. It's taken, how long has it taken all of you to gain the wisdom that you have right now? You didn't just wake up with it. Like, that's life. That's who you are. That's why you walk in a room. That's why you educate. That's why I take care of people. But it's also that sense of, how do you walk into a room? Because walking into a room of 5,000 men as a woman seems a lot of courage. And you could walk in multiple different ways. And by just walking in, you present who you are. I don't care if you're a man or a woman, right? Then walk into a room of women, and I bet they're scared shitless too, right? They're probably like, oh my God.
Oh my.
These women are like, anyway, but that presence of who are you and what are you presenting? What are you presenting? And the apologies, I just want to clarify, yes, that's apologizing for what you, oh, I'm sorry I said that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Those apologies, knock those off. Stop. But to apologize when you're making a solution with something and you make a recommendation and it might have gone bad, you need to own that apology. Because that's a growth apology, especially as a leader, and especially to another woman, you know, because we have like those insecurities and those things that we're fighting. And for me to say to any man, woman, whoever, like, I'm so sorry that went that way. That wasn't the intention. Tell me more. And then that ability to stop talking and get comfortable in your own silence, that's hard. That's hard. But I'm going to tell you a story. I was taken to court once by a patient, and I was innocent. I was deemed innocent. But the lawyer said to me, they're going to ask you questions, and you're going to say yes, no. You answer where I don't recall. You answer honestly, and you stop talking. And I'm going to tell you, it's going to get silent, you're going to get uncomfortable, and you have not start talking. And so watch any courtroom, and that's what happens. The people up there are like, oh my gosh, it's really tight, really uncomfortable, I think I should start talking. Anything you say can be and will be held against you. The law knows that. So this uncomfortableness of sitting in your own silence just needs to be in your comfort. So try it. Sit with somebody once and ask them a question, and then just
stare at them awkwardly?
No,
How
no,
what do you
don't
mean?
stare at them uncomfortably, and then I would. But it's a practice. It's a practice.
I know with the coaching that I do for my clients, there's a power, and that's like the feminine can hold sacred space, in that silence. When you can hold that, I think that's a gift and talent, and that applies to men as well, because again, like you mentioned, Steve, everybody has masculine and feminine aspects to them. I happen to develop my masculine a lot, and then I had to come back to my feminine. Now that's very powerful, but there's certain aspects you could really develop, and I love that holding that space and just allowing, because it's like that knowledge speaks, but that wisdom listens. That's very well.
Yeah, so I guess kind of let's move into kind of some of the, I guess, maybe some of those around barriers around leadership, right? So you were, in your intro, you were talking a little bit about being a, young women, right? So what do you feel are some, I guess if you're looking at your major hurdles in your life to get where you are, can you talk about some of those and maybe kind of how you worked through them? Because I think a lot of people in the room would be interested in that as well.
Certainly. Again, I have my example, right? My opinion of how how things have gone. But I had when I graduated from residency, it was my second residency in 2009. I've been a doctor for 23 years. I think myself a while, all together. But when I graduated from residency the second time, I had a 15-year plan to become the chief medical officer of a hospital. Like that was my plan. I knew I wanted to be in executive leadership. I knew I wanted to make a difference in the world and in healthcare. And I knew that it was going to be challenging as absolutely possible. And what I ended up doing was just putting myself out there all the time, every day, just trying to either do as much research as I could, or trying to be the best physician in the group, or work longer hours, or, have more meaningful conversations with my patients. I joined medical executive committees, kind of to get, just push your foot to get it. And, and it panned out very, very, very well, fortunately. So it's not that much, I'm a lot older than I was when I started that journey, but I think if I had advice to give to somebody, who's aspiring to be a leader, especially as a female, and not to diminish that leadership in males is it's by far, it's hard. It's all hard, right? It's like starting your own business. You still have to self-promote. You have to put yourself out there. You have to have that confidence to, shove your foot in that door. But the more and the less you speak up is much more. Active listening. I think the panel before us did a really good job of highlighting a lot of that about active listening, and then being proactive at what you do, try to maintain your positivity. And by doing that, and again, just asking those questions. So, for example, I was the first. So I'm a family medicine physician. So by definition, I am the low man on the totem pole, medicine-wise. We're the least paid, the most overworked. We never go to bed. Half of us don't sleep, and half of us burn out. Very, very quickly in the hospital as well. And as such, I was never the most respected, the smartest, the one who had all, as many credentials as everybody else. So trying to even have them understand that I was going to be the best possible physician for their hospital, and be able to work. I had to go and choose bylaws, just to be able to go in and be a family medicine hospitalist. And I remember being up on the panel, and I was sitting in a chair similar to this one, and it was like a jury of men in there was 5 or 6 men in white coats, this elevated platform, and I'm sitting there. I didn't even have a table, and I just have, I'm trying to, and make sure, and trying not to fidget, and do all that stuff to, show some confidence. And I had to tell these men, these doctors who were looking at me going, okay, first off, you're a girl. Second off, you're a family practitioner. So why the hell should we let you be a hospitalist in our hospital and take care of our patients? Like, this is borderline dangerous, right? And I had convinced them that I could do it, that I did all of the extra stuff in order to be able to be one of their providers, not only be one of their providers, but be one of their top providers. And over those years, I've proved not only to be one of their top providers, like my scores were 2.5, standard deviations above the mean for things like patient satisfaction and, coding and billing and all of these things that I did, and proved to them that I could be a leader, and then got into leadership through that, through that perseverance. And I made the C-suite of not only a hospital, but a 30-hospital system as Chief Medical Informatics Officer in 9 years.
Woo, good job. Woo.
Self-promotion.
Yeah. But that's good. Yeah, you should. Yeah, so I guess my next question is for you, and it's really around, we're talking about authentic leadership versus actual leadership, right? So what do you actually feel is kind of like the major differences between the both?
There's so much. I mean, leadership by its very definition, right? You're leading people. You're learning to effectively communicate. You're learning to manage conflict resolution. I mean, all those keystones when you think of leadership. For me, authentic leadership means you're leaning more into your strengths, the strengths of your team, and bringing that forward to then elevate those strengths and those talents and those abilities, right? I mean, how many of you have worked with a leader that you knew they were going through the motions, right? They were checking the boxes, but did you really know them? Did you really have a connection? Did you really learn something from them? One of the best authentic leaders I have ever had the opportunity to work for let me fall on my face and go down in flames because he knew it was a learning opportunity for me. And when I came back and I said, that was a complete and utter disaster, he said, yeah. He said, I don't know that I've ever seen anything that spectacular in 20 years. I said, well, I said, now what do we do? And he's like, good question, kid. What do we do? Right? And I had some serious decisions to make because as I'm listening, as we've all been talking, there's a lot to be said for relationships, right? Networking gets used a lot, but it's really about cultivating relationships. And so I was early in my career. I didn't know if I wanted to be in education. I didn't like being in school. How I ended up here is just beyond all of us, right? And so I needed to make some decisions. Had I burned bridges? Had I damaged relationships? Had I built relationships, right? And so learning to fail was one of probably the greatest lessons that I ever had in authentic leadership because it taught me more about who I was and what I could do. And what's the saying? It's not that you fail, but it's how you recover, right? That was within my first year of being in higher ed, and I've been a dean now for almost 25 years, and I absolutely love what I do. And every day I wake up, I know what my team's doing. I know what's going on with them. I know where our strengths are, where we have opportunities. I know the challenges we have ahead of us, and we continue to work towards it. And that's my style, right? Not everybody's like that. I know my team. I know their style. I know where they have strengths, and I know where we can play them, right? Same with me. They know if I need to have something back channeled, I'm probably your gal for that, right? I have tremendous relationships that I work really hard at because I care about them. But if you want me to do math in public or a pivot table, I'm not your gal, right?
Calculus.
Right? Right? But I know that. But that's where I think there's a big difference between being a leader, that's fine, right? You're showing up, you're doing what you need to do. But being an authentic leader shows a level of commitment and really interest in who you are and what you can bring to the table, and that you're really changing lives with the leadership style that you've adopted.
Well, I think, a lot of that and coming, being a manager versus being a leader is, two very different concepts. You're still the head of whatever you're doing, but if you provide opportunity for those who are working with you, and notice I say with you and not under you, that's right. Those who are working with you to shine, to have their moments, be appreciative, be grateful for them, let them know how you are, and lead by example. Work so they work to please you to help them do the best they can. I mean, I think that that's really, you know, authentic leadership. And that's where your teams are going to be the most successful. Yeah.
I agree. I wouldn't do anything. I mean, I try to buffer as much crazy as I can for them, right? I mean, we work in higher ed. Come on, right? But to your point, you know, I have their back, they have mine, and you've got that trust and that respect and that relationship. And we're all going to work to do whatever needs to be done.
Yeah, I want to comment on that because being in medicine, like you, I've moved multiple times, different states, different specialties. And if there's one thing I've had to do, it's learn to prove myself. And when you're at the top of your game, you go to another company, and you got to kind of suck it up and prove it, kind of suck it up, shut up, and work. That's the name of the game. Because, and you have to, in my opinion, say to the people that have hired you, especially when you're taking care of life, which is everyone here takes care of life, even if it's not medicine, you're taking care of life. There's somebody above you and there's somebody below you. And it really is saying, I'm going to tell you what, this is my mojo. If I don't know, I'm going to say I don't know. If I need to find out, I'm going to call you. And if I need to just take some time away, I'm going to come and talk to you. Like, you need to know my platform. You need to know. You need to know the exact way I operate. You know, when you're like saying, give them opportunity, absolutely. But how do we give them opportunity? Yeah. Because when I was in private practice, oh my God, with orthopedics, and the doctor's like, you're going to go to the other primary care, you're going to introduce yourself. And I was like, no, I'm not. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. And he must have seen it in my face. And he's like, tomorrow we're going to get in the car. And he made me do that. You know, and I was still younger, and I hated it. I was sweaty. I was like, I don't want to do that. But he was a great leader because he was by my side. He taught me how to do it. He didn't say, just go do that. So I did. And then I was like, okay, yeah, I'll go do that. And he was like, yeah, no, you're not. We're going to do it together. And then he showed me how to do it. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Hey, I'm Ann. I'm here. Why do you do orthopedics? And then after that, that wasn't so bad. I didn't die. I didn't die.
Well, I'm glad
so,
you didn't.
Right. But when you're going to walk the walk, show them the steps. Show them the steps. Yeah.
So I believe we only have 5 minutes left, I think. 5? Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure. So I know we're talking about all our successes here, and I just wanted to bring up a point too where, you know, I think a lot of times, especially in today's world, you have social media, you have all these things, and you just see the face of that person. So for example, people are going to see us on panels, and if you were speaking today, everyone's going to see that face of you and say, wow, you made it. Wow, right? But they don't see the behind the scenes. And so one thing I wanted to share too was that, you know, 2 days ago, I'm just going to call it as it is. I had a complete meltdown. I was in an Uber. I lost my crap on an Uber driver. He had the thing is, I felt that, you know, it was whatever. It was validated, but not to the point I took it. And anyway, he ended up kicking me out. And it was pretty harsh, right? Because he just, you know, he couldn't understand me. I couldn't understand him. And I finally said, oh, you're kicking me out? He's like, yeah, I'm kicking you out. And I'm like, you're a jerk. I'm reporting you. And then I went and I threw all my stuff on the sidewalk. I walked and I sat on the thing and I said, I'm stranded. How am I going to get home? And it felt real to me. And the thing is, I want to share that story because these are the other side of leadership people don't see. And anyway, long story short, I got into another taxi cab. I wasn't stranded, but he saw the whole situation, but he didn't understand the Uber thing. And he said, because I was sitting in the car and I'm like, who's this crazy woman? All I saw her was throw her shopping bags on the ground. And he goes, please don't come to my cab. Please don't come to my cab. I went to his cab. And I lost it on him at first. And then I had to sit there. And I had to use my head. I'm like, I teach emotional intelligence. I teach equity, diversity, inclusion. And I had to sit there. And I was like, took a deep breath. I apologized. We ended up laughing the whole time to the point when we got to the, got to Caesar's Palace. He came flying around the door and he held the door open for me. And I'm like, "Good, I just really didn't want you yelling at me." So I just wanted to share that as kind of these are the sides that people don't see. And the thing is, this is what happens when you don't take care of yourself. So in closing, I would like to ask each of our panelists, hopefully you don't have a story like that recently, like what I just did, but I guess what would be your key, if you could summarize it, I guess, in kind of, 3 words or something, like what do you feel has actually helped you get through these moments? Or, what do you feel was really important when you get to that point? What do you do?
I say get a good group, a small group of colleagues that you trust being vulnerable with, and that you have no problem going to them saying, I need feedback. Did I just really do that? They're going to tell you, right? Keep people around you that, that are supportive of you and what you want to do, and lean on them.
I say, much to your point about you don't know what's going on kind of in the background, right? Because you have to be the face of utter confidence, all the time, or as much as you possibly can. And when you finally lose, it, it's like, oh, that was bad. Take care of yourself. I think that's the biggest advice that I can give to people, not even just in leadership, just in general. When you're feeling overwhelmed, take time to breathe, take time to take care of yourself. My outlet is exercise, right? So, I look like a battered woman. I'm saying, when I came up here, I'm going to talk about women in leadership, and it looks like something beat the crap out of me. But I did a Spartan race the day before the conference started on Sunday, and it was super fun. And I'm beat up and beat up and a little bloodied and stuff, but it was a blast. But that's my outlet. That's my that's the feeding to my rage monster, is to take that time, whether it be a half an hour, 15 minutes, whatever it is, go for a walk, go get some sunshine. It's doable. People say that it's not doable. It is absolutely doable to take care of yourself, at least for a little while each day, because that takes the place and that feeds that rage monster and puts it, kind of puts it back into perspective, allows you to breathe, and then you can go on with the rest of your, crappy, stressful day. And not yell at people driving, hopefully.
I think there's a couple of things. One, have bold boundaries, because when you say no to things, you actually say yes to yourself. 2, practice your authenticity. I think like you were sharing about, really invest in yourself, invest in your personal development, hire a coach. I hired my first life coach back in 2005. That was a tremendous support system. Also have great relationships, and if not, have the courage to walk away from them. I'm on my 3rd marriage. I'm happily married now for 9 years because I would not tolerate any more of the crap in my life. And then I think also just take that time for yourself to be, again, that beingness, and follow your pleasures and follow your passions.
Yeah. So good. Thank you so much for sharing that vulnerability, because that's not easy, and I commend her. Because it's not easy to say that. So thank you. And everything that you've all said is great advice. Great advice. I do have a rule about non-negotiables. There's boundaries, there's non-negotiables. Non-negotiable is exactly that. In the past, I did this. I experienced this, which maybe your other 2 husbands are, I'm in that situation. One, but it taught me what I'm not going to tolerate anymore. It taught me many lessons. It taught me a lot about myself and about relationships. It taught me this is a definition and it's a non-negotiable. This is a boundary. They're 2 different things. And definitely taking care of yourself, learning to laugh. I love to laugh. This is going to be a story for a lesson. When I was in PA school, my girlfriend and I took the car, we took a tent, we took a cooler and 10 pounds of licorice, and we drove to the Keys from Pennsylvania for a spring break. We didn't have any money. And we were sitting around the campfire, and I don't know, these 2 drunk guys came, and my girlfriend was so annoyed. Now they were silly, and I was laughing because I was like, "This is so out of control. They're being ridiculous," and I'm just laughing because I'm thinking they're having a great time. And she was so mad. She was so mad. She's like, so annoyed. So like, why are they here? This is our campfire. And I looked at her and I said, "Hey, just laugh. Like literally, just laugh. Understand that this situation that you're in right now seems laughter." Because when you laugh, you can find the entertainment in almost anything. You can find the entertainment in when you decide to laugh at yourself. Yeah, that's very important. There's places to laugh at yourself, places not to laugh at yourself. Very humble. But understand it is very therapeutic. And you can learn to laugh at the situation, at somebody else without, hurting their feelings, and laugh at yourself, especially when you're angry, and be like, wow, I got some work to do. I think that's a great lesson.
That experience is going to be on my LinkedIn post next.
I cannot wait.
I'm going to call it.
I'm going to send you cartoons that just.
Oh, you're going to get so many memes off of that?
It's great.
I know. Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have
I think we're done. I just want to say one thing regarding women in leadership, just to kind of finish off, kind of piggyback a little bit on what you said. I'll be brief. As women, we feel like we need to take care of everybody around us. We try to take care of our children, of our husbands, of our coworkers, of our friends. It's innate and it's part of our DNA as women and as men. But that understanding your boundaries and when to get rid of the crap, when to say no, when to sever those relationships, when to sever those friendships. I think that's a very important point. I appreciate that. Take care of yourself so that you can take care of others and therefore lead others.
Yeah. I think that's time. So I know. Do you want to ask a question? Please do.
Hi. Good afternoon. Dina Simon, Chief HR Officer at the New York City Teachers Retirement System. Thank you for this panel. Very informative. Saying is belief. Seeing you makes a lot of us feel that intent. As an HR practitioner, I'm always looking for solutions to bridge the gap between Black women ascending to leadership positions. What advice would you have for women of color to be able to bridge that gap and advance?
I could probably. Well, I'm going to say something that may be controversial. I want us to stop segregating everything. I want to stop segregating now different colors or ethnicity or gender. I've heard so many times in the past days somebody come up here that's different color than me saying, but our color is discriminated against because of our mental health. And I want to say, so is ours. We have to stop seeing each other so differently. Because we're in a world of difference. And if we could just be in a world of similarity. And I want you to walk in that room, girlfriend, and I want you to own your power as a woman and as a person. Because every single one of us have two truths, actually three. You know what they are? Every single one of us have three things that every single one of us goes through. What are they? Who knows? What's one? You're born and you're going to die. We were all born and we're all going to die. Pretty similar. And then what happens between those two things? We live. We get to live. And how you define that is really up to you. Yeah, I've been discriminated against. It's hard. I've been judgmental. I've been the whole nine. But if you can do something to just walk in that room and forget you're a different color and understand that you bring presence, you bring wisdom, you bring energy, you bring experience, you bring content, you bring a story. Everybody has a story. Everybody wants to tell a story. I grew up fun. I wasn't given anything. I had to, I had to work. I had to sell my plasma. I had to pay my parents back as interest for college. Like, we all struggled to get here.
Yeah, I just want to add something to that, just because of that kind of my, I guess, where I'm in. And so last year I did a pan-Canadian national research project about bridging gender equality. And I just want to point out, like, I absolutely agree with what you're saying too, Anne. But also, I guess it's a both and perspective, that there is real barriers for people of color from the BIPOC community of being able to walk into a room and they have this whole set of other barriers just based on how they look. So I believe what the question was just really around, you know, what are some of those practices that we can kind of instill around that. And because if you look at it, even in senior leadership, I'm from Canada, so I mean, it was a little bit of a different thing, but it was just, you know, 5% of women are actually in leadership, senior leadership roles. And it goes even down further. So, because from Canada, our first peoples, of course, are Indigenous people, right? So it even goes down to 1%.
So what is your recommendation to her to answer the exact question? Like, what can she do? It's a great question.
I mean, I think,
exactly can she
you know what, and exactly to your point, it's like walking into the room, but also saying that it's not up to her to do this. It's about systems that are in place and around organizations. Organizations and leaders need to start truly creating an inclusive, belonging, and a diverse thing. And the difference between just because you hire a person of color, a person with a disability, whatever you want to say, but if they walk into that organization or into that leadership position and they're not supported, nothing is going to change. So I guess it's not really directly answering it because it's not a her problem.
You're saying she can't get in?
No, I'm not.
That's
no,
what
no.
I'm hearing.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
I'm
saying that organizations need to like kind of shift their perspective.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of exactly what you're saying, is that we need to find this common ground, and we're both saying you're saying the same thing basically, but in different aspects. Yeah. Great. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank you, ladies, for having this panel. I also want to address you. Thank you for your opinion. I am a Black woman in senior leadership, and so when I go into a room, it's not the same. I appreciate what you're saying about we should look at things different perspectives. I am about advocating for allyship, so I totally appreciate that. However, when I go into a room, it's the experience that she is speaking about. We are not supportive. We need allies. If we want to have the same, we have to be the change that we want to see. So I ask you for that goal that you ally with us. I've been in leadership in healthcare for 27 years. I am a DEI practitioner. I stand on allyship, and we all bleed the same blood. Yes. But for that statement that you just said, thank you for the context, because unfortunately, we would love to think like you.
Yeah.
But it doesn't happen like that.
It doesn't happen like that, but how many people say it?
What do you mean, how many people say it?
Well, how many people get up and say what I said, right? Because we do have to change the thought process.
And I love that.
Right.
But I'm an ally.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You and me, we're holding hands.
Making the
Okay, and all of systems are broken. All systems are broken. There are not many systems in medicine, in the C-suite, in any job probably. Who here really has a system that works?
No, and that's why we are all coming together and we're having these conversations and being able to put these things together and implement.
Yeah.
So I appreciate. I wish that was the case. I can go in somewhere. Yeah. I'm looked at the same as you. I don't have to be 10 times more hungrier, 10 times more humbler, and 10 times more smarter to even get into a door. That's my hope for today.
Yeah.
But that is not where we are today. We are making progress.
Not the reality.
That's not where we are today. So I would really appreciate ideas around allyship, because we all have to bond together.
Yes.
My question for you ladies is, since you've gotten to the levels that you're at, which I'm so humbled, it's so beautiful to see women at these levels, how are you giving back to the people that are trying to get to those levels?
So can we actually talk about this?
Yeah.
Can we just, because I know that we're way over, but
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you very
Really
much.
fun. Thank you for participating, everybody.
One more time, let's show our appreciation for those powerful stories and insights shared by our women executives. As we move forward, let's turn our attention to a topic that's crucial in today's ever-competitive marketplace. Innovative pricing strategies, staying competitive in pricing wars will be the title of our next session. In a world where consumers are bombarded with endless choices and price comparisons, how do businesses stand out without simply slashing prices to unsustainable levels? How do we craft pricing strategies that not only attract customers, but also retain them over the long haul? Join our speakers as they shed light on this. Let's give it up for Vincent Allen, founder and managing director of VAAV Industries, and Haroon Cohen, founder and CEO of Goshen Development. Let's give them a round of applause as they make their way to the stage.
We got a pick of it. How you guys doing?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. This was a great panel. I think before we get started with what we're here to talk about, I think I did this yesterday in my keynote. I'll do it again today. We're in March, so if we can just give a big round of applause for not just the ladies that were just on the panel, but all the ladies in the room for all the things you do and all the things you guys have to go through. Let's just start there. So Haroon, we'll start with you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are, where you're from, your company, et cetera, and we'll dig in.
Sure. So my name is Haroon Cowan. I am born and raised in Mile High City, Denver, Colorado. I've been in real estate development for the last 15 years. Started in finance and now doing real estate development. And I started there in a urban area called Five Points in Denver, Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how about your company? You're in real estate, right?
Yes, I'm in real estate. And so Goshen Development was born out of the desire to see the neighborhood which I grew up in to be cultivated. So there was a lot of transition in the neighborhood over the last 10 years. I've seen that before it was starting to happen. And I wanted to, because I was in finance, I was running a bank branch in my neighborhood. And I wanted to be a part of the process of cultivating a neighborhood rather than transitioning a neighborhood. Because I think there's a difference.
100%.
Yeah.
So for me, my name's Vincent Allen. I run a company called Bob Industries. We're primarily a production company, but we also do a lot of engineering, related to construction processes. So like all these lights and cameras and mics and sound systems and stuff that you'll see in both the commercial and residential spaces where people want screens on walls and these kinds of things, and integrate the broadcasting and the live streaming and stuff with the AV stuff, which is not as easy as you think it would be.
Right.
But yeah, let's just dig into it. I mean, we're here to talk about how we stay competitive today.
Tell me a little bit.
Yeah.
How'd you get into that?
Well, so for me, I started when I was very young. My mother was involved in theater, and my father was in the United States Coast Guard, and so we moved around a lot. So I got to see a lot of different communities, and then I picked it up little by little when I was small, and then after a certain point, I kind of had my own vision of what I wanted to do, and got into theater, lighting design, broadcasting, camera work, and was fortunate that to be right place, right time. When I was coming up, so the internet really started getting going, and I was able to see the writing on the wall from years out that eventually centimeter at a time, all these different things were moving together. Like everything was going to be on a hard drive or on a computer or somewhere, something in the cloud somewhere. And I just continued to do the work and continued to do the work, and eventually, like anything, like human finance, you work hard enough, long enough, eventually people will start saying your names in rooms you're not in, right? And so, and that's how I got to where I am personally. The reason I started my company is this little girl sitting over here. Her name is Naomi. It's my daughter, and she started getting into all the tech stuff. And I saw how, from being a practitioner in my field, how difficult it can be for women trying to get going in a technical field, because we don't assume that girls like computers or things of that nature, right? We do something. They look at the toy store. All the stuff that's colored paint. None of that stuff is any of the stuff that is a technical thing. You see like Bob the Builder. You don't see Susie the Builder, right? And all of that kind of stuff. But then the extra layer on that is how difficult it can often be for people of color to just get a foot in the door, right? And so that was the reason I started my company, was to build something that would move the needle forward, so that not just her, but everybody has it a little easier, go forward. And so we've been building that for a few years.
That's good, because the reason I asked that question is because, I think that the outcome of the stuff that we're going to talk about, the genesis of the business story is very important. Of course. Because when we talk about pricing and competitiveness, there has to be something bigger than the outcome of a transaction. So it sounds like this was born out of a passion, experience, and history, and also bringing a solution.
100%, and that's why I come and do things like this, and that's why I bring her with me so she gets to see. But I think it's important to get those stories out there and have those conversations, because I think a lot of times people can just be a little unaware of what other people are going through, right? We're good, bad, or the right. Right? So that's a lot of sort of the raison d'etre for why I do these conventions, I do these talks, and live streams and podcasts to try to talk about the technical expertise and what we need to do going forward in my industry or yours or any of them, right? But then also what we need to do as a society, so that everyone has a fair shake. Awesome. So let's having established who we are and why we're here and why we're up here on a panel, or why anyone should listen to anything we have to say. Let's start talking about how the actual subject matter, which is the pricing strategies and things of that nature. So you have a finance background, so I think that's perfect, right? So talk to me a little bit about how you now that you're in real estate and doing development, how you sort of set your pricing strategy, and then B, in a time when money is often funny the last few years, right? How you stay competitive in your industry, and when you've got so many people, like the real estate market's been all over the place the last couple of years, and so you hedge funds getting involved on that stuff. How do you do that?
Well, I think the big thing is, when you talk about pricing and also being competitive, back to kind of why the genesis of my question is I think you always have to have a vision and an outcome that you're looking for, right? Because of the market and because over the last 10 years, you've seen commercial real estate, multifamily, right, and mixed use be at the forefront. When challenges come, usually the folks, businesses that didn't have a long-term plan, those are the ones that are the first to go.
Right.
So first, I think, when you talk about competition, you have to have a vision before you engage in competition.
Right.
Because longevity is about the vision more than just the outcome of an exchange of a transaction.
Sure.
And so I think that's number one. Number two is as you're looking at when things are in a boom cycle, everyone's able to sell. When you're in a downturn cycle, is what solutions are you bringing to the table?
Sure.
Right. And so how you stay competitive is how are you bringing solutions? How you also making sure that you're innovating through these changes.
Right.
And then three is who are you? What's your brand?
Right.
Because the brand is going to be the thing that folks are going to exchange, whether it's in commercial development, whether it's in widgets, whether it's in exchange of services.
Anything.
That's correct.
I think for my industry it's a little different, right? Because especially in today's world, it's been challenging, honestly. When I first started building out a production environment, was a $300,000 to start proposition.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, if you wanted to build out a broadcast studio or a green screen studio, any of these kind of things, I mean, you're really talking about $1 million investments to get going. And so that anytime you have to do that, I mean, it really truncates the pool of people who are trying to do it. Because it costs money, and when you're doing a creative thing, there's not exactly an immediate ROI, right? So if you're making a movie or doing a stage play or doing anything, you know, you're not necessarily seeing the return on that immediately.
So you're saying the barrier to entry in the beginning is just so
crazy high, right?
Yeah.
And now in today's world, I was actually having a conversation with someone earlier this afternoon about it. I'm working on an article I'm writing talking about what sort of like the influencer economy gets wrong, right? Because you have someone who is an influencer, whatever their thing is, you know, it could be anything, right? And they will invariably go and start presenting themselves as an expert about a thing, and they've spent $1,200 on equipment, right? And usually it's the kind of stuff you get at Walmart on clearance, right? Because that's what they can afford, which is fine. It's a fine place to start, but the barriers to entry is so low now that you have everybody presenting themselves as an expert. I'll tell a quick little story as an example. Years ago, a friend of mine from college, she was trying to get herself set up as a photographer, right? So she had a relatively nice camera and some things. She didn't spend a huge amount of money on it, but it was a competent piece of technology. But her pricing was so low because in her mind, she didn't perceive herself as an expert yet, so she was pricing it low and then giving off all of these add-ins for little or nothing, right? You know, basically gratis. And multiple, you know, practitioners in the field came to me and said, "You've got to talk to her," right? Because she was charging $400 or $500 for a photo session and on a functionally unlimited amount of editing, which is not the way the business is run, right? And then it was impacting the marketplace in her neighborhood because you had other people who were charging $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 for a similar kind of situation, and it was really problematic, right? And I think that gets like this whole influencer thing is it's like is we have a lot of people out there now because of social media that pretend like they know and they really don't, and you are when you hire someone to do whatever the thing is and they haven't gotten to that 10,000 hours already, you are subsidizing them doing their guess and check. Like remember when we were growing up, we're doing the math and it's the guess and check, and at some point you're just guessing to try to figure out the answer, and then you just get tired and flip to the back of the book. With the influencer economy to a degree, is we're all subsidizing amateurs, figuring it out on the fly, and then figuring stuff out because they haven't got to that 10,000.
So let me ask you this: so with the flood of influencers at the various levels, right? Professionals, those that have done the 10,000 hours,
right?
As you're saying, and then those that are just very intermediary, and then those that are beginners. How does a person in that field distinguish themselves in the sense of, one, their brand, and then how do they also compete with all the other things from a
Sure. I think, you know, so I think it's two things going on. So when I started, the way you differentiated yourself was your portfolio, your body of work. And I think that's true in any field, right? That's what a resume is for, right? You know, and so that's how, back in the day, that's how you differentiate yourself. Now, there's certainly still some of that. But what's happening today is it's more about views than it is about quality, right? And so it really is the double-sided thing, right? Because it's like, do I want the brand sponsors? Do I want the 200,000 followers and the brand sponsorships that come with that, or do I want to just do work and toil away and do really great projects and make my money that way? It really is a question of how you want to make your money, right? And so as a filmmaker or as a broadcaster or any kind of someone in a creative field, there are lots of people who toil away for decades and no one ever knows their name, and they're perfectly fine with that, by the way. Most people behind the camera are there because they don't want to be in front of the camera, right? And so it just is dependent on how you want to make your bones, right? And you can do a little bit of both. You can dabble in a little bit of both. The challenge then becomes when you're just doing the behind the camera work that are not necessarily trying for the, 200,000 followers or to do that kind of thing, is how do you set price?
Okay.
Yeah. Where does your rate card end up? Like how much am I going to charge for a half day, a day, a 2 day, whatever your metric is, where do I set that number at a place that is going to be, high enough that you're not doing scrounge work to try to make ends meet, at a place where content creation, at a place where the rent is so high. I live at a place where the rent's high. I live in New York City. So how you do that versus a number that's too high, where then you have problems with sticker shock.
Well, I think, we take some of the same things in account, right? You have, over the last 10 years, you've had many institutional investors, new folks coming into real estate because they say, hey, listen, this is how much I think I can make on a project. And I think what has happened over time is you've had people that have come into the industry and then leave the industry very early because of that same. Like, they haven't put the 10,000 hours in. And I believe one of the other things is there isn't anything that is innovative. It's not bringing a solution. So right now, of course, at the top of the list across the country, we're talking about affordability.
Right.
Right. Anyone can build a multifamily project, but now how do you bring affordability to the game and still be able to make money, and still be able to be in business for the long term? So for us is, how do you tackle that challenge? And that's what differentiates us from other developers, is we're focused on middle income housing. Right. So let me just give you a little example. 2 years ago, we helped pass the legislation in Colorado. SB 232 was a bill. This is the creation of the first middle income housing authority for a state in the nation. And so for us, it's innovation goes with pricing and our strategy. Right. That differentiates us between some of our competitors. And for us, it's a solution-based approach rather than just the pricing.
Right, and I think that cuts across industries, right? Yeah. Because if you're the guy or the firm that did that thing that everyone's talking about, then people are going to come looking for you, right? And then at that point, price, it's less about price and it's more about what's the client. There you go. And it becomes like, you're the only guys I know who can get this accomplished in our timeline. Give me a number. Right. Like we had a lot of that. Like during the pandemic, I mean, we did a lot of work because everyone needed a live stream or a broadcast or a Zoom or a something during the pandemic. And one of the things we talked about yesterday, we innovated, was this technology called Skytron, and where you can have, like, in a different setting, we might have a teleprompter in front of us, right? And then so I can have the teleprompter in front of us, and instead of seeing words, you see the director who's telling you what to do, or telling you where to look. You need to speak up. You only got 5 minutes left, and this and that. And that technology was used for everything from History of Swear Words on Netflix to Oprah's Soulful Sunday Conversations. We worked on that and built that out. And then once you do that kind of stuff, then people start knocking down your digital, door about, like, how can we do this in our organization? And so some of it is when you're doing really good work and it's getting out there and people are getting to know the work you're doing, the price becomes less important.
So brand is a part.
Oh, brand is definitely a part of it. There's no question. You have to always, people have to know who you are, right, or who your company is. Like what's that? Alec, the Baldwin quote from Closing always be closing, right? ABC. You always have to be selling. In order to sell, you have to have a brand, right? No one's gonna just know to look for you if they don't know to look for you.
So brand is important, and I think across all industries, and we're finding that mostly now.
Yeah.
We, with the innovation of AI, with the innovation of more competition, brand is the differentiator that people are, not just the price, because I could do something cheaper.
Sure.
But what is going to attract the client?
It's interesting that you brought up AI, because this is a conversation we have all the time. We started to see, first AI, the stuff that was publicly available to individual consumers was very text-driven, ChatGPT, things like this, Google's Gemini, things of that nature that can do, language models, and then some limited other stuff. But now, we have Midjourney, and then Midjourney just released an update recently where you can have coherent characters that will, be continuous throughout whatever images you're creating. So you can in theory, use that to do a storyboard, right? And we've seen other solutions that are out there that in theory can edit for you and do all these other things. A really good example of this is Adobe in Photoshop has a feature in there where you can rotoscope, so that's where you take the thing and you draw the little circle, whatever, around whatever image, and you can type into it and tell it, I want to be wearing a purple tie instead of the tie I'm wearing, and it will go, I will do that. And it's pretty effective, actually. And so the conversation has become around, like, what jobs are going to get replaced or made redundant based on AI. And what I always tell people is that this is like anything else, right? Once upon a time, you know, you didn't have the internet, or you didn't have social media, we didn't have cell phones, and now we do. And in theory, that was going to take away all these jobs, and it didn't really, right? I mean, some people lost jobs, but people adjusted, and they created other ones. And I think from a pricing standpoint, where we will eventually land with all of that is you're going to have a two-tiered system, right? Where you will have, like, when you first started to be able to take high-quality pictures on a cell phone, right? When Instagram first became a thing, everyone was like, oh, the wedding industry is going to be decimated because all these people that made their money taking pictures of people's weddings and engagements and stuff, that was all going to go away. But did it? No, right? If anything, the people that are really good at wedding photography make more money now than they did before Instagram, because if anybody can go and just do a hashtag thing at the wedding and you just tag your pictures of the happy couple, then the people that come to you as a photographer are pre-qualified, warmed up leads, because I know you can go do that, so I'm not going to do this for you for $700. So it changed things in a way, but in some ways it made it harder, in other ways it made it better.
So you're saying that in the sense of that staying competitive when there is changes, innovation, and being able to innovate and still be one high quality is going to help you rise above.
100%. I think the key is absolutely high quality. If you go back far enough, you can talk to people in the recording industry, right? Before there was digital anything, everything was analog, everything was a tube, everything had to go into the studio. And then when Apple first released GarageBand, everyone was like, oh, everything's going to change. And in some ways it did. People have studios in their homes, right? But it didn't change a need or a desire for an excellent recording engineer who could then edit all that stuff together, right? That's not necessarily the easy thing to do, right? And so I think it's to my way of thinking, it's primarily about being excellent. And then if you're excellent, people will recognize that. There's always going to be someone who's going to do it for cheaper. Like, that's always been the case since there's been capitalism, right? Like, there's always someone who's going to see what you're doing as a developer, see what you did with the legislation in your home state, and go, yeah, but I can do it for $10 cheaper than him. And so you should come with us and going to try to reap all the benefits of all the work you put in and undercut your price. And some people will go with them, right? But
But over time, what they're going to learn is you pay almost what most often you're going to pay what you do.
Yeah, no, I mean, I say this to people all the time. People come to me and they, we talk, and I tell them what this is going to cost, and they're like, oh, it's sticker shock. And I say, well, listen, you don't get Mercedes-Benz performance with Toyota prices. It's just that simple, right? We all know that, right? Nobody goes to the Mercedes dealership looking to buy a car for a Kia price, right? We all know that you get what you pay for in everything in life, right? And so that's kind of what it is for me. Now, obviously, you have to have common sense in pricing. It can't be like, I'm going to charge you $1 million for this thing, right, and then expect that you're going to have high volume. And that, to me, that's the key. Is you have to be reasonable about your pricing schemes. But if you're excellent, it matter. I mean, I'll tell a quick story anecdotally. I've had a lot of these conversations in the audiovisual industry. So years ago, what you'd have these big installed systems where you've got like lights and custom furniture and all this sort of stuff, and those systems would be $250,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, sometimes $1 million a year. Those systems don't get built anymore. Cisco used to have a system called the IX5000. Cisco doesn't make that system. They decommissioned it maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, and it wasn't because it didn't work. It was because nobody was buying it. The reason nobody was buying it was because Zoom came along, and the predecessor to Zoom, which was BlueJeans, was this web conferencing modality. I've had this conversation with so many executives at various AV firms all over the world, and it's like you're not going to sell the $300,000 room and do the $20 million project for these 20 relatively small conference rooms. You got to make it up for one. So part of it is, like I said, being excellent, right? Setting common sense pricing schemes, but also like being able to like see and hear like in the old Western movies where the guy puts his ear on the railroad track or on the ground to hear what's coming. So when the ground is shifting beneath you, pay attention. Yeah. And that's happening right now with AI and all these different, VR and AR and all of these different things. It's shifting beneath our feet, and some people are paying attention, right? Like some people go, okay, then I need to do my business a little different, right? And then other people are being like, no, everyone get back into the office. We're going to do it the way we always did it. And those companies, like very similar to when digital photography came out, right? Kodak owned the patent for that for 2 decades and did nothing with it. Someone in their lab invented digital photography process. And what did they do? They shelved it because they were making so much money on the 24-hour and 5-hour and 1-hour photography. You can go to your drugstore, hand in your disposable camera, and an hour later you got prints. Right? They were making so much money off of that process that they said, we're not going to do this. It's going to undercut us. And what happened? Someone else invented a similar process. And a couple of years after that, I mean, if you go up to, Kodak was based in Rochester, New York. If you went to Rochester in the 80s or early 90s, booming, thriving community. Right. Now there's nothing there.
So, and I think the big thing there is, one, is always learn the market.
Yeah, 100%.
Always learn the market. 2 is when you have innovation, don't be afraid to make the changes.
Right.
And then 3, I think the next thing is, even when things are coming, right, you hear it coming. Right. Don't jump on the back. Because what I've seen also in the businesses is like, hey, we're starting to offer this.
Yeah.
And it's the fact, rather than being able to study and do your research and make the adjustments with the education of the process.
100%.
So for many business owners, I mean, they're sometimes they jump on the fact. I mean, I know when NFTs were the big thing, everyone's jumping on it. This is the next wave. I think you have to have a balance of know what's happening. Don't abandon your core business yet,
right?
But start to make the adjustments as you start to learn what's happening.
Yeah.
And so many people are afraid of making the adjustments. Either they're like Kodak, they're arrogant and say, hey, at the end of the day, we are the market,
right?
And now they're not,
right?
And then secondly, those that were also, that just jumped on the bandwagon, they're not here because they didn't do enough research. And I think you have to have a balance of, as you have your core business, pay attention to the core business, make the adjustments. Innovation is always going to happen. Don't always try to be ahead of the curve.
Right.
Learn from what's happening in the curve.
Well, no, 100%. And I think that the best example of that is Apple. Like, I mean, they're the best example of a lot of things, right? Steve Jobs was brilliant and so far ahead of his time, it's just a little silly. Like, if you look at the stuff they did with the Vision Pro that just came out, they have patent documents that go back 20 years. They started working on this 20 years ago and just quietly, an inch at a time, like feature here, thing there. And there've been VR headsets on the market for the last 10 years. But a lot of people love, right? The Meta Quest is in its 3rd iteration already. And Apple just said, hey, we'll throw something. And it's not even the real version. It's a dev kit, right? And so I think that the example I take from Apple is that they're never the first to the market on anything.
That's right.
On anything ever. They're never, and a lot of times they're not the second either. Like they wait for it. They start working on something when they see something moving. They wait for it to develop, and then they one layer at a time, they build an ecosystem. Like, do you guys remember when the iPod first came out? It was almost 30 years ago now. There was no such thing as digital music players back then, but they saw a need. They worked on it. They released something. And then while they were doing that, they worked on the negotiations and the agreements with the record companies and RIAA and all these things to do something that now we take for granted. And then they did the same thing when the iPhone came out. They released the iPhone. There was no app store for the iPhone when it came out. But then a year or two later, it existed, and now the rest is history. And they're going to do the same thing on the Vision Pro, right? That's what they're doing. They're And so I think you live long enough, and if you're in business long enough, to see the trends repeat, right? You talked about NFTs. Like a couple years ago, people were dropping millions of dollars on these things, and now it's like they're worthless, right? It's the tulip craze all over again, right? You see these things happen, like, I mean, Wealth of Nations is a well-worn text that it's in the public domain. Like everyone should read it. That's how we do this. Capitalism. It's not rocket science, right? How do you guys do that in your market? Like, how are you looking to the future, but also staying relevant to what your core is, because the light bill's got to be paid today?
Well, I think the big thing is innovation. Is how do you build something with a more effective and efficiency, right? So modular is the thing.
Sure.
People are studying.
Right.
How do you build modular, not just on the home space, but also on multifamily, commercial spaces, things like that, right? But we're still on the cusp of some challenges in the modular space.
Right.
And so for us is, how do you still pay attention? How do you have a refined, innovative approach?
Right.
So you don't abandon your core business. I know some folks, just give an example, 6 months ago, I was talking to a group, one group who was out of Mexico City and we're partnering in Colorado, and they said, hey, listen, this is our approach. We're going down this direction. 6 months later, that partnership has dissolved because of the challenges, right? And so what I think is really for us is we don't abandon our core business. We're still studying, right? So we partner with some other folks that are doing modular, but we're also integrating it at a pace, right? Hey, we're not going to abandon our core.
Sure.
We're going to continue to do great work, but we're also looking at this as an integration into our business. And so for us, it's a tandem approach. Is pay attention to what's innovative out there, but don't fully integrate it until you become an expert and be able to understand that this business model is going to work. The delivery time. What's challenging for the modular is delivery time is the most efficient. However, costs are almost the same.
Okay, right. So interesting. I had a question for you about that. So we've seen over the last handful of years, people talk about it on social media, but also build with it. Is building these homes that are built around like a decommissioned shipping container, right? And some of these builders can do that quite efficiently because they're building around a prefabricated thing, right? But also quite cheaply, right? Because you're not doing all the things you have to do to frame out a house and do all the things. Has that impacted your business at all?
It hasn't impacted ours. It's just because we do larger development.
Sure.
So ours is multifamily, 40 units, 60 units, 90 units, 120 units. It's a lot harder to get the same delivery with that, right?
Right.
And so for us is, how do you start to study this process, as I was saying earlier, but at the same time, how do we continue to deliver what is necessary and needed? And so some of the challenges that do exist is when you're dealing with, one bedroom on one floor, 2 bedroom, and then you're dealing with plumbing and all that. Some of those alignments don't work with the modular delivery, especially with that delivery. But it is coming.
Sure.
So that is coming. That innovation is here. It's just there's still some tweaks to be made for that.
Process refinement. Right. Speaking of process refinement, how do you running your organization? Because process is everything. I think everyone here knows. Everyone here is running a business to some degree or another. Process is everything, right? If you don't have a process, you're not really doing anything. You're just sort of flailing. Right. How does, in your line of business, how does your process impact the bottom line in terms of what you charge and how the money you make?
Well, I think the big thing for us in our business is, real estate. So, people ask, why'd you get into real estate? And I say, we're all in real estate. We live in it. We play.
Right. Right.
The big thing is for us is it's about our process, but it's also about our core. Is what solutions are we bringing to the table, right? So our process goes from there. So my partner, who's been a large scale developer, said, listen, we've been around the city, we've been developing large projects, but now what we see is unaffordability happening, right? And so for us, our process is now, how do we integrate this different model that is going to continue to help us to grow in a more sustainable way? Sure. So sustainability is our process.
Right.
What I mean sustainability is not just the affordability on the low end, but the affordability in the full spectrum. And so for us, our process is, how do we continue to deliver great product that also every just at the low end, but also in the middle.
All the way across, yeah.
That's the challenge.
How do you, so you talked about affordability, you talked about sustainability. One of the things that's been one of the biggest talking points that I've been aware of over the last handful of years in the real estate area is when these hedge funds started getting involved in buying up units that you're building or buying up single family or double family homes to where now your landlord is BlackRock, right? Or Millennium or one of these large hedge funds. How is that impact? Has it, and if so, how is that impacted?
Yeah, I think the big thing is it has impacted everyone, especially in large cities, growing cities, because when investors are getting in, what is transpired is that on the for sale end, it is harder for new individuals, right? So when you have investors there, so one is the delivery for new units for your entry level buyer, right? So that's number one. Number two is then it also on the other end is creeping up the prices of housing for everyone, even on the high end. And so for us is, we love investors, we love investment. I mean, we've been on both sides of the spectrum, but at the same time, what we're starting to see is this, which is, I'm not saying it is not just good for us, because at the end of the day, we're trying to bring a solution to it, but it's hard for the consumer.
Right.
So the challenge is we have an unaffordability that is happening because now in the history of our great country, we have a lot of investors owning more of these residential assets than anybody else. So, so for us, it's how do you model for other developers being a solution, right? Not just looking at IRR, but looking at the community development, right? And so that's the thing.
Right. No, you see that a lot. We do, in addition to like the production stuff, we do a lot of things with large scale audiovisual, right? Some of that's high scope corporate, corporate headquarters and things of that nature. But also there's a fair amount of residential stuff that goes on as well. And what always happens in large scale AV is that AV is the redhead stepchild, right? It's always the last one. Always the last. TV's the last thing to go on, and so you end up seeing how getting sort of a view on where the money's going in an overall development or construction process. So it's interesting to hear you say that, because then what happens is you're trying to sell a AV integration, and these aren't cheap, right? Like nothing in building a building is cheap. Everything has its price,
especially today.
No, exactly. I mean, eggs are expensive today. I mean, God forbid everything else, but it is then it gets back to that sticker shock thing, and I think we have to start having conversations about where we're prioritizing stuff, where the money's coming from, and the amount of time we spend on it. Because I think a lot of times what I see is I'll get a project, and remember the construction company that sold it will vastly undersell the project management time, to give you an example, or the CAD time is another really good example, where they'll say, oh, we can do this in a day, and you're going, I can't draw the building in a day. Like, anyone who could do that is the most brilliant person in the world as far as I'm concerned. How do you, when you're developing a project, sort of work with that in terms of understanding, okay, I'm doing this, I'm going to send it out to bid, and 5 different construction companies are going to bid on it, about where your thresholds are in terms of how long something should take, or how long it should cost, how much it should cost.
Gentlemen, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to cut you right now. We're about 15 minutes over, and we have an awards presentation.
Sure, no worries.
Thank you so much for your time, everyone. Please give them a round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you again to our speakers for that enlightening and engaging conversation. Let's give them one more round of applause. All right. As we end day 2 of our CXO 2.0 conference, the stage is set for the much awaited recognition session. It's time to come together and honor the visionaries and leaders whose groundbreaking contributions have reshaped their industries. Inviting to the stage to present the awards and celebrate the achievements of these remarkable individuals, please welcome Dr. Marian Zanuck, PhD, CEO, and founder of Zanny's Health and Fitness. Come on up, Dr. Marian. So as I announce the awardees, as soon as I say your name, please walk up to the stage, accept your award, pose for a picture, and then you are more than welcome to come make a quick speech, 10, 20 seconds up here at the podium. I'll step aside for you to do so. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our first awardee for this session. All of our awardees are receiving the CXO 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award. And the first awardee that I will call is Syed Osama bin Salim. Come on up, Syed. CEO and founder of TrackPad, Syed has an impressive entrepreneurial journey marked by notable achievements, including his feature on Shark Tank and the global success of TrackPad. His strategic brilliance and commitment to cross-border partnerships as Director of Business Development for AMPAC BDF underscore his impactful leadership in the business landscape.
I'll be short. Thank you, CXO, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to dedicate this award to all my women co-workers, since we just celebrated Women's Day last 10 days ago. So this is all for the women in my life and all of the women who I work for. Thank you.
Right. Our next awardee is Amar Dayani. Come on up, Amar. As the managing partner at Prince Distribution, Amar oversees the distribution of trading card games and related products to retailers across Canada. His main focus is on net new enterprise accounts, global partnerships, and brand awareness. Amar graduated from Western University with a business degree, where he developed skills in strategic planning, consumer behavior, and marketing.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to first of all thank CXO and give all glory to God. My parents are here with me today. My wife is here with me today. It was my mom and my wife's birthdays, so lots of things to celebrate. If I could get a round of applause for them, please. This award obviously is very humbling. I'm very proud of what my parents have done, my wife has done, and my team. If nothing would be possible without the team at Prince, so this award is not for me. It's for all the sales guys at Prince, all the warehouse guys at Prince, the senior leadership team, and everything that we do together to make the magic that we create. So thank you, team at Prince.
Our next awardee is Sophie Riendo. Come on up, Sophie. Sophie is the NCP at Ritzy Essentials. She is always fired up about studying the direct relationship between productive personal habits and business performance. With over a decade of experience, Sophie mentors business leaders, teams, and individuals, offering actionable guiding principles to boost productivity and revenue.
First, thank you, yes, to CXO. It was, last 2 days have been filled of information. It is very humbling to be here among such knowledge. To see everybody sharing that knowledge has been spectacular. So thank you so very much, everyone. And thank you. I'm sorry.
Our next awardee is Dr. Chad Beauchamp. Come on up, Dr. Chad. CEO and founder of Repair Sports Institute, earned his bachelor's degree in exercise physiology and nutrition from Central Michigan University before obtaining his doctorate in physical therapy from the University of Southern California.
Thank you, CXO. This has been a great honor. Being on the panels the last couple of days has been really good, and meeting everybody. And then really just want to give this award to my team. I couldn't do it without my amazing 35 employees and all the managers. So thank you.
All right. Our next awardee is Benzel Jimerson. Come on up, Benzel. As Chief Visionary Officer and founder of Metro Deep, Benzel is committed to connecting people, organizations, and policies within the African-descended community. Throughout his career, Benzel has been integral in facilitating and developing programs and curriculum to make this impact in roles targeted towards youth, higher education, and entrepreneurs.
Wow, y'all. What a pleasure. What a pleasure. And I appreciate CXO. I appreciate the conference overall and all of the people that we've met here in Las Vegas, as well as the people that are the foundation, right? People that which are my team, the people which we serve in all of the ways, because until we understand the connectivity between all of us, right? I think that is the point that we are able to actually launch in all of the ways that allow us to be all that we can be. So thank you all so much. We appreciate this.
All right. Our next awardee is Melissa Moon. Come on up, Melissa. Owner and principal consultant at ChangePoint Consulting, Melissa brings nearly 3 decades of cross-industry experience in strategy, technology, and program management. Specializing in business transformation and stakeholder engagement, she holds a BA in psychology, an MBA from University of Dallas, and expertise in designing successful transformations.
So thank you to CXO, and thank you all for contributing greatly to me, who I am, over the last 2 days, and the difference that I intend to continue making with your organization.
Our next awardee is Christabel Joseph. Come on up, Christabel. Christabel is owner of Hyperformers, is a powerhouse dedicated to building fulfillment in business professionals' entrepreneurial journeys. Her expansive network, fueled by her unwavering spirit, embodies her mission to illuminate possibilities and cultivate meaningful human connections within communities.
Wow, what an honor, what a privilege to be here in this space, in front of all of you and receiving this award. Thank you, CXO. If the vision is not received, change your audience. Don't change your vision. And I really want you guys to take that in, and the right people around you will support you no matter how large your vision is, and they'll be there. And without those people in my life, I would not be here. I would not be able to accept this award. I would not be doing what I do to lead, to serve, to be this inspiration for so many people. And I just want to shout out my family, my parents, my mom, my soul tribe, my soul family, my coaches, my mentors, my team. It is it takes a village. It really does, and it's the community that we're building through connectivity, through deep interconnectivity, through community that fuels us and really allows us to align with our purpose and our vision in this world. So keep your vision large, find the right people, find the right tribe, and keep yourself inspired every single day. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Jeff Hoffman. Come on up, Jeff. CEO of The Everlasting, Jeff brings over 2 decades of experience in national security, cyber, and economic development, starting from his tenure in the United States Senate and Congressional Affairs for the Office of the Secretary of Defense.
I'm holding you back for the social hour, but we all have a story here, and if you're here, it's an absolute success. All of you should be proud, and I'm happy to have met many of you. And thank you, CXO. This is a return for me from Education 2.0. I was happy to be on a panel 2 days ago, and just keep doing what makes you best. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Jeffrey Cecil. Come on up, Jeffrey. Founder and CEO of Pull the Shoot, Jeffrey is an accomplished entrepreneur with over 30 years of experience. He founded Pull the Shoot in 2021, transitioning from one-on-one consulting to one-to-many coaching approach, impacting business leaders and organizations globally.
I just want to first thank, obviously, CXO for what they put on this conference. It's been an amazing conference. Second, I'd also thank my wife of 42 years. I've taken her on quite a journey, and she's always stood by my side. So I just want to thank her for that. You know, being a leader is an amazing thing that takes us to the next level. And Pull the Shoot, our tagline is grow your people, grow your company. Because we believe that if you take care of your people will take care of you. But it all starts with leadership. And I'm thankful that I could recognize for that today, and just excited for the future. So thank you all.
Our next awardee is Alan Krishnan. Come on up, Alan. Alan is president of Team Up Corp, is a seasoned expert in organizational strategy and growth. He advises, manages, and delivers tailored growth solutions globally with a specialization in expansion across the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, India, and Africa.
I even started thanking all the people who brought me along the way. We'll be here for the next 2 hours, which we always know we can't afford. So I wouldn't do that. But I'll say this much. From my childhood, I owe a long journey. I'm kind of old right now. And the first memorable thing is Reader's Digest. What Reader's Digest taught me is what set the foundation for my growth and my life. And it's a shame that it's not such a popular reading material today. And then I was blessed. Intuitively, I knew the Serenity Prayer, which has made tremendous impact. For those of you who may not know it, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. Grant me the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Apply this in your life every day. You will not know the meaning of stress. You won't know how to spell the word, the stress-free life, which is critical for me in my journey. And finally, I want to say that for everything I think, say, or do, I apply the Rotary's 4-way test, which is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? this is core to everything I do, and I feel that has tremendous impact. So with gratitude to these three major paths in my life, I thank you all for the time given to me. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Jose Badillo. Come on up, Jose. Jose is CEO and founder of Second Chance to Life. He dedicates his life and business expertise to empower individuals with a belief in second chances. Hailing from San Jose, amidst Silicon Valley's tech giants, he understands the struggles of overcoming adversity.
I'm so grateful for this award, mostly because as a young kid, I was brought up in a broken home, hooked on drugs and alcohol. I spent many years of my life incarcerated as a young kid. And I was able to overcome and break the cycles of past generations of my family. I was able to become a self-taught entrepreneur, a father, and be able to contribute and provide thousands of jobs to my community members. And I found a passion to inspire anybody I can come in touch with, because I realized how short life is and how many possibilities we also have. I was able to discover something that I want to share with everybody that I'm sure you all know, that life is short, and the past, no matter the challenges or the beautiful moments, are gone. The future is not guaranteed, but we can continue to work towards it. But every moment of our life and every day and every second, we have a second chance to life, to live, to give, to love, and to dream and to create. So I just want to remind you to live your life to the fullest. And thank you, CXO, for this award.
Our next awardee is Josh Perez. Give it up for Josh. Josh is managing partner at Cowboys Construction Supply, boasts a rich background in construction management. With a track record of leading teams in estimating and rebuilding multi-million-dollar projects, he has also lent his expertise as a consultant in nationwide restoration efforts following natural disasters.
Thank you guys for listening to my winded bio. It's obvious I came up with it myself. But I'm grateful for my team. They also deserve this award. We have architects, engineers, and my president. We come from 3 different generations, and we figured it out. We're doing something that hasn't been done before. We're a one-stop shop for construction material supply on a commercial level. So you hand us your plans, we estimate, design, and deliver for your project. And we've had quite the run. We've done very well, and I hope to continue the journey and network with some of you in the same industry. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Josh Case. Give it up for Josh. Do we have you present in the room, Josh Case? If not, no worries. We will make sure Josh receives his award and move on to the next awardee. We have Kate Visconti. Come on up, Kate. Kate is the founder and CEO of 5 to Flow. She specializes in understanding people's energy and purpose, promoting organizational wellness. With a background in technology consulting and extensive experience in global business strategies, she has led transformative programs for renowned brands, prioritizing people-centric solutions.
Settle in. I prepared a 20-minute speech. Are you all ready for it? In all seriousness, I mostly want to thank people who ask the tough questions and people who have the tough talks, and for all the absolutely horrible leaders I had in my life who I could learn from. and all the wonderful leaders in my life I want to emulate. And most importantly, for this particular award, I want to thank my team at Five to Flow, our board members, all of our customers, all the partners who've supported us, and for everybody at this conference who's getting an award. Hold your heads up high, because being a leader today to the people we needed when we needed a leader, I hope you're all doing that and giving back to your communities. It sounds like most of you are in many special ways. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the award.
Our next awardee is Laura Sultan. Come on up, Laura. Laura Sultan is the CEO of Designs by Nature Gems and the Laura Sultan. She is a thriving entrepreneur in Toronto, Canada. With a mission to reclaim small business ethos, she demonstrates its possibility through her successful ventures, one piece at a time.
Well, there's many of the saying thank you to CXO for this opportunity, and thank you to each other, and I really mean this next part as well, for the amazing conversations I've had. I appreciate changing for an industry or industries from the inside. I was a teacher beforehand. That's why I went into teaching. When I chose to move out of it, I chose to go into art, making handmade crystal jewelry, Designs by Nature Gems, not really something usually seen as profitable and potential for growth. So I combined my passion and decided to grow it. And then the business started to grow. And what that means to me is all of us have these passions we're sharing. And I think that's phenomenal. And I think, as Jeff said before me, we're giving back. As we try to grow, just make sure to give back. Say thank you to our teams, because seriously, nothing exists without it. Say thank you to people who purchase for Designs by Nature Gems. That's my clients. For the Laura Sultan, those are the people I mentor. And I help lead and teach the skills so they can flourish. And you just keep saying thank you and listen, because without it, again, nothing is possible. So thank everyone for what you're doing. Thank you for letting me be part of it, and keep enjoying your journey.
Our next awardee is Joe Delgado. Come on up, Joe. Joe is an MBA, a seasoned professional in business strategy and leadership. He currently serves as a senior analyst at EY. With a doctorate in business administration from the University of the Incarnate Word, he brings academic excellence to his role.
What hasn't been said already, I just want to thank everybody, to be among you guys and be recognized for this award. At the end of the day, it's just a wonderful feeling. But it's not just me that deserves this award. It's the mentors that taught me what it means to be a good leader, my team members, and the ones that really shared the same vision that I had and helped me achieve that. And then, of course, my family, my beautiful wife that always supports me and makes sure that at the end of the day, I'm being the best person that I can be. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
Our next awardee is Norman Decotu. Come on up, Norman. Do we have you present, Norman? If not, no worries. We'll make sure Norman receives his award. And we will move on to the next awardee. All right, our next awardee is Oluwatobi Edun. Come on up. I hope I did good on your name. He's a consultant at Deloitte's Risk Advisory Practice in Toronto, specializes in translating client requirements into digital solutions. He is recognized globally for his contributions to engineering education and awarded as a finalist for the 2020 Global Engineering Deans Council Diversity Award.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank CXO for this award, my family and friends, teams and communities across Nigeria, Canada, and the Netherlands, where I was raised. And I'm truly honored and privileged to be here in a room of excellent leaders. And just wanted to say that this award is an encouragement to me to continue to pursue my wild dreams. And my message to you all is dare to dream, dare to believe, be the best you can be in everything you do. Thank you.
Right. Our next awardee is Samantha Nelson. Come on up, Samantha. The co-founder and co-president of Bridge to Justice Initiative, Samantha is a fourth-year student at the University of California, Berkeley, majoring in legal studies with a minor in public policy. She has earned the Siegel Education Award for her service with AmeriCorps and served in leadership roles in Kappa Alpha Pi and Bridge to Justice Initiative.
Thank you so much for having me. This is an incredible honor. I really want to thank my family for being here, my mom, dad, Liam. I couldn't do it without you. And huge shout out to Berkeley Kathy. You think I'm cool, my peers are cooler. I would not be where I am today without them. And I think what I've learned as one of the younger people in this conference is that your best is always enough. You can't please everyone, but just go crazy. Thank you so much.
Right. Our next awardee is Satya Krishnaswamy. Come up, Satya. Satya is the founder and president of Chain Aim Corp, drives the implementation of emerging technologies for business transformation. With 24 years of experience, he specializes in blockchain and disrupted AI, leading multi-million-dollar programs in Fortune 500 companies.
Hello, thank you CXO for the recognition. The amount of work that has gone in emerging tech and very intense conversations we have had in this conference so far. It's been amazing. And it's important because these emerging technologies do create emerging business models. It levels the playing field for everyone. Thank you.
Our next awardee is Kaylin Query. Come on up, Kaylin. Kaylin Query Caldwell is the founder and CEO of Kentucky Event Company and Lex Effect Venues. She began her career in events and hospitality during high school. She is an award-winning entrepreneur and author based in Lexington. Kaylin is also a lecturer and serves on numerous boards impacting policies affecting small businesses nationwide. Congrats. All right. Our next awardee is Christina Park. Come on up, Christina. Christina Park is the COO of Amplify Clearwater. She orchestrates partnerships and resource utilization for community development. As president and CEO of the Greater Naples Chamber, she continues her impactful leadership, leveraging over a decade of experience in chamber work to drive the business community forward.
Well, thank you to CXO for this honor and privilege. Thank you to all of you, and congratulations to the other honorees for sharing all of your insights and wisdom over the last several days. Kudos to all of you for investing in yourself and being here, continuing to be lifelong learners, as we've heard so many times this weekend, or these last couple of days, how important that is. And speaking of investment, if you choose to relocate your headquarters or want to expand your business, let's talk about why Naples, Florida is where you should go. Thank you.
All right. Our next awardee is Greg Harold Edge. Come on up, Greg. Greg is Executive Director of Coach Art. He spearheads innovative partnerships with businesses to enhance brand mission awareness, positively impacting the lives of children affected by chronic illness.
All right. I don't think that first guy knew how lucky he was. He should go do roulette or something. I'd like to dedicate this to our Cause Collab partners at Coach Art, from big companies like ESPN to brand new startups like Hangout FM, and even more so to the volunteers at those companies who work really closely with our kids impacted by chronic illness at Coach Art. The whole idea of our Cause Collabs is basically to create a way for companies to be able to make a really big impact with these kids, and then also tell inspiring stories about that impact. So we're really grateful to the partners that we've had, really grateful to all of you all and the ethos of giving back that we've heard about so much at this conference, and we hope to have a lot more partners and make a lot more impact and a lot more inspiring stories for kids affected by chronic illness all over the country. So thank you all so much.
All right, we have 3 more awardees for this session. Next, we have Alec Hudnutt. Come on up, Alec. Alec is managing partner at Vici Partners. Do we have you, Alec? Oh, I thought I saw you coming. All right, no worries. We will accept on Alec's behalf for now and make sure he receives his award. All right, our next awardee is Dr. C. Michelle Scott. Let's give it up for Dr. Michelle Scott. Present or not, we'll recognize you. All right, if she is not present as well, we will move on to our final awardee for the session. All right, we have Desiree Perez. Give it up for Desiree. Oh, we're 3 for 3 with that one. All right, no worries. We will make sure those awardees receive. And thank you again to everyone. Let's give it up one more time for our amazing awardees for their outstanding dedication and achievements. And one more big thank you to Dr. Marian Zanuck for helping to be our presenter. Thank you so much. As we wrap up today's sessions, we're already looking forward to what's next. Get ready for our upcoming events in the U.S. and Dubai, where we'll bring you more vibrant gatherings, insightful talks, and ample chances to network. If you're interested in being a part of these exciting ventures, please go to registration for more information and see Jatine and Shabit. Again, a profound appreciation is extended to our platinum sponsor, the Michael Cook Group, our gold sponsor, Total Max Homes, and our bronze sponsor, Redapt. Also, a huge shout out to all of you in the room today. Give it up one more time for yourselves, just for being here. Made it through day 2. We're thrilled to invite you back tomorrow for more personal and professional development. In the meantime, let's make the most of this evening's network event. Enjoy. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good night.